Scooby Doo beep boppy doo, Scooby Doo baboo, Scooda boo ah woo, Scooby Doo baboo badoo. And we are live! Hi everybody! Voltaire, good to glad to have you. V, good to glad to have you. Infinite, good to glad to have you. I was like, why is it? I feel like there's a fewer people responding to this than usual, and I realize I'm 2 hours early, so everyone's like dead in the middle of their workday, so of course it's. Yeah. So, hey everybody. Yeah, we're gonna be doing Rolequests. We're gonna try to get through 3 today. Sorry, I was off yesterday, as per usual. When I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna stream 2 days in a row, I then suffer extreme cramps. And in this case, it turns out I was, not to get too graphic, but literally full of shit. Anyways, how are we all doing? Also, V, can you do me a favor? Have you done the tickety tags for the videos? Also, I was almost late to my own stream because I was working on, I was enjoying working on, Oblivion. And I do this thing where it's like, okay, this is a video that's basically a lyric video. All I need to do is explain it and just put it up. But instead, I make it, like, let's see, how many shots am I at currently within it? How many, like, cuts and shots? I'm at 165, and I'm probably about, well, I'm over halfway in terms of like the hard beat shots, but I'm probably like 30% in terms of raw footage shot, but it is what it is. Thank you, V. I don't have any foraging questions this time. AC, I appreciate your sense of humor, and I hope I did my my antipathy towards you. Am I using that right? Let me make sure. Yeah, well, okay, antipathy is the wrong word here because I don't have a deep-seated feeling. I hope my seeming antipathy to your question was taken a good stride, because I was not. It was very humorous. Infinite, why do which thing? Why am I full of shit, or why would I get caught up editing? Or why do I make a video that could be just like straight shots of the battle cutscenes and nothing else, and make it instead like huge projects? Because, I don't know, I like being proud of them, and but it's not good for being a YouTuber. I spend the amount of time on one video that some people spend on, I mean, some people spend even more time on, right? All sorts of YouTubers, but like Brian over at Work to Game will sometimes just like he has an interview, he just puts it out, and I get an interview, and I'm like, okay, we got to audio edit it, we got to, yeah, YAC doesn't have any Smithies questions. Can ugliness be an effect in 14, considering glamour and charms exist our gameplay mechanics? When you say an effect, I mean, isn't that effectively what happens to Tatar in the Four Lords? Okay, let's get started. I have equipped, well, I have mostly decent accessories, so that should be okay. I mean, they're not quite 99, but it'll be okay. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna get through Rolequests. We've got 3 to get through because we got to get through range, DPS, Fizz, and then also caster. Do I have a caster good to go? Yeah, I've got something right. Okay. Last time, obviously, we did tank and we did healer, I thought healer was pretty entertaining, and tank was not necessarily entertaining, but I thought it was decent. Oh yeah, and you use Shisui to dodge the charm, right? You turn yourself into an old woman. So the answer is AC. Not only can it has been. Greetings. So you've decided to aid my people in retrieving our treasure, yes? They will be glad to know my long and arduous journey from our homeland in the distant south of Yggdrasil was not in vain. As for the treasures we would have you recover, and contains the undying essence of the armadillo Turar Vitral. Okay, give me a second. I gotta write that down in my notes. I'm just gonna copy what he says. These Steelhogs, as we call them, rely on their tough hide to protect themselves from predators. The legend speaks of one that lived to an extraordinary age, perhaps due to its natural suit of armor, and came to be known as the Lord of the Forest. Wait, question. Where are scorpions? What are all the continents that scorpions are found on? At the end of his long life, our ancestors enshrined the Vidral's soul within the Steelhog vessel. For generations, since the divine blessing it bestows has been a great boon to my people. So, you know, someone was pointing out yesterday about wishing that the Vidral were a little bit more like a sentient creature. Like, we're not sentient, but like we're more smart, weren't just beasts, right? But it is interesting that their powers, and sometimes they are venerated. Like, at the end of its long life, our ancestors enshrined the Vidral's soul within the Steelhog vessel. So the other interesting thing is that they still can die of, well, I guess he may not have died of old age, but it had a long life and perished. Regeneration sends the divine blessing. They do definitely at least consider them divine, right? For ill or woe or weal, as it were. Des, good to see you. Glad to have you. Those under its protection need to not fear wild beasts, for fang and claw cannot harm them. This allows us to hunt the forest without risking our lives. The treasure so crucial to our people was stolen by a tall, slender merchant, rather a man posing as one. He came bearing exotic wares from foreign lands and served alcohol freely, toasting often to new friendships. My people became caught up in celebration, and in the morning, the merchant was gone, along with the Steelhog vessel. Ooh, playing with real-world history, I see. Without it, we cannot bestow the blessing fresh upon our hunters. The effect wanes over time, and one by one we are losing protection against the savage predators that stalk our lands. As I and my granddaughter Setolja still possess the treasure's blessing, we have been tasked with locating the Steelhog vessel, and returning it to the village. The trail led us to here, to Rialal, where we believe the perpetrators boarded the ship and made good his escape. So my question is, he said far southern Yochteral, right? Presumably, there's some of the mammal jaw that are referenced. I forget which quest line it was. It might have been in Mamuk, but there's a quest line that references the fact that there are mammal jaw further south of Mamuk. So that must be presumably where he's coming from. In the same way that so far most of the others have been further south, or further north of where we've seen Jokteral. The journey here has already pushed this decrepit body of mine behind its natural limits, and a lengthy voyage by sea would likely be my end. Although I urged Setolja not to make the crossing alone, she was determined to give chase. Given that you hail from across the Salt, your knowledge of those lands will prove invaluable to her. Not only that, but our quarry may use the Steelhog vessel to its own ends. Only a skilled warrior can stand against such a foe, and Setolja is no warrior. You'll have your treasure back in 2 shakes of an armadillo's tail. I am truly grateful, and my granddaughter's first port of call is a place called Alamigo. I realize port of call can be a very broad-ranging term. It doesn't have to be literal, but Alamigo's landlocked. You see, as the thief took all his wares within, the only clue left behind was an empty bottle of whatever grog he was serving. After asking the sailors here, it seems he was produced in Alamigo. With no other leads, Setolja set forth. Once you arrive, she should not be difficult to find. These days, only a handful of Mammalja attempt the journey. Most of them Brutus mercenaries. Setolja is by far a daintier creature, and is sure to have made a favorable impression on the locals. May the Steelhog watch over you. Now the real question, can you get through all the quests before book club? See, Des, we're gonna try it. I'm gonna try. I'm certainly gonna try. How bad is the final one any longer than most of the others, or is it about the same length? Yes, the stream by the stream's 2 hours early, yeah. Imagine being considered so ugly the game description screen calls you ugliness, skill 100% effective at making people turn away from direct eye contact. I mean, look, there's a lot of eye contact situations, so yeah, I mean, I think scorpions can be found almost anywhere except Antarctica. Okay. You just have to debuff that isn't assumable, yeah. Yeah, assuming further south than Mamuk. Yeah, across the Salt, we're from the east and you're from the west. Doesn't Alamigo have a port by way of airship? Sure. You're not wrong, but also... Yes, I met Mammalja. Oh yes, I met the Mammalja earlier after. She was looking for a tall, thin man. Some sort of thief, apparently. I sound a bit like a leader of a gang of bandits and lurks around Virjala. So I told her as much. Chances are that's where she's headed. I hope she stays out of trouble. And I wish I had gotten good at the Mancunian accident. Maybe if I ever replay, I'll like make sure to go out of my way to practice the accents ahead of time. But Amalja, you say. As it happened, she came over while I was cleaning the cannons. She showed me an empty arak bottle and said she was looking for the bloke it belonged to. Thing is, that's a brand found all over Alamigo, so I wasn't able to help her narrow down her search. Trying to justify them having a port. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean sea. Imagine the dwarves of Bor having a lava port. Yeah, but it's by way of... I mean, to your point, by way of ship, right? Airship is a ship. Yes, I saw the Mamalja on my patrol, but he carried an enormous axe. Not at all like the person you describe. Oh, interesting. So you guys said the last one was Thavner. So the two places we wouldn't have been to are Hydaelyn and the Black Shroud. However, we go to the Black Shroud and Viper storyline, and if I remember rightly, the pre-release picture for the final Rolequest was a picture of what's her face in the Sigoli. So that means that we would have traveled to all the major zones. Also, Samidare, Eleret, and Leofane, right? Those are the three names. Voltaire, good to glad to have you. Oh, actually, I said that at the top. What's up? Ouch. You know, it's kind of interesting that not a lot of people are reacting in any way negatively, particularly in Limsa. Whoa, well, I'm a dumbass. I'm such a dumbass. I was about to say reacting negatively towards the mammal jaw, but so far in all the stories we've done, there have been no mammal jaw. Here, let me apply some ointment. It's common remedy where I come from. Oh, are you here to lend a hand? This poor soul was attacked by a highwayman, and I could use help tending to his wounds. Damn, good to go to have you. Don't worry about me. It's my escort who's in trouble. He's in pursuit of thieves, and I fear he's bitten off more than he can chew. Please, will you aid him? I'm assuming that was a mammal jaw guardsman, seeing as a lot of them are hired to... The ones that aren't mercenaries attacking people are hired to be guardsmen. Oh no, it's a cure. Not Megan. Ah, okay, but one was hired to be a mercenary for this band. You thieving bastards! But how? I see he plays Paladin. Green Paladin. Behold! Ah! Nothing like a bit of divine intervention to tip the scales in my favor. With this artifact in my hands, I'm invincible! Oh. Another one, eh? Not that it matters. Kakulja, it's time you earned your coin. I appreciate the assistance, but he wasn't joking about divine intervention. Some strange force pushed me away. I can't even get near him. The Steelhog vessel. Return it at once and the stolen goods. Oh, you followed me all the way here from your backwater village. Alas, your journey has been for naught. The vessel is mine. Chalteaufite. Oh, what up? That's... Okay. Chalteaufite. Chalteaufite? The T should be probably silenced. Chalteaufite. Give me a second. I need to see what IE is in French. Or actually, sorry, IT. At least. E is pronounced when it's preceded by at least 2 pronounced consonants, which it is in this case. Remember how I was going to go really fast today, but instead I'm now looking up French phonemes. Okay, so you pronounce or drop in. The E is pronounced when it's preceded by it, so it can be pronounced in this case. Is part of the combination vowel TI. Chalteaufite. Okay, so definitely the E is pronounced. Okay. Sidetracked by linguist. Is this stream? Yeah, it's more likely than you think. Okay, to be fair, Rolequests usually require a role best suited for the job. Yeah. Chalteaufite? Chalteaufite? I think Chalteaufite. We're gonna go with Chalteaufite. I, Chalteaufite, will make better use of the artifact than you and your ilk ever could. By might bestowed upon me, I will become the savior to the oppressed and destitute. Oh, look, I took so long monologuing, the sun rose. In light of my grand ambitions, the vessel's power would be wasted on the likes of you. If you can hunt without it, might I suggest a change? If you cannot hunt without it, might I suggest a change in diet? I hear acorns are delicious at this time of year. Ta-da! We are off. Damn it, Al. I was so close. Honey, I mean, proximity-wise, maybe a bit. But now is not the time for regrets. These two are in need of a healer. I'll see them safe to a Bragger's reach. Would you mind meeting us there? Once the injuries have been treated, we better tell the resistant soldiers what has happened. Thankfully, I don't need to be near to do heavy damage. Yeah, exactly. Any of you guys have a favorite job armor for this expansion? Honestly, I think all of it's been absolute fire. All right, give me a second. I had to do something with some of my files. I love the Paladin one. Scholar's real good. What were some of the others? Monk's okay. Dragoon's pretty good. Samurai's pretty freaking good. Viper, obviously amazing. Reaper? Did I grab I don't think I grabbed the Reaper one yet. I really like Bard. I also really love the Bard bow. It's so ridiculous. But like in the right way. Machinist is pretty good. Dancer's pretty good. I don't think there's any I dislike. Yeah. I think that they are all at worst good. Gunbreaker and some Summoner were good. Yeah, I don't think I know what Gunbreaker looks like. I'll have to check it next time I'm at. Female for female non-Lalafels looks too fashionable. Like in a bad way.
Well, I am glad we made it to safely without any more trouble. Those bandits wouldn't dare step foot in this place. How rude of me. I never asked your name, or how you chanced across us for that matter.
I'm Eorzean and was sent to help you.
You came all the way from Turiolal at my grandfather's behest? I can't tell you how grateful I am. As for the highwaymen, they possess the Steelhog vessel, a treasure from my village. Not only does it grant protection from harm, it also produces a potent blast when the barrier is dispelled. As long as our enemies have the vessel, attacks at close quarters will be extremely risky.
I cannot do T's apparently.
Although, as we may say in my village, cracks form even in the mightiest of shields. Knowing this, we are careful not to rely too heavily on its power. But now that the Steelhog vessel has been stolen, the self-same power is being turned against innocent people such as yourselves. I only hope you can forgive me for allowing this to happen.
There's nothing to forgive. If anything, we should thank you for coming to our aid. That Chalteaufite and his lackeys have a lot to answer for. Indeed, we'll give the resistance our testimony, and with any luck, the information will go some way to clapping those bandits into iron. I almost read this, clapping those bandits' cheeks.
I'll go with you. The soldiers here need to be warned about the vessel.
No, leave that to us. We'll relay what you have told us, word for word. After all, you need to move quickly to have any chance of getting your artifact back. When you catch those robbers, give them one for me, hey?
How about you, Ariel? I hope I can count on you to be there for whatever comes next. Ha! I knew it! I'll sense eager to get started, but I need to plan our next move. Bandits aren't known for being found easily. I was surprised to see the Mammal Jaw among them. I can't imagine why that Kukul Jaw would work for Chalteaufite, of all people.
Ooh, are we gonna engage with some of the history and legacy of Mammal Jaw on the continent and where that comes from? Please, please, please. If we don't, we need to do more of that. Okay, Leofine, Chalteaufite. Is my camera all crooked? Yeah, my camera's all crooked. Also, yeah, I put lights in the back, and I need to tweak them, obviously, because right now you can see all the dot lights. Also, I have my camera mount. It didn't exactly broke, but it kind of broke. So I have a camera mount coming. But so if the camera gets weird for today's episode, forgive me.
Elio, I heard something that might help us. One of these soldiers has been contending with the same bandits who stole the vessel. I'll go and find him. Give me a moment, would you?
A lot of them do look really good. Yeah, I'm too much in my Ho Glam to pick a fave. I do like the Vanguard set. Yeah, Gunbreaker, Summoner, especially Reaper. I don't usually use the job here for glams because I have plates already set up. Yeah, I've been using them as default right now because honestly I've been so focused on everything else I haven't actually like bothered coming up with good glams. The only glam I bother really doing is Paladin.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Huh. When she told me she'd be sent an assistant, I never would have guessed it'd be the savior of Alamigo himself.
You're something of a local celebrity, I take it?
More or less.
I'd love to hear about that, but for now, let us concentrate on the matter at hand.
Yes, quite. The bandits you've been chasing are behind a spat of recent incidents at Alamigo. What's more, it appears that the Chalteaufite... It appears that the Chalteaufite is part of a larger network known as the Passage of the Unbound, which is spread in its mayhem far and wide. It's particular that they've been carrying out raids on trade caravans heading here from Gridania. We've increased... Oh, interesting. So they actually do have some Gridania. We've increased patrols along that route, but the bastards strike so quickly that they usually make good their escape before the aid arrives. On the rare occasions when you've caught them in the act, they use some kind of device or magic object to deflect our arrows and send us sprawling.
That's the Steelhog vessel. It was stolen from my village, you see. I am sorry for the trouble it has caused. The one who took it, Chalteaufite, he said something about using its power to help the oppressed and destitute. What do you think he meant by that? That sounds familiar. The reports say that the thieves were shouting something along those lines during the other raids. They claim the merchants are overworked and underpaying their laborers, and therefore deserve to be targeted. I don't see how stealing a bunch of good helps the workers. And there's not a shred of evidence that anyone's being exploited. If you ask me, they're just in it for the money. In any case, the reasons won't matter a jot once they're behind bars. But for that, we'll have to catch them first. The most recent incident occurred near Port Pretoria, one of the waypoints on the road to the palace. If you want to know more, you best hear it straight from the commander there. Anyway, I'll send word ahead to let her know you're coming. Assuming you are, that is.
Yes, of course. Much appreciated.
Dancing gear looks pretty as fuck, yeah. I would have loved the Vanguard set if it didn't eat my tail.
That sounds like a promising lead. The soldiers have a good enough to explain the lie of the land around here, so I shouldn't have any trouble making the journey by myself. I'll see you there.
Wait, the maiming or slaying set eats your tail dust? I'm torn. On the one hand, oh wait, is the maiming's the red bot armor, isn't it? That makes sense. Maybe infecting, yeah, eat your tail, yeah, that makes sense. I was about to say, I was surprised the cloth ones would have. We don't get any female monologue combatants at all in Dawntrail, do we? Depends on what you mean by combatant. Some sets like mixing and matching, like for Scholar Machinist from each experiment. I also have some glens that have really haven't really changed since Shadowbringers. The Neo-ish Guardian set remains my favorite. Dude, Neo-ish Guardian is absolute fire. Like, oh, sorry, this one's the Chondrite top defending. But this isn't the Neo-ish Guardian top, but I know the Neo-ish Guardian stuff is absolute fire. But also, this set, I love this top so goddamn much. And it's also, the other thing I love about this top is it's like one of the random Chondrite would be crafted, I believe. So it's either crafted from, I think crafted from Endwalker. So it's not like a common top that a lot of people use. Because there's nothing worse than making a gland and be like, I'm so proud of this. And then you walk into somewhere, it's like someone wearing the exact same thing. You're like, no. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you.
Oh, good, your brother here. You're both here. The colleague at the Reach has told me everything. I can confirm that we've had several sightings of Chalteaufite and his gang in recent days. They've taken to ambushing our patrols. Whereas most brigands would flee from armed soldiers, this lot seems to take pleasure in goading us into attacking. The treasure they carry makes them invulnerable. It also emits a devastating blast, but that's the only effective at a short range. Chalteaufite wants to draw your soldiers out to close quarters because they stand no chance.
Well, that explains their uncommon boldness. Thank you. This information will go far in helping us contend with the bandits.
Sorry to interrupt.
I'm assuming a Gridanian merchant. And who might you be?
Guys, he has purple hair. Come on. He wears a mask. Okay. Oh, a simpler peddler, my good lady. I aim for the Gridanian stock. And after learning my craft in the markets of Uldar, I now deliver all manner of finery to eager patrons throughout Eorzean. But enough about that. I hope you'll forgive me, but I couldn't help but overhearing your mention of a gang of highwaymen. At least give him a full face mask. We've heard of similar tales from our traders passing through, and it seems some stretches of our road are more dangerous than others. In fact, the bandits are most often seen at specific locations not far from here. If you like, we can take you there ourselves.
Please, by all means.
Wait, Elio can take care of himself, but I can't allow any more civilians than necessary into an area believed to be teeming with bandits.
No, it seems I have no choice but to ask you to go with me. Sorry, but if those highwaymen did turn up, I wouldn't be much good in a fight. While you head out to investigate, I'll see if there's any more information to be had here.
One thing I can imagine about... Then it's settled. I shall leave our newfound friend in your capable hands.
If you say so. Or I suppose you should be on our way then. If we do run into those highwaymen, you'll protect us, right?
You can count on me. Oh, come on. One's headed your way now. You know what to do. What? Unacceptable! Either you do this without my help, or I'll find someone who can. Show some backbone for once. Okay, so not even trying to hide it. Or having a streamer say, hey, you look like every Heroth I see on Twitter. I was more amused than anything you said that, when you said that. Damn, I have no recollection of saying that. I was about to say who said that. Apparently it was me. Also, for this particular bit, I imagine the Warrior of Light going, well, let's see what this trap is going to look like. Yeah, I like that read. There was something I was going to do or say. What was it? I don't remember, damn it. I love the Mooks are generally afraid of meeting Warrior of Light on their own. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, one of the reasons I think that okay, here's a guess. One reason we may not see female Mammaljaw combatants is that animations tend to be bespoke for races to some extent. I assume, I don't know, but I assume the female Mammaljaws are based off of the Mammaljaw model. However, it may be that there would still take quite a bit of work to make it so that the battle animations would actually work on them with the some slight changes there are. The same way that there's, I believe, oh, that gives me a second, quite a few changes between, but you know what, I should probably turn on my fan. Between the different races in 14. Wait, I should definitely turn on my fan. So my suspicion is that it just wasn't a priority in terms of using, unless there's an example of someone in the game. If there are female combatants, then that undoes everything I'm saying, so I don't know why there wouldn't be, but that's my guess is just it wasn't a priority. Yeah, there was a momentary blip in stream and I immediately thought he's about to DC. Yeah, I think it's just like what happened. I think what's been happening lately is I get a blip disconnect from my router. I don't know why my router's been doing it. I don't know if I need to just update the router or something. And it's a blip that's long enough that it comes to DC. Look at this Saturday cartoon looking villain, yeah. Ah, did you hear that? Those balls, it must be my imagination. Let's not dally here too long. We're almost there. It's just on the other side of this gully. Actually, it's all the same to you. We'll wait here while you go on ahead. This is already more close than enough for my liking. Uh-huh. Okay, I just want to check something real quick. I'm not crazy, right? Like, Alamigo, the city, is landlocked in terms of... I need to stay focused, I need to stay focused, I need to stay... It's important lore, Elio! It's worth it! Take the time! See if there's water! Because you have the Veladina comes up. Well, look, because the Veladina doesn't reach here. And the Gimlet Dark is... Because you've got the Sea of Jade... Yeah. No, Sea of Jade. You got the Sea of Jade here, because the Ash is south. So, like, I guess, I suppose, on maybe the closest you're going to get on water is on the opposite side of Alamigo. You're going to have here, there's the Gimlet Dark in here, but it's still some amount... there's not an impression that we can even see the Sea of Jade from anywhere around here. At least the stream is already glitch themed, so any bug encountered a feature, including the glitch theme. Oh no, did the thumbnail get glitched? Is our reputation as the Warrior of Light meant to be merciful to our enemies? Mrs. Celia, what do you mean by is it meant to be? Like, is it? Do you mean is it? Are you asking are the writers intending it to be that way?
Because some people are afraid to fight us, or some are aware of our reputation and fight us anyways. I think that's less to do with like whether or not we're merciful. Some people don't know our reputation. Some people do know our reputation, but they want the fight, so they don't really care if we're merciful or not. Can I partner Milkshake? Please tell me I can partner Milkshake. I can partner my Chocobo! Let's dance, buddy! Ugh, what just hit me? Chakrams, bud. Chakrams. That and a Chocobo foot. Well, that was 0. Do I need to give you a Thavnarian onion? Am I out of Thavnarian onions? I don't feel like I don't feel like Songs of Salt and Suffering, and I'm forgetting what the Nighttime Locks theme is. I don't feel like the theme for this map, musical themes for this map, get enough credit. I think they're rad. No, you're at 0. You definitely. Maybe I need to feed you. Maybe I need to feed you now. It did. I thought it was a feature, so the announcement is glitched too. Hey, that's rad infinite. Props to you for thinking on your feet. Dez, good to see you. Glad to have you. What? You're back? I mean, welcome back. Yeah, that's it. I can ride my Chocobo versus I can dance with my Chocobo. I want to dance with my Choco. You beat them? All of them? Very fortunate. Then, I'd best contact the boss. I'm sure he'll want to know all about this. No doubt he's still talking to your friend and the commander. They'll be glad to hear you've come to no harm. Fuck, boss, we're fucked. You'll never guess what, boss. He trounced a lot of them. Oh, yeah. Understood. Okay, I'm more okay with the not even pretending to hide it now because they're just committing to that bit wholesale across the board. And Tam, I like your reading the wavelength, just like, I know, and I'm just seeing where this is going. I'm not quite sure why, but he said they'll be here in a jiffy. You shouldn't dance partner a melee instead of a caster since Milkshake is a summoner. You know how he brings all the boys to the yard. He brings all the burbs to yard.
Is it true? You beat them all single-handedly?
Well, more or less.
Gods be good. I'm glad you're on our side. Anyways, I'll take it from here.
My, impressive. And how jolly convenient for those villains to appear exactly where we thought they would too. But above all, I'm glad no one was hurt. Well, no one important anyways.
I'm relieved to see that everyone is safe. I must take a lot of courage to bring Elio here, knowing that the danger could be lurking around every corner. Are you sure you're all right? If you're putting on a brave face for our benefit, there is no need, I assure you.
No, we're fine. Couldn't be better. Well then, I'd say that's enough excitement for one day. We'd best continue on our way to the Alamegan quarters. Where's to sell, deals to broker, that sort of thing. I dare say it'll be some time before any ne'er-do-wells will have the gall to descend upon this neck of the desert. And as for you, my friend, I'd advise you not to stay too far from the beaten path, if you know what's good for you. Ta-ta. Okay, can I say, the fact that I said, I don't know what exactly I said, but when he ran off last time, I made up some random line for him to say. He had that energy, and I was fucking right. Hey, Des, how long is the final quest? Is it longer or shorter than the other role quests?
There's nothing left for us to do here, so let's head back to the Port Praetoria.
Or anyone who's done it. That's just the only person I know who's done it. Don't forget that we're playing all these because we're going to be talking about it in book club. You can join our book club that we have every Friday at 6 p.m. EST over on the Discord at discord.gg/errors and archives. All questions are welcome. You do not need to know anything. You do not need to be any kind of lore expert. They are here for one and all. If you go the pace you do, I'd say about the same. Okay.
Well, that was all very strange. One moment they're helping us apprehend the criminal, and the next they're racing off to peddle their wares elsewhere. Merchants certainly are a busy lot, aren't they? Not that I'm complaining, of course, but with those suspects in custody, I'm sure the Resistance will be wiring some valuable information from them. I expect all the ringing will take a while, though. It looks like we've been given opportunity for a little rest. You certainly earned it.
Okay, I'm 40 minutes in and I'm on the 94. I'm making good time.
I'd say the Resistance has been interrogating the captured highwaymen for long enough to get some answers from them. With any luck, we may learn more about where we can find Chalteaufite. I'm sure the commander is eager as we are to put a stop to his misdeeds. Let's go and see if she has unearthed any useful information.
Okay, Leofine, Samidare, Elret, Chalteaufite. I'm trying to be better about remembering names, and I know that if I periodically say them or try to tell them to other people, I'm gonna actually remember them. Now that I actually can remember names anymore. Oh my god, it's so nice to have some of my memory back. It's like a muscle though. It's been very atrophied, so it's getting better and better.
I was just about to send someone for you. Glad you could save me to the bother. I'd have a favor to ask you both. I'm going to let the criminal walk free, and I want you to follow him. You see, our questioning has revealed that the bandits are indeed working with Chalteaufite. And if we cut one of them loose, we might lead us straight to their den. But if the mission fails and you're discovered, you may find yourself confronted with an untold number of outlaws. Of course, I consider sending my own men, but I suspect that by now, the bandits know our faces. After Alio's little display in the gully, I'm sure he can alone handle whatever the trouble may come his way. I'll go with him. If this really does lead to Chalteaufite, I need to be there when we find him. Very well, but if it comes to a fight, you stay behind Alio, understood? We'll have to suspect a suspect brought over now. But remember what I said, and I'll stay out of sight until he leaves.
Split Club is fun. Yes. Voltaire, you and Amazu. One more coming. Yeah. The question wasn't so much what I have left. AC, I still have this and the Magic DPS and the final one. My point was just more about length. Time to go pick up shawarma. I want shawarma. Luckily, V may be a burger, though. Don't look at me like that. I said I'm sorry, didn't I?
Aye, that you did it several times. As much as it galls me, there's no evidence to contradict your claim that you were acting in self-defense, nor is there tangible proof of any other wrongdoing. You have no choice but to let you go.
What about my testimony? Okay, I know she's letting him go intentionally, but I'm just saying, like, what about my testimony?
You have somewhere to go, I presume.
Well, I suppose I could work loading caravans in Alighieri. Seems as good a place as any for making a quick turning over a new leaf. I don't find this music is definitely the levity music, but it's like the general levity music. I don't like it's not. Again, this is like a 6. It's not like an 11, you know. But it is definitely a shift to humor for sure. In that case, but I would say that's fit the tone that they've established so far, right? With the kind of like twee villain that Chalteaufite is, and like the fact that they're not even hiding the nods. Like the entirety of this is we are not hiding that he's the bad guy. We are not hiding that this guy says I'm still gonna make Gil turn a new leaf, you know. So it's like at least been. I guess this is the thing. Here's okay. I don't know that I would defend the Rolequests as great. I definitely wouldn't as great. I definitely probably would as good. But here's what I think is super to their credit. They're all consistent in tone. Like, they establish a tone and then they maintain it throughout the total of their story. The tank one was more serious. Not more serious, but there wasn't as much like humor, and it can maintain that all the way through. The Elret one maintained the level of Elret's, you know, like it was maintained, you know?
In that case, I'll have you escorted there, but you best keep your nose clean, or we'll come down on you like a ton of bricks.
Turn over a new leaf, my arse. He'll be back among his thieving mates before long, and he'll be right there behind him. For now, all we need to do is know the location of their den. Do not attempt to approach the subjects. I'll send word ahead to Alighieri. Once you have the information we need, report to the troops stationed there.
This is the chance we've been waiting for. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. They're each internally consistent. Yeah, and I've been trying to figure out, like, I want to articulate exactly why I kind of been coming to their defense. And I think it's that whether or not they do a lot for you, whether or not the meat of them is enough to be super interesting or compelling to you, on an execution level, they're actually succeeding very well. Like, just purely from a executing on what they're setting out to do, all of them are succeeding. And I think that should be noted, right? You know, I was listening to Mr. Happy's podcast last night with, I'm forgetting their names, but two content creators who are not new to 14. They came in during the WoW Exodus, but they have a pretty big community, and they seem like great guys. I'd love to like talk to them or have them on for Eorzean Archive or Eorzean's Archive or something. And God, I feel bad that I can't remember the name. But they seemed lovely. They to me they were like a really good bellwether for I think like criticisms toward Dawntrail, where it's like, yeah, we thought there were pacing issues, but otherwise it's like, yeah, grinding gear. Thank you, CJ. Much obliged. I hadn't heard of them before, so.
There he is.
So much for finding work in Aligiri. He's only just arrived and he's still already leaving town.
Now comes the tricky part. Keeping our eyes on him and his eyes off us. Stick close, but not too close.
You have that State of a Realm up in another tab. Oh, that's funny, CJ. It was a very good episode. I was watching Happy's stream before that, and I found it very, very cathartic because he was basically just not taking anyone's shit about not treating MSQ as actual content, or about just the way in which people are kind of starting to just parrot each other about their thoughts on Dawntrail rather than like having thoughts. And like also it was like, yeah, I don't love it. It's kind of mid in a lot of places. Or it didn't say mid, but it's just like, it was so lovely to like, how do I put this? I feel like I can come across as super like positive man, or like doesn't want to hear criticism or something, but like it's not that. I super like you. I mean, when we went through Dawntrail, I'm like, okay, here's what I think's wrong. Here's what I think. You know, I think these are the pacing issues. Here, but like, I'm real fucking tired of like either thoughtless criticism, bandwagoning, or like, yeah, or just like I don't know, man. It feels like people just want to be angry at a certain point. Be critical, definitely be critical. Just be thoughtful, please. I beseech you. You've mentioned them, Tam? Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I'm sorry I hadn't committed that to memory. Yeah, those two are cool. Yeah. I definitely want to try to. I'll try to like maybe message them sometime. They're bigger than I am, though, so it probably might be harder to get them on. I still hope one day I'll be able to get on State of the Realm, just because I'd love to pick Mr. Happy's Mind and Sly.
Is he trying to get rid of us?
Leofine, Elaret, Samidare, Chalteaufite. What were our final criticisms when we came through Dawntrail? The problem of Bakul Jaja is better. The problem is that with a lot of its character and a lot of its aspects, it doesn't it's not that it's too subtle when it needs to be a little bit more explain Zeralja up front. But Bakul Jaja actually did a better job than I thought, though it could still stand a little bit more for the like the tragedy going on, the complexity going on there. Pacing is a problem with intrigue, definitely. Honestly, I feel like the lesson that should be learned from Dawntrail is that if you look at the two expansions that have been most criticized for pacing, other than A Realm Reborn, which I think is a somewhat unique case for it having to do a lot of things, it's don't split up the MSQ into two halves. It doesn't work. It does not seem, well, I shouldn't say it doesn't work. The gains don't outweigh the losses, it seems like. I don't know. Do you guys feeling the same?
Those are the merchants we met at Porta Praetoria.
Also, question, can you guys hear my fan right now?
So they just let you go out of the kindness of their hearts, is that it? Not only that, but you came crawling straight back here, leading whoever they sent to track you right to our doorstep.
I swear, no one followed me. The soldiers took me as far as Alighieri, and then they went back the way they came. I made sure there were specks in the distance before I even set foot outside the town.
I suppose I've no choice but to take you at your word. Not that it's worth much. Well, now that this charade is at an end, let us change to something a little less drab.
We'll dive into that Vulture and CJ, because I definitely want to talk about this. Chalteaufite? Why'd you make us fight the bloke without the blessing? He could have killed a lot of us without breaking a sweat.
A mere oversight, that is all.
Behold!
Though it pains me to admit it, even with the invulnerability granted by the artifact, the likes of us are ever at the mercy of the truly powerful. I never expected that Mammal wretch to hire a warrior of such caliber to retrieve the vessel. A pox on those interfering nincompoops!
I'm glad I went with the elevated, like, twee villain voice, because boy, does it fit. But the Mammal girl didn't seem the bad sort. Naive, maybe, but is playing that her heart's in the right place.
You truly are pathetic. Not only did you fail miserably, but now you're sympathizing with the enemy? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't rid myself of you permanently.
No, please, we owe everything to you, Chalteaufite. Without you, we are nothing.
They were all in on this from the beginning, with Chalteaufite pulling the strings. If this is how he treats his friends, imagine what he'd do to his enemies.
You couldn't stay away, could you?
What? Imbecile! You let them write to us! Kakurja! Eliminate these vermin!
I do love that also he's wearing the same, like, top part mask that is the mask. I know it's also a wearable item, but it's similar to the one that was worn by Amon. Which is funny, because Amon also seems to be an Eorzean based on his ears. And the fact that he's part of the Allegan Empire, which was founded mainly in Aldenard, which is where Eorzean are from.
Let me handle this, Elio. You're from Tural, working here as a mercenary, yes? The ones who hired you stole the Steelhog vessel from my village. We need this blessing to stand a chance against the beasts of the forest. I can't return home without the vessel.
Either return home empty-handed, or you won't be returning at all. I'd rather not harm a fellow Turali, so get out of here before I change my mind. I've bought enough time by listening to your blathering. Don't let me catch you sniffing around our tails again. Yeah, the fact that Hermes uses Eorzean face sculpt, but just without the ears, yeah.
Chalteaufite and his underlings are out of sight. I thought I could make the Kakurja see sense, but he's clearly in no mood to listen. I'd say our best option is to report to the resistant members in Alighieri and share what we've learned.
So far, I'm looking at what? Probably around 90 minutes per. That's decent time. I should be able to get these done. Famous last words. Also, I need to turn down my frames. I think I have it set to 72. Yeah, but much better. That'll probably ease up my grinding gear. Those guys. I'm grinding gear. Leofine, Elaret, Samidare, Chalteaufite. No to the fans, yes to the don't split the story, at least without bringing the story back together. I would argue, CJ, I think Stormblood and Dawntrail both bring the story back together, meaningfully and specifically, in multiple ways, both on the assault on Alamigo itself, bringing back the two sides of the groups together, and narratively the crux about freedom, having freed Doma and now Alamigo. Like, I do think Stormblood brings it back together, and I do think Dawntrail brings it back together when it's fundamental themes about Alexandria, rulership, all those things. I think they're both brought back together by the end. The problem is it's not worth it. That the bringing it back together isn't enough to have that split not take away, I think, from the catharsis of the finale. Two paths depending on, like, we have the option. I don't mean that you can never split the story, because the two options aren't even split, right? You're doing the same thing, it's just which you do first. It's not like you're splitting. My point is more just on a macro level, don't split the narrative. Like how you have Othard and Girabanya, or you have Jacques Chiral and Yogg Chiral, right? Like, I understand what the impetus to do so, and I think it makes sense in theory. I just think the two times we've seen it now, it just has not served the pacing well for the game. And I think there are benefits to it, there are strengths. I just don't think they're worth it, and as it's been borne out so far.
Regardless of how things turned out, we appreciate your cooperation in investigation. The information you provided has certainly given us a lot to consider. From what I hear, you almost came to blows with Mamaljaw Sellsword, or Sellax, I suppose. I'm glad that it didn't come to violence, especially given the power these bandits have at their disposal. Even so, we thank you for braving such a dangerous mission.
No thanks are needed. We are just as much a part of the investigation as the resistance. I am sure we can agree we need to work together to take down the Chalteaufite and his gang. Their performance at Port Praetoria showed just how cunning they were.
It would seem so, yes. I'm told their little act was most convincing. I'll be sure to warn my comrades against any similar shenanigans. As for the two of you, be careful out there.
I need to take another bit of my medication, apparently. Oh, I'm gonna need to get water in a second.
All things considered, I'd say that went very well. Chalteaufite used the same trick as the time he came into my village, namely, posing as a simple trader when he is in fact a dastardly thief. Still, not even the most skilled actor could fake their fear in his men's eyes. It appears that Chalteaufite has complete control over them. They are powerless to resist. The only one who doesn't seem to be afraid of him is Kakulja. He even let us go, when he had no obligation to do so. I think that if we had the chance to talk, we might find some common ground. You know, I hope you're right. I knew you would. I've never been much of a fighter, but I make up for it in other ways. I'm a fairly good judge of character. For most of my life, I have lived in a remote village deep in the forests. I have hardly any contact with the outside world, so the thought of talking to strangers was quite daunting at first. But over the course of my journey, I have traveled to all kinds of places. If there's one thing I have learned, it's this. Wherever you go, people are people in the end. Our cultures, the places where we grew up, don't make that big a difference. None of us are perfect, and we each have our faults, and even if it's harder to find in some than in others, I believe there is good in all of us. That's why I hope we have another chance to speak with the thieves, and Kakulja. I'm certainly not strong enough to beat any sense into them, so I'll try talking some sense into them instead.
I also think, like, these themes, the fact that this sort of themes of, like, different ways of expressing this, of, like, how to build a better future together is done for all the Rolequests is a good thing. It's a good expansion to do it, and it's going to be more and more an important thing going into the future, because, like, we're now more and more in the narrative component of 14 that is, how do you build the brighter future, not like it's how do you build the bright future, right? It's not just how do you stop the war, stop the backsliding. Things are now moving forward.
Having said that, all of that, I can't feel even a shred of goodness in that Chalteaufite. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough, or perhaps violence is the only language he understands. Things might get a little rough before he's willing to listen. Anyway, we can save him for the last. I'll try to think of a way to reach out to the other members of the gang. Give me a little time, would you?
The totem of aiming irks me. It's just a scaly bubble that's one per. Are you saying only one person can have it at a time? And what exactly irks you about it? Catching back up while I wait for my food, and I think the split story works if they can connect more cleanly. I don't agree, personally, because for me, I think it's really emphatic what the thematic pairing is between both sides of Othard and Girabania and Alexandria and Tuliolal. Maybe this is just me. I think it's very clear. I think it's cleanly done. I just don't think it is enough. I don't like the juxtaposition of Alexandria and Tuliolal is basically being screamed in your face like throughout the entirety of the two halves. Like the people who mourn and remember their dead, the people who cannot let go of the past, the people who are trying to build a better future, the people who would sacrifice others in order to hold on to their future. Like people who are a coalition of disparate peoples working together versus a people who have been consolidated down into one group. Like the entire thing is just constantly juxtaposing the two, right? So it's like I feel like it is cleanly done, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. Oh my god, they have some pistachio cookies here and it'll be dangerous to have easier access to them. The biggest problem, in my opinion, with Stormblood is it feels like it has 2.5 introductions to the story and not in the welcome to Shadowbringer sense. Yeah, no, it does, right? It absolutely does, Tam, because you start it and then all the narrative momentum completely halts when you get to Othard and it restarts. So they do, so like that's kind of what I'm saying about pacing, right? And to be fair, I think Shaloni does it better, but all of the narrative momentum almost completely resets when you go into Shaloni. It's effectively like two halves, and the second half is tied deeply into the first half in both cases, but all of the energy resets. In the case of Girabania, in Stormblood, it's even worse because it's not at least cleanly two halves, you know? Yeah, I'll talk more in a second. I just gotta make sure we can continue on. I'm sure we'll find a place when...
Alright, I have something resembling a plan. First, we need to track down the members of Chalteaufite's gang. Then we'll try to convince them to leave. Considering how terrified most of them were, I'm sure they're eager to free themselves of Chalteaufite and his outbursts. With fewer followers, he'll pose less of a threat to the people of Alamigo, and we'll stand for Alamigo! And we'll need to stand a better chance of taking back the Steelhog vessel. Of course, we know how Kakul Shah and some of the others members by sight, so it seems it shouldn't take too long to track them down.
I take it as another time for Quiz the Locals?
Rest assured, I already step ahead of you. Besides, if your role is to fend off bandits and the like, mine should be to gather information and whatnot. Does that sound fair to you?
Sounds perfect.
As it happens, our resistant friends stationed here have some interesting news to share. Apparently, the two men posing as merchants that we met before were spotted nearby, engaging in trade and conversing with caravan owners. All to nefarious ends, no doubt. They were last seen at a place called Alagahana, and so we should head over there right away. One has a beard and the other has blue eyes. Assuming they haven't changed their disguises, they should be fairly easy to find.
Okay, let me back up. How does this totem we are trying to get work? It provides it provides armor. So it creates a magical enchantment that protects people and basically cannot be broken. And maybe it can be broken, but as far as we've seen, it can't be broken. Wait, what? I've never seen that. I assume. Oh, this is right. This is that fate where you have to guide it. I didn't realize. I've never seen that symbol before. This is not a fate type that is very common, is it? And when the armor, when the magical protection dissipates, it also explodes. John Claude, good to see you. Glad to have you. Thematically it connects, but it breaks in the narrative flow. Yeah, but I guess that's my point. Is that I think that's my point. Is I don't think you actually can make a story in how 14 is structured with its maps and how it works that can be two distinct halves in that same way and not break its narrative flow. I think you fundamentally, it requires because arguably Dawntrail actually does it the best you could in terms of a break point of two halves, a specific climax of the first half, the second half tying deeply into the first half, and yet it still doesn't feel good, right? Tell me what you think, Tam. Yeah, the mountain reset is the issue. The momentum reset is the issue. I meant about cleaner connections. Okay, cool. So we're on the same page then. Tried the bar artifact armor with the migratory plume. C'était magnifique. Do I have the bard armor? I think I have the bard armor. Let me try it. Oh, Look at that. Eorzeans look good in everything. Oh! I wish I liked playing Bard, because hot diggity damn. I will say, I might play Bard more in mobile, because in mobile it's basically a rhythm game. It's more like a rhythm game. Is it a spell that can be cast or on many or just one? So far, we have seen the effect on one at a time, but no, because we see it expressed on himself. I think it's multiple Voltaire, but we'll see when we get further. Because no, it's multiple. It is multiple Voltaire. We know because the blessing was cast upon Sekulja, and it fades over time. So we know that it was being used even while some of the people in the community still had lingering effects of it. So yeah, it's multiple people. Yeah. It's a timed buff, basically. Quiz the locals. Oh no, he's become self-aware.
Ah, good work, Elio. Let's see. Yeah, Sekulja.
It's 2.x stone skin. What? Why? Good evening. What can I do for you?
You can start by dropping the affable merchant act. It's nothing but a front for your real line of work.
Ah, save me, Chalteaufite.
Is that what you really want? You seemed so scared of him before. Look, we're not here to hurt you. We just want to retrieve the vessel. If you explain what's going on, we might even be able to help you. Why don't you start by telling us your names?
Our names? Come to think of it, not once did Chalteaufite ask us that. It was always, you there, or you some undeserved insult instead. I'm Avnil, and this here is Pepin, both born and bred in Ul'dah. We were struggling to make ends meet until Chalteaufite came, claiming to be a merchant, took us under his wing.
Right. He said that he was just like us, exploited and sick of bending over backwards for the rich and powerful. Then he showed us the artifact and told us that it had the power to change the world for the better. With its blessing, you could shrug off the charge of an aurochs like it was a soft breeze, making you practically invincible.
You can imagine how impressed we were. We did exactly as he instructed. First, he told us to pretend to be merchants so we could scout out vulnerable caravans. Next thing we knew, we were joining him in raids. We never wanted to hurt anyone, but we owed Chalteaufite for giving us the power to strive for a better life. And when we saw what happened to anyone who spoke up against him, it still makes my blood run cold to think of it.
Chalteaufite mentioned before that he is also from Ul'dah, assuming he was telling the truth, that is. It seems to me his gang of mostly formed of people from a similar background. But what of Sekulja? He's a mercenary, correct?
It's interesting that he's an elf. If he's an elf, and that he's from Ul'dah. You don't see that very often. Yet, but not never. It's just not often. Yes, hired by Chalteaufite. He's so skilled that I doubt he even needs the blessing. Normally he keeps to himself, but
once he told me about his homeland, an ocean away. Perhaps it's not unlike my own. Avenel, Pepin, even if you still view us as enemies, we appreciate you for telling us the truth.
No, we're the ones who should thank you. You've shown us more kindness than Chalteaufite ever has. There's one other thing, though. Although you know about the crimes we've been party to, could you give us some time to straighten things out? Once this is all over, we'll turn ourselves in, I promise. Of course, we're not the only ones looking to cut ties with Chalteaufite. We'll try to persuade the others to leave the gang. Not only that, with us acting as your men on the inside, we can help you take back your treasure. What do you say?
This plan might just work. Count us in. We'll tell the resistance soldiers to hold off for now, and give you the chance to put things right.
You won't regret it. We'll return to the den and talk to the others. Until next we meet, be careful. Thank you. Yeah, join our Discord at discord.gg/ArchonsCard for community events, updates, and a lot of lore discussions, including book club, which we're going to have tonight, every Friday at 6 p.m. EST.
To be honest, that went a lot better than I expected, and although it was a fairly obvious form from the outset, they confirmed my suspicions about Sekulja traveling here to find a work as a mercenary. Do you remember his reaction when we first encountered him? I have a feeling he and I are both from a similar part of Tural, and he was surprised to see someone like me here in Eorzean. Whatever the reason, let us go twice now. He let it go twice now. He may be aiding and abetting a nefarious criminal. I refuse to believe he is a bad person. I think it is worth talking to him, and for that, we need to create an opportunity. The way he spoke about his homeland to Avenel and Pepin, he probably misses it, which gives me an idea. Where I come from, we have a tradition of using incense burners, and if Kukulja's village is anything like mine, that fragrance would remind him of home. Then, just when he is feeling homesick and vulnerable, we make our move. The incense itself is made from copal, a type of tree resin. Do you think we could collect some from that while I gather other ingredients? Actually came up with this idea back in Alakahiri and asked our resistant associate where he might find copal. The good news is that there should be some in a place called the Last Forest. The bad news is that the smell attracts all sorts of horrible creatures, so try not to get eaten. I know where the Last Forest is.
What does Shanto Timu have that's so scary that it makes them stay in line? Oh, Chalteaufite? Is that what you're trying to say? I have no idea yet. Other than the fact that he can take away their blessing and then hurt them. Also, the fact that Chalteaufite can use, where's Milkshake? The fact that Chalteaufite can use, what am I trying to say? The protection magics to explode, so he could also hurt people. And also, as much as we're used to conflict and stuff, for some people, just seeing someone just wantedly slaughter someone else is going to be a lot, right?
Is that copal I smell? Oh my, this is quite defined. Once I mix this with the other ingredients, we'd have a batch of traditional incense ready for burning. Unfortunately, the preparation takes a while, so in the meantime, perhaps could you begin the search for Kukurja? According to the locals, a mammal jaw has been seen near the river which runs through Rostock. With all the dust swirling about the place, I can imagine he is wants to wash it all off somewhere. I find myself bathing more than usual here, so I can relate.
Mono, good to see, glad to have you. Yeah, up close and purple. Oh, yeah, true. I'm trying to understand this dude. I mean, as we further in, I think it'll make more sense. I mean, I guess to me, part of the questions you're asking will necessitate a more immediate experience. Oh, no wonder I couldn't see V. Why am I on Mateus? I should have been on Curl. Okay, next role quest, I'm swapping back to Curl.
Ooh, you touch my trala. I mean, what are you doing here?
Every time I see a Mammal Jaw, all I can imagine is that they have a voice like the "Ooh, you touch my tralala" guy.
I ding ding dong. Oh, there you are.
Do people even know that song or meme anymore? That's got to be like 20-some years old.
Here, I have a present for you. It's an incense burner. The metal case is an old one I happen to have with me, but I made the incense from fresh ingredients, including copal that Elio collected. Why not try lighting it? I'm sure the aroma would bring back pleasant memories of home.
I don't think he has pleasant memories of home. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does.
There is no need. I'd recognize that smell anywhere. Okay. You tell. But as much as I long to return... Okay, still misses home. I'd rather not be reminded of what I left behind, what I might never see again.
Oh, okay, so I'm right and wrong, because he misses home, but also has negative... he did something wrong? Or?
As things stand, I have no choice but to continue working as Chalteaufite's mercenary, no matter what crimes he committed.
I wonder, is it that he needs to fit into Mammal Jaw Society, he needs to either claim land or have successes on his ventures in order to have increased standing in his home?
But why? The fare for a ship back to Tural is enough to buy a mansion here in Eorzea. At least that's what Chalteaufite told me. He said that if I serve him loyally, he'd cover the cost of my journey home.
Oh, okay.
Hold on a moment. Surely that can't be right. People rich and poor travel from Eorzean to Turiel all the time.
Shouldn't he know that? Because he paid to come here in the first place.
Well, since I'm unfamiliar with the local customs for negotiation and such, Chalteaufite offered me to speak with the ship's owner in my stead. Compared to the journey from Tural to Eorzea, traveling in the opposite direction is far more perilous due to the weather conditions and so forth.
The way he says that, I'm wondering, is it that Chalteaufite told him that, or is it... Because there is some truth to that in actuality.
Were it not for Chalteaufite's skill at the bargaining table, the price would have been higher, or so he said.
Okay, no, it's just that he was lied to. Yeah, it's dangerous both ways. Well, it's not more dangerous one.
I've been played for a fool, haven't I? The unscrupulous thieving snake in the grass! He won't get away from this! I have an idea. You should come with me to Limsalominsa, where I can introduce you to the captain of the merchant ship that brought me here. He's sure to give you passage home for a fair price. To tell you the truth, I was rather hoping you'd join us in our cause, but that you've already been through enough. Getting you home safe and sound comes first. I do not know what to say. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have unfinished business here. Though I may have been deceived, that is no excuse for the harm and suffering I have caused. I alone must settle the score with Chalteaufite once and for all.
I remember that song too. Okay, so I'm not alone, Mona. Good.
Whenever you're ready, the offer still stands. It's a pity we couldn't join forces, but he's got to do things his own way, I suppose. In any case, let's head back to Alighieri, where all the soldiers are around. At least we won't have to worry about the bandits, which is more than I can say for this place.
Wait, he's also using the River's Breath axe that Willamette uses. You see it elsewhere too. There's at least, I know at least one other Mammal Jaw uses it. I think some of the Mammal Jaw with a cool Jaja might use it. It just seems to be a common, like, it's just basically, I find it to be Turali coded rather than particularly, I don't know why, but I always forget how much of an elevation shift there is from going from Aligana to Alighieri. Like, I don't know why, but I think of Alighieri as low-lying. Probably because you, like, quickly, other than once you are gone from that elevation change, you're like, it's obfuscated. Trailer ones. Yeah, the ones in the trailer. Thank you, Infinite. That might be what I'm thinking, too. I'm really glad I have headphones on. Yeah, I'm sure all your coworkers don't want to hear, ooh, you touch my tra-la-la. Ooh, my ding-ding-dong. Yeah, I know it. Okay. Okay, so I'm not, well, also, we might be old, guys. We might be old. Stream tags ASMR.
From now on, I will do all the Mammal Jaw voices like this. Is this better? If I talk like this, is this how? What are you looking for?
Nah. Oh, okay. Wait. Gabi.
I will now do all voices like this. I will talk in the Gabi voice, and I am certain that there is a core audience who will be fans of such things.
I've come to accept that I'm old. Mood. I turned 30 this year, which is. If you're below 30, seems ancient. If you're above 30, you're like, you're so young.
You know, the Kukulja isn't at all like this. His first impression suggested he was actually rather sweet and perhaps a touch naive. Still, we can't blame him for being taken in Chalteaufite's lies, and Kukulja wasn't the only one. I can't bring myself to forgive the treacherous viper. Thanks to him, we've been led to a merry dance and still have nothing to show for it. With any luck, our newfound allies Hydaelyn and Pepin will have good news for us before long. You'll never guess what? Someone I've never met before handed me a letter who said that they were asked to deliver it from an entirely different person. There's no way to tell who that message is originally from. As I am unaccustomed to, well, everything around here, I cannot tell if the letter should be taken at face value, or if it is some hidden message. Perhaps you could take a look?
Yeah, exactly, Voltaire. Elio is to come to the Alamegan quarter and meet with a man in spectacles. He must arrive incognito.
The instructions are clear enough, but even so, this is as suspicious as a month-old milk. On the other hand, it could be Hydaelyn and Pepin. Oh, this smells like a trap. We don't have a better leads. I think we should do the letter as the letter instructs, but proceed with the utmost caution. I'll meet you there. No more once upon a time.
I'm at the 98. Dang it. I'm a little bit behind. Also, yeah, do super chat. Most others say more weird shit like this. If you do super chats, it also helps us fill in the background behind me. Currently, you can also. How do you guys like my new background? I know my camera's tilted a little bit, but I've got panels down there. The camera's got to get fixed before you can really see it. Panels down below. I've got books. I've got all the art books in the background. I have some plastic on a lot of them, so I still need to take it off. Then a lot of the merch in the mid row, and then I've got the boxes and all the. And I'm gonna get the statues up above. So we've got Dawntrail box and Heavensward box currently. We're working on getting the Stormblood blocks. How much more do we need to get the Stormblood box? We need 250 and we're at 141. So we're about halfway, a little over halfway. I'm still 24. Oh, Infinite, you have so much life yet to live. And also, Infinite, you have a maturity, but also a youthful spirit. Cling to that. It's a good thing. Skyrim Courier be like, yeah. I vaguely recall the touch of my tralalas. Sorry, back. Was that Gabi ASMR or Gabi seduction? Because, yeah. Well, CJ, it's all...
Gabi can be whatever you want Gabi to be.
Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support. Sign up for Patreon. Patreon.com/Eorzean. Get your name in the banner above my head, as well as get a name color change over on the Discord. I'm abusing my youthful spirit with McDonald's and exercising it off. Mono. I feel that. I'm getting too old to do that, but I'm still in that mindset. I feel you on that.
Now that you're here, it is time to get into the disguise. As for me, even the most elaborate costume in the world would do little to keep me hidden in a place like this. I will stick to the shadows and watch from a safe distance. I took the liberty of picking the outfit for the occasion. Let's hope it fits, eh? The sash and straps are a bit tricky to get right, so if they come undone and your disguise falls apart, just come back to me, and I'll keep you dressed again.
Elio out here making this try not to laugh work to EX. You're welcome. I love that, like, well, okay, I guess I'm supposed to come incognito, but they know who I am. What is the pink? Reminder, I do have Gabi Pillow Talk as a white card in Cards Against Humanity. I'm now uncomfortable. I too enjoy top rows. Yeah. I can't see the backdrop clearly right now because of the phone still waiting for my food. Ah. You must be Elio, correct? I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Our mutual friend Avino sends his regards. Like him, I and several others have resolved to make a clean break and free ourselves of Shadowfeet for good. You and the Mammal Jaw girl have done us a great service by giving us a chance to put things right before reporting us to the Resistance. Now, to the matter at hand. No doubt you are wondering why we must resort to such convoluted means to meet with you. Simply to put it, it is to avoid rousing the suspicions of Shadowfeet and those still loyal to him. As for why we brought you here, there is someone we wish for you to meet. For now, I ask that you remain in disguise. I have a suspicion that this is actually the Loyalists, but we'll see. Your cooperation is appreciated. One moment, please. I'm glad. Oh, okay, good. I'm glad that we have the chance to meet, but that it were under better circumstances. My attempt to put a stop to Chalteaufite's wrongdoings ended in failure. I tried to seize the artifact, but he was ready for me. Even so, it wasn't all for nothing. Thanks you all for joining me in spite of the ever-watchful eye of the Resistance. Did you get Guardian Loyalists? The time has come to initiate the next phase of my master plan. Until recently, we have concentrated our efforts on liberating wares from hapless merchants, but this was all in service for something far greater. Our disruption of the flow of goods into Alamigo has plunged the market, and as a consequence, the city itself, into chaos, exactly as I had foreseen. I mean, guys, look at your outfits. You don't think you might be the baddie? You all look like you're Mad Max BDSM subs. No longer will we be forced to crawl through the mud and lick the boots of the rich privileged. We shall cast down the oppressors. They will suffer as we have. The meeker shall inherit the land. Down with the old order. I feel weird about, like, I like a story about someone taking advantage of the downtrodden who are desperate for something better, and I like that story. I wish there was more. They were doing more with it. It was not necessarily done in a role quest, only because like it kind of comes across as if you want to strive for a better life, you shouldn't, because you're just going to get taken advantage of. Or anyone trying to lead people who are striving for a better life are just trying to take advantage of you, which I don't think is a good message. I have invested our funds into restoring and enhancing discarded Magitech weaponry. Now nothing can stop us from taking over Alamigo!
That is enough, Chalteaufite. Your treachery ends here. All this time I believed your lies, but no more. Give me the artifact. Now. It belongs to Steelhog and her people.
What? But Kukulja is Chalteaufite's right-hand man.
Silence! Look at this wretched soul. The Mammaljaw girl has turned him against me. This one and only benefactor. Be warned, should any of you side with this traitor, no longer shall you bask in the artifact's blessing. Now seize him, or face the consequences. Yes, that's more like it.
That answers your question, Voltaire. You can absolutely do it on multiple people at once.
Any further interference could place my entire plan in jeopardy. I must act without delay.
And then I got the fuck out of there. With the artifact's blessing and its shockwaves at their disposal, I was given a beating and thrown into the dirt. Later on, my friends here and a few other sympathizers snuck out and treated my injuries.
I'm surprised they didn't kill him. I'm very surprised. I'm actually shocked they didn't kill him.
More importantly, my attempted mutiny will no doubt have Chalteaufite panicking as he struggles to maintain his hold over the rest of the gang. An attack is imminent, with the palace his most likely target. I ask that you relay this to Steelhog. At the very least, she has the right to know the whereabouts of the artifact.
I am not bringing this up to argue about what is best or worst, but for the sake of trying to talk about pacing, can everyone do me a favor and list their favorite and least favorite expansion? You don't have to say you hate the expansion. It's not saying you hate it. And don't, discluding Aeron Reborn. I just want to see if there's any kind of, I know obviously one, we have a smaller sample size with our group, but then also we have people who are selective dispositions, but we have a pretty wide breadth of people of opinions on stuff in 14. Just think.
So what happened?
Well, we met with Kukulja.
You were right to trust the sender of the letter after all. We knew Kukulja had escorted settled with Chalteaufite, but I no doubt he had tried to take back the vessel as well. Though our allies may not be working side by side, I am glad to count him amongst our allies. Speaking of which, we must inform the resistance about Chalteaufite's plan right away. We stand a far better chance of stopping him with their support, but given the power at his disposal, even that may not be enough. I try to think of something. In the meantime, you should make whatever preparations you can, as even the smallest advantage may prove crucial. Oh, and I see you have changed back into your usual garments. Not that the outfit I chose didn't suit you, but I think this is more your style. Avenel and Pepin are on their way here.
That's weird. It said a level 100 quest, but it let me accept it as a level 99.
It's Chalteaufite. He's set and his plan into motion. We would have come sooner, but Kukulja openly opposed him, and he's become even more secretive than before. He refused to share his schemes with even his most loyal. Now he's used the caravan to smuggle a load of magitech into the city. He's about to launch an assault on the royal palace.
We managed to sneak away, but Chalteaufite and the others will make their move any moment now. Understood. We will head there straight away. We've no choice but to face them head on. While I wish there was more, I couldn't do the help. I best leave the fighting to you. No, what am I saying? There must be a way I can help. The treasure is from my village. I should be the one to solve this.
If you're in, you're in. There's no time to waver.
I thought I'd find you here.
I thought I'd find you here. Ziturja, you've already done so much for me. And the others, Chalteaufite, tricked me into becoming his accomplice. It would appear if it's in your nature to help whenever you can. Nevertheless, your place is not on the battlefield. You must leave that to Elio and myself.
But what about your injuries?
They were not so severe to begin with, and those in the gang sympathetic to me provided various blunts to treat the worst of them.
I'm glad to know that there are a few good eggs among them, but now that we've decided who's going, we need a plan. From the way Chalteaufite used to use the vessel, it's clear there's one thing he hasn't realized yet. As we say in my village, cracks form in even the mightiest shield. If there's a limit to the blessing power, we'll find it.
Krista, good to have you.
Whatever you do,
you better do it quickly. Better do it quickly. Chalteaufite and the others will soon reach the palace. We'll share everything we know with the resistance and ask them to come as quickly as possible.
Be careful out there.
Leofane, Chalteaufite, Samidare, Elaret. Boom. Shadowbringers and Stormblood. Favorite Stormblood, least favorite Dawntrail. That's a fascinating combination, Mona. This is also why I like asking this question, because the thing I find is that, like, yes, there's a majority it tends to be towards, like, oh, Shadowbringers is the best, and broadly, Stormblood is the worst. Although I wonder if Dawntrail is going to claim that, which to me is, I think, patently ridiculous and based more, I think, on bandwagoning, but it's hard to say that without feeling like I'm inherently dismissing people's opinions. There are reasons I can understand why Dawntrail being someone's least favorite. I just think that most of the reasons that Dawntrail struggles are the same reasons Stormblood has, are the same problems. The problems Dawntrail has, by and large, are the same problems Stormblood has, frankly. You can accept but probably can't turn in. Yeah. Pacing-wise, Endwalker felt like the best escalation pacing. Stormblood lost momentum every 3 levels. Yeah, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, Dawntrail, Stormblood, Heavensward. Interesting. I would personally slip ARR between Endwalker and Dawntrail because of the nostalgia. Oh, that's interesting, Krista. For me, swap the first 2 around and the last 2 around for Voltaire's list. Bones Guard, Dragonborn. I like the culture of Stormblood, but the culture in Dawntrail fit a bit off to me personally. Okay. Question, no, not to go overly personal, Mona, but just like, what culture did you grow up in? I'm just curious because I only ask that in part because I have noticed some similar statements about that with Dawntrail, but I think mostly I hear that from people who are from North America, so they have more of a contextual lens for it, where like it seems like familiar but off.
They must have taken the long way around. Since the caravan won't be able to traverse the stairs, we on the other hand had no such concerns. Let's take a shortcut and intercept them.
You're a Texan, so even more Shaloni must have felt a bit off in particular, yeah? Or did it all of it?
Then again, they may try to use the vessel's power to stop our advance. We best keep our eyes peeled for danger.
Because Shaloni's definitely like Arizona, New Mexico, Texas vibe, yeah. Shaloni was way accurate though, so Shaloni you liked. Interesting.
You're the best choice to lead the charge, so we await your signal.
Interesting. As I said, my wounds are healed. Even if they weren't, I'd still be here. In your experience, Elise? Yeah. Okay, cool. So I need to bring something that isn't Dancer. I don't know Machinist or it's been so long. I've never played Fizz range in high level in like anything above Alliance rate other than Dancer.
Ready then? Well, it's now or never. Sorry, this charging into battle stuff is all new to me. I won't pretend I'm not scared, but I'll stay out of your way. Besides, I can't afford to back down now. Knowing what's at stake, just show Chalteaufite who he's dealing with.
Interesting. So Mona, in particular, when you say off, which cultures did you find off? Are you saying like the Tuliyolalin, like the Yogg-Turali, the like more South American ones?
Infiltrating the city was almost too easy. Now go, comrades. The smoldering ruins of the old order will be the foundation of our utopia. That's as far as you go. I thought I'd seen the last of you. Do you not see that this artifact can lift up the meek from under the boots of their oppressors? No, not just one isolated tribe, but everyone who's ever known fear. You call me a villain, but it's you who would keep such a liberating power to yourself. You are no better than those who we struggle against, and only when your ilk has been eradicated will your world know freedom. The hour has come for us to rise up and take what is rightfully ours. My whole village might rely on the treasure's blessing, but we would never use it to steal from others. You lie, cheat, and sow nothing but misery. You don't want to cast down the oppressors, you want to be the oppressors.
You don't want to get rid of the cruelty, you just want to be a whole new cruel.
Silence! Enough of your sanctimonious prattle.
Unbound, Chalteaufite, Craven's Creed. The Pello and the Giants. Interesting.
Perhaps I am every bit as wicked as you claim, but what of it?
Aw, shit. This is giving me flashbacks to Bosnia. Also, I want that as a mount.
Does your self-righteousness make you better than me? For you and all those who judge me unworthy, my hatred will never die.
Interesting music choice. Okay, that's good to know, Mona.
Remember, cracks form in even the mightiest of shields. There must be some truth to it. Don't let up your attack.
I apologize to all the machinist mates out there.
With this blessing, even one of us should be more than enough for you. Ha ha ha! You are powerless to stop me. It's working. Place your trust in the proverb. Once I've dealt with you, El Amigo is as good as mine.
Keep this up and soon we'll be rolling in the riches. What the hell's?
The barrier is fading. Is this what you mean? That's it, Elio. If you keep hitting the same spot, it's sure to break.
I want more mechanics like this. We need more mechanics like this.
Fizz range need like weak spots on bosses. This is rad. This needs to be part of trials. This can't be.
You fool, Chalteaufite. This is the limit of the artifact's power. I'm no match for Kukulja. Save us!
I'm trying not to waste resources because I'm feeling I'm gonna need. This is just basically the tutorial before we actually fight him. I just want to build up my meter. Okay, use that on the reg. Okay, meter build.
Meddling curs! Let's see what you make of this! There's no fleeing. We've got to strike them from a safe distance.
That's cool.
How could they shatter the barrier? The artifact's power is absolute! Behold the power at my command!
Charge!
Ha ha ha! The shockwave will make short work of you. Imbeciles! Show some backbone! Ah! How can this be happening? You lot, keep them occupied. Run away! Useless! Do I have to do everything myself? Dance for me!
Okay, just rotate.
I grant myself the full might of the blessing. Resist me at your peril. Even the shield will crack eventually. Trust the teachings and keep attacking. Time for fireworks!
Should probably. I wonder if it's not damage based if it says I have to go through.
I don't need help to deal with the likes of you.
Step out.
At these rates, we won't last much longer. Don't give up, Kukulcha. You still need to travel back to Turialal, don't you? You can't lose to someone like Chalteaufite.
I can do this. I know I can.
Ha! You will learn the fate of those who betray me.
Elio, stop the missiles. Fire the missiles, but I am late tired. We'll take a nap, then stop the missiles.
Even more appropriate because I'm an Eorzean. No, we are not a self-tarp marksman. We could literally just do the machinist quest line.
What is this? Now, Elio, smash the barrier. Chalteaufite, you stole the vessel to threaten others, even your own followers. It's time for you to pay.
Oh, we definitely need like more fights that require people to be like on their toes.
What happened to the blessing? Ah! Get away! Get away from me!
Like, instead of just making...
Not so tough without the blessing, are you? Now's our chance, Elio.
Like, not just fights that are tough because of bosses having complex mechanics, but just like positioning yourself being important around it. Not for like positionals, but like phys range positionals like that. Like, oh, we that would be amazing. We need that. Got him. Got him! Lisa, good to have you. Oh my god, love your voice acting. Sending a like and support. Oh, thank you. Oh, Deirdre, thank you. I quote that video almost daily. Shit, fire, shit. Exactly, Infinite.
We get the vessel back, and it's still in one piece. Please, I beg of you, give me the artifact. All the trials I overcame to join the Unbound. Everything I did was for a chance at happiness. Without the blessing, I'm nothing. My enemies will live on, unpunished. Enough. I've tried reasoning with you, but it seems there is only one language you understand. Hala! Ah!
Are you alright?
Never better.
We surrender.
I'd say that Chalteaufite's plans for the world domination are well and truly over. Not only that, but the Steelhog vessel is back where it belongs. Or at least it will be soon. Of course, I have you two to thank for everything. I quite literally couldn't have done it without you.
Man, that machine glam's pretty. Just the level of texture evolution alone. It's not even just design. It's just like modern outfits in 14 look good, man. I was doing some filming of like Heavensward stuff, and some of it's like, yikes. I really can't wait for them to finish their going back through and redoing all the assets. Oh, yeah, good to have you.
Although the Resistance arrived more than a bit late, they have now taken Chalteaufite and his cronies into custody. They're lucky we are on hand to confront the gang, or things could have ended up very differently. I have to say, my first trip overseas was a lot more eventful than I had liked, but I'm glad I had the chance to meet so many interesting people. Well, apart from the criminals, that is. As much as I'd like to spend more time seeing these sights and whatnot, I suppose I'd best give the vessel back to Tura. What about you, Kakusha? There is only one thing I can do. Turn myself in. Just like Pepin and Avenel. Even if I was dancing to Chalteaufite's tune, the fact remains that I committed those crimes of my own free will, and I must pay the penalty. Perhaps if I am one day granted freedom, I'd like to pay my whole way home with a fairly earned coin. The first thing I'd do upon returning is visit your village and offer my apologies for using the artifact to carry out evil deeds. After that, No, it's too soon to speak of such things. Wherever your journey leads, you are always welcome in my village. Be sure to come visit one day. How about you, Elio? If you happen to pass through Turiolal, my grandfather would love to show his appreciation for all you've done. Maybe I'll see you there someday.
I thought of a good way. So I call 14 conflict resolution porn, but honestly, what I feel like I should just call it is responsibility porn. Just people are made to take account for actions. Forcing Fizz range to stand still instead of running around all over the place would be a godsend for healers. Yeah, well, the thing is, at least you're running around, right, Mono? So you still have the benefit of, like, traveling, like, moving to different sides of the boss, because, like, every attack, maybe it changes, but at least it's consistent, and a healer knows where they're moving to, right? Because if a healer sees where the spot is, they know that the DPS, you have a sense for where that they're running to. It's almost, the problem isn't even necessarily that they're running around, it's that you don't know where they're going to run around to, right? So I think, I mean, I doubt they will, but boy, do I wish that mechanic that was in this I hope that is added to actual trials and dungeons. No worry for the late join. We also started early. Speaking of being 6 to Hildy's 11, the Manderville quests are ran so these role quests could walk. Yeah. That's definitely a way of putting it. Technically, it's not that you're late. It's us being incredibly early. A streamer arrives precisely when he means to, Aaron. 14 relationships. I like you, therefore we won't talk about it. This is how a healthy communication responsibility can be done. Please keep that in mind. Yeah, exactly, Sam. It's always a bard or red mage outside of my healing range, yeah. Me and a machinist main, I'm going to be running around in circles either in the melee or range stack. Yeah, don't be running around chaotically unless you need to. Don't be standing in front of the boss unless you're the main tank.
You are returned, Elio, but pray tell, what has become of my granddaughter?
She's fine. We got back the Steelhog.
Why, I am right here. We did it, grandfather. We took back the Steelhog vessel.
We did it. We took back the Steelhog vessel.
My dear, what a relief it is to see you safe and well. Of course, I am glad you were able to retrieve the treasure, but even that cannot compare to the joy of seeing you smile once more. And to you, Elio, I must express the sincerest gratitude. No doubt we have you to thank for Sitol Shah's safe return, and to mention that of the vessel as well.
Glad I could help.
Absolutely. I would have been lost without your guidance and bravery in the face of danger. Thank you, truly. Anyway, you should be getting back to the village. No doubt the others will be clamoring to see the Steelhog vessel to go hunting. I'll be coming back too, so to Riolal at some point, so hopefully we'll run into each other again. See you soon. Until next time.
Responsive report. I hate that you perfectly described why I like 14's story. Yeah. It's why I like Star Trek The Next Generation. Yeah. Past season's one, of course. Yeah, season 1's a mess, but that's fine. I wish more shows got a chance to figure themselves out and were allowed to have a messy first season so that their further seasons could be. It's the same way that A Realm Reborn is messy and not as good, right? As a lot of times you are not only finding yourself in your first season because you're not defined, but you're also having to establish so much. Okay, now we do Summoner. Currently we're kind of on pace. Is that one of you guys, or is that just a random person that just jumped over me? Sweet. Wait, why am I know how to play it. Why are you telling me about the trans cage? Okay. Side note, YouTube dislikes use of the 4-letter word of PORN. So if any of you made another joke about resolution PORN or similar, it might be eat. We can't do anything about it. Sorry. Yeah. Literally, if they made that mechanic on more bosses, I would literally play Fizz range in Savage and EX, because I hate playing Fizz range just because it's. I mean, I love the dodges and stuff for Dancer, but I don't hate playing Fizz range. But literally, if there was a weak point mechanic where like angling yourself for a boss was present, I would be so happy. I mean, it'd be harder in Savage because of like needing position for certain mechanics, but like it would be an uptime thing, right? Fizz range would then have their own version of uptime. Where are you from, Suhei? So you're probably Hetsauro, so you should have it in English. Oh, hello. Did Brook Evu send you to help recover our stolen treasure? Thank the heavens, and judging by the accoutrements, you've learned in the arcane arts, yeah? So we need your power and your wisdom. Here to help. Truth be told, it is wisdom that we require most. You see, even though the treasures have been guarded by our people for generations, we know little of its true nature. Care to explain? In ages past, the forests of our homeland were plagued with terrible beasts, a constant source of fear and danger. To combat this menace, our mages spent many moons researching the treasure known as the Perch of the Apex. Upon unlocking its secrets, they were able to drive the monsters from the woods, bringing peace at last. Interesting. They didn't house it, they found it. Interesting. With the threat all but eradicated, our forebears forbade any further use of the treasure and enshrined it within the village. Interesting, so this is one where they don't use it regularly. Was that true of any? The Narwhal was used regularly. Steelhog was used regularly. Tail Swallow was used by the primary hunter. Which one am I missing? And then Elret's, the poison, the scorpion was also used. The sting heart, yeah, was also used. So, yeah. As the years passed on, we slowly forgot what it was to live in fear. Yet our struggles faded into memory. Stories surrounding the Perch of the Apex became legend and myth. Now none living are certain of its true powers. Yet the peace we shattered by a member of the Passage on them bound. The villain wheedled his way into our trust and stole upon my husband, the treasurer's appointed guardian, catching him unaware with a terrible blow that left him unconscious. He has yet to awaken, so my daughter Tepeke has set forth to retrieve what is stolen. Like her father, she has no skill in the arcane arts and chose the path of the sword. She says forest and she said Hetsauro, so presumably this must be in the north, would be either in the east or north of Dawntrail. He has yet to awaken, so my daughter Tepeke is set forth to retrieve what was stolen. Unlike her father, she has no skill in the arcane arts and chose the path of the sword. That's why I've been seeking someone with the knowledge she lacks. Should the ancient power be unleashed, please, you can find it in your heart to help Tepeke. Would I be forever and you're grateful. Mystic artifact? Well, it sounds like my area of expertise. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now our only clue to the thief's whereabouts is from something he mentioned during his stay in our village. He spoke of his desire to bring change to a place called Razadhan. This is where Tepeke decided to begin in her search, so she boarded a ferry bound there, by way of Limsa Laminsa, with her trusted sword and shield close at hand. That's how you'll know her. She agreed to stay in Razadhan to gather information until our aid arrived. I knew nothing of the place, but it's likely she can be found in the marketplace or some such. Please, bring our treasure and my daughter safely home. YouTube eats prawns, confirm. YouTube eats corn, yeah. Maybe it's still sour after the attack of the bots during the Realm Reborn. Yeah, the Realm Reborn. We used to have bots that would try to sell sex all the time. I hate, okay, I understand why. This makes sense, but I hate that Ilsabard is up here and there's not like a Thavner. Like, Thavner's in Ilsabard, it makes sense, it's a good choice, it's not, but it's annoying. Oh, actually, before we do that, let me go to Limsa and get back on Curl. Friendly reminder, we have an FC and a Crossworld Link Shell on. If you want to join our FC, we are on Crystal Curl. We are welcoming new applicants currently. We run events and do all sorts of fun stuff. Also, if you're a lurker and just like being in a community without being the one talking, you're also more than welcome. We also have a small fund for if you would like to transfer to Crystal Curl. It is open right now. Be noted that when 7.2 comes around, there's a good chance it will not be. Now is your time. Here's the place. How do I join the link shell? You just ask me or one of our mods for an invite. Wish there was a cross DC link shell. Yeah. Maybe it's still... I was trying to figure out why my game was running at 40 FPS, forgetting I'm watching a live stream. Hey, wait, is the live stream really taking up that much of your bandwidth? That's crazy. Big recommend. Try boosting your fan speed. That can really help with 14. Speaking of. YouTube live stream is bonkers. Like in terms of how much resources it takes. That's fascinating. I wonder if that's because you can have a higher bit rate. Speaking of, how's the bit rate look? Like how's the compression look on? Because I think I turned down the output. Yeah, I turned down the output. Okay, everyone, I want you to let me know if in about a minute, I want you guys to like re-click on your quality gear setting and see if you like click it again and set it, if the graphic quality goes up at all, or if anybody sees the graphic quality go up anytime in about the next probably minute or so. Let me know. If it doesn't change anything, I'll set it back down. Taking up your videos codec reads, that's crazy. Oh, are you looking for me? Whatever's so for. I'm Elio Fortran, and I'm here to help. My mother sent you? Your mother sent me? Elio, and you say my mother sent you? I take it she's already explained the details, such as how we knew next to nothing of the treasure and its capabilities. I see, I like this. All the others we knew, but like this is like a mystery. We have only legends passed down through our forebears to go on. They speak of a Turali Vidral of an owl, ooh, that once terrorized the forest, whose soul is sealed within the perch of the apex. I love owls. Need to write that down. The tales have only become more vague as the mists of time obscure the treasure's origins. Even our village's eldest remember naught but an ominous warning uttered by those who once wielded its magics. Master of the Apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. Wait, does it absorb other people's luck? It's clear that despite owing their safety to the Apex's power, our forebears viewed it as something to be feared. It must be truly immense. Now, on to the matter of the thief. Even during our brief acquaintance, he made it plain his desire to bring chains to Raz at hand. Naturally, I started my search here, and I've been seeking anyone who's expressed dissatisfaction with the status quo. I'm sure enough, I soon heard stories of recent arrival. A self-styled savior of Rad's at hand who proclaims that he will lead the city to greatness and calls himself the Justicar. He's apparently taken on the burden of personally examining the beasts which infest Thafnir's wilds. He's made a great show of claiming that he alone is equal to the task. While he certainly draws a crowd with his boasting, they only watch with morbid curiosity as he sets off into the jungles alone. I realize this could have nothing to do with our problem, but even the smallest lead must be pursued. I've heard he often gives his speeches at the region's small settlements. So, shall we go see the Justicars for ourselves? It's decided. I hear Yittlmad would be a good place to start. Hopefully then we can find our next crumb of a clue. Oh, my old PC watching YouTube's live stream would tank my performance. I think that's crazy. How do you feel about Magic Man? A Magic Man? Like a snake oil salesman? I like your funny words, Magic Man. You know who sent me to find you? Your mom, yeah. I like my mystery part, and I'm sure the superb owls. Hate this quest. Interesting, I'm getting a lot of different types of things. Also, has anybody noticed the visual quality in the graphics? Has the resolution on the stream gone up at all? Because I went from 10K bitrate to 30 bitrate. Also, make sure that if your setting isn't set to like 1080p or higher. I don't know what the limit is for the stream. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in the Chocobo Potter? Do not tell me. This is the first visit to the so I shall update my registry with your name so that you may act. Well, I don't know why I'm reading this. You all know what it says. No change. Okay. Your third monitor content right now while I work, so I'm not actually watching. Oh, the mixed blessings. The mixed blessings of a streamer.
We are listened to. We are effectively a podcast buddy. We bother with the visual, but instead we are only worshipped on the altar of noise to help us focus. Something, something, yada, yada. More like Yedelmada. Hey, let's go. You can find Beru in Razaman. Beru? I have no idea what you're talking about. I did this quest as a pickup master. Ah. All hail Elio, the podcaster. Elio, we're in luck. This boy saw the very man we seek. It seems he's gave the same grand speech about saving the people. Oh, the Pictomancer NPC. Yeah. It seems he gave the grand same speech about saving people, claiming that danger lurked nearby before venturing forth to combat alone. Yet the Radiant host could not well stand idle. If they're true, I thought you were saying beer for a second, like Bieru. Could not stand idle. If there truly were beasts afoot, so one of them followed him. All we need to do is pick up their trail. He ran forward toward the shroud, but you may be able to spot him from the Kajaz's footsteps. You can see the whole forest from here. Thanks, you've been very helpful. So Elio, let's head there and see what we can see. Okay, Mana. Okay, fair enough. Also, am I basically just grainy blocks of sand at that point then? Are you watching me on a laptop, Mono? Sometimes when I feel unwell, I too listen to those streams in the background. At least I used to. Now I also need to watch the chat. Well, you can still relax Infinite too. I mean, main thing is really just like biggest thing and number one thing is periodic, putting in the things, and then periodically, if I call for you. So definitely don't feel like you have to be on edge. Ooh, shit. That's not what I want to do. Why did I? Oh, I have Ozma set up as my mount, but I have done Eureka Orthos, or not Eureka Orthos, the Baldizine Arsenal on Elio twice now. And we died to Ozma both times at 1%, which due to no fault of my own. And I've cleared it on Lend, and I'm just at this point I'm just too annoyed to go do it. Let me put a mount. What's a good mount that represents Summoner? Well, Carbuncle represents Summoner. Anything else? Yeah, that's good. Now then, let's begin our search. Since I've never actually seen Logistiker, I suggest we find the Radiant host soldiers first. They just all wear similar armor, after all. So I watch all of you constantly. Infinite is ever watching. Always. I shouldn't have done this at night. Always watching you, Muskowski. Always watching. I can't see anything. Whatever that is, it ain't moving. Oh, here. I realized I was looking for a body. That must be him. But what happened? We better get down there quickly. Just making sure I can run a stable frame rate. Desktop? Yeah. I didn't realize YouTube was so taxing. No, not to worry, Elio. He's just unconscious, but otherwise appears unharmed. What happened? We heard he came here in pursuit of the Justicar. Do you remember anything? Yes, I eventually found him. He was confronting that fiend that now lies dead.
Live letter news soon.
At least the Justicar graces.
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, is he? He's a hero. Okay. At last, the Justicar graces rides at Han. I shall begin on the unending peace to this beleaguered land. I should do it. I shall end this. Wait, let me. At last, the Justicar graces rides at Han. I shall bring unending peace to this beleaguered land. You are brave to follow in my path. Few indeed possess the mettle to even consider the terrors which threaten our home, let alone stand against them. Yet courageous though you may be, you are far too weak to fell a beast so mighty. Quit this place with your life while you are yet able.
I am of the Radiant Host. If I ran from such a meager prey, I would become a laughingstock.
How bold to look death in the eye without flinching. I doubt not your conviction to defend Razat Han, yet I believe it pales before mine. Razat Han. Yeah, that's better. I want that totem. O Apex, bestow upon me your divine might. Do you not heed my call? I require your power more than ever.
Is something supposed to happen?
What? Am I yet unworthy? Or mayhap there is a button I must press. What? This is not what I expected.
Stand aside. I shall dispose of this pest.
Just give me a moment. It cannot end like this. I won't be made a fool. Come on, you moldy trinket, work! Transform me into the hero of Razat Han. Oh. I think this guy is definitely trying to be an anime. Like, this guy is the trope of the guy who thinks he's the anime protagonist, trying to be the hero, and instead is a villain. Like, they're absolutely aping something that is done in anime with this one, for sure, V.
He brandished the idol and became wreathed in a mysterious light. Then boulders started falling from the sky.
Which, honestly, I enjoy as a trope. Sometimes. And in so far, I'm like, actually, as a different type of villain, I like this. I like this.
Down they came one after another. That's when I must have been struck unconscious.
Tsunubi syndrome, yeah, exactly.
I recall only faintly, but I think I had heard the man mumbling, quite excitedly as if he had come upon a sudden revelation, or as if he was overtaken by madness. It seems he got away unscathed. Either he had an incredible stroke of luck, or whatever he is beseeching to actually answered him.
Then it's as I suspected. The Justicar is the self-same thief who stole the perch of the Apex. But no doubt he's long departed from here. First, I'll escort him and his fellows back to Gelmad and keep a close eye on him. Head wounds can have a dreadful after effect. February 7th is a live letter? Really? The only way that makes sense is either the patch release is moved up or this is going to be live letter part 1. And that makes more sense. I think this is going to be live letter part 1. Don't expect to see a trailer. Almost certainly we're going to see, what we'll probably see is the first half of some stuff in 7.2, but not all the stuff. And then we're going to have a live letter. We'll have a second live letter probably March. We will have a second live letter either. You said February 7th, right? 7th. We will have a second live letter either somewhere in between March 4th and March probably 14th. It'll be probably the second week of March. Might be the first week of March, but probably the second week of March. It's confirmed to be part 1. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah. The soldier made his way to Razad Han to make a formal report, and what an odd report it was. As an account seemed to align with the legends of the treasure's power, the wielder escaped unharmed and brought ruin to those around him. Could those fallen rocks have been a freak accident? I'm not so sure. You won't believe it! He came back! Who came back? The Justicar? Yes, not long after you left. He said he beat up a monster and knocked out a Radiant, and he was laughing his head off. Did he really do that? Is he really stronger than the Radiant host? Maybe he is, and maybe he isn't. We have yet to see. Well, my mate can't stop talking about him. He wants to be just like the Justicar. His mom and dad weren't happy about that, though. I'd advise you and your friend to look for a different role model, but we thank you for telling us what happens. Well, there is one less fiend skulking about, I suppose. He may have yet been simply testing the treasure's capabilities. As far as we know, he's yet to use his powers to evil ends. I'd find his motivation a mystery to steal the perch of the Apex by force, only to come here to Thavnir and use it for good? It makes no sense. You heard tell of the passage of the Unbound, yeah? Many have ventured to Tuliolal claiming to be their victims. Yet here they would be saviors. If he had such noble goals, then why didn't he stop at such devious deception? What could he be plotting? But that's neither here nor there. He stole from my people, and that misdeed cannot be forgiven. The perch of the Apex helped us win peace. By its might, our forebears built the foundation of the lives we now lead. Until recently, it stood a silent symbol of our pride as a people. It reminded us that we carved out a home within an hospitable wilderness. Being trusted with his protection is a great honor. I was so proud of my father when the elders chose him. So proud to be his daughter. Yet since that day it was stolen, some of the other villagers made their disdain towards him only too clear. I can't bear it. Still can't. That's why I must get it back, to restore my villagers' pride and my father's reputation. There's still so much we don't know about this Justicar, but we have to assume he's learned to wield the Apex's power. Can't say whether those fallen rocks have anything to do with it, but I won't discount it outright. I'll continue looking into his whereabouts. While we still have so many questions, with both of us working together, we'll find answers soon enough. Notice rather than the echo, they're using flashbacks for these. Yeah, there have been examples of that in the past, though. Have you guys heard live letters? I think my GPU, mod span this guy. What's your GPU, Mono? Seasons radiant, like peppery, blah, blah, blah. Slowly appearing menacingly. I have some power. You mean has Chumno. Some armor pieces I want to be able to use across all jobs. The elemental fending helmet is one of them. It's so funny because I've used elemental fending armor so much, but I've never used the helmet. But it is a good helmet. It's definitely a good helmet. Elio, I'm afraid there have been some developments that are less than encouraging. News of the Justicar's actions have spread throughout the city, and with each retelling his deeds become more valorous. The younger citizens in particular seem to view him as something of an idol. Despite the creatures he hunts pose in no real danger, he'd paint them as mighty beasts in need of felon, of course. The Radiant hosts are far too busy to trouble themselves culling every pest that casts sideways glance at Sid's gates, yet the Justicar has twisted circumstances to his advantage. He proclaims to anyone who will listen that the Radiant hosts shrink with terror before these beasts, and that he's the only one who can eradicate them. But you might expect such claims to be dismissed as wild ramblings. It seems no few people have fallen to this ploy. The whispers of his exploits among the youth have practically grown into a clamor. Yet we mustn't be discouraged, for his increase in fame only makes it easier for us to sniff out his trail. And where better to start than Razad Han? I'll see you there, Elio. Is Justicar an old word? Depends on what you mean by old. I wouldn't quite call it archaic, but like, well, maybe that's just because I play and read too much fantasy. But like, it is a older word. Yeah. Justicar etymology. Let's see where it comes in. Yeah, meaning judge. It's just like an old word for judge. It does have a slightly different connotation, but first used in Middle English, somewhere between 1150 and 1500s. Yeah, so it is. I guess it is technically an archaic word. Not only because of its antiquity, but also it's not used broadly beyond the use of it in places like fantasy. Check, check, check. Elio. Can you guys see me? Check, check, check. Looks like it's coming back in. Let me know when you can see me. And we are back. Well, it gets logged in. I'm gonna get some water. Okay, we're good. Shall we keep going then? Lost a couple minutes to that, so we're gonna try to make it up as fast as possible. Not sure what happened. Just like I saw like a flicker in all the lights, and like it looks like the Ethernet just went out. It was so scary without you. Some guy named. What a weirdo. Oh, I hear myself. I think I'm hearing myself in my own. Yeah, I had to hop on my phone. Given how large the city is, let's split up and cover more ground. I have a destination in mind, the High Crucible. I hear the alchemists there can concoct all manner of tinctures and powders, including those which help in detecting the trace of energies left behind by magics and enchanted tools. Fallen rocks have invariably marked locations where the Justicar has performed one of the feats, and I believe an alchemical mixture can help us to determine if their presence is the work of the treasure. I'm hardly an expert in such concoctions, though. I'll seek advice at the High Crucible. While I'm doing that, I would ask that you go to the Hall of the Radiant Host and see if they have any new information on the Justicar's whereabouts. Does that plan sound agreeable to you? Like a plan? Great. Now that we both have our tasks, let's go get them. I'll meet you back here once my business is done. Justicar, Leofine, Elaret, Chalteaufite, Samidare. Yeah, that's all of them. I can see, you can see me. Wow. Yeah, crazy. It was so scary. Oh, good. Hearing my voice echo back in. It's like nails on the chalkboard. See, I don't have that problem anymore. I've made so many videos. You spend, I know. Oh my God. God. Damn it, past Elio. I've spent so much time editing my own voice. I have no problem hearing my own voice. I'll tell you what, I used to. If you want to get good, if you want to like get over editing your own voice, I'm going to say something that's probably not going to make you feel better. Just do it a bunch. It does get easier. It will get easier. Like, I feel like all actors who hate hearing their own voice or watching themselves should become editors. So like do like a couple months of like editing their own, like some footage of themselves. I feel like it'll help. This is when not attending gets you. Yep.
I am tired of hearing about this Justicar. His popularity among the city's younglings is quickly becoming a cause for concern. Raise me mind to refute his claims that the Radiant Hosts are allowing monsters to break beasts to run amok unchecked. You know how young minds are, impressionable, and difficult to change once set. We initially disregarded him as a boastful and eccentric, but in his alarming sway over the populace can no longer be ignored. We are at present considering whether to open a formal investigation into his activities. Yet you and this ally of yours have done well in your search thus far. You even have a working theory about the falling stones. Quite impressive. Several of our numbers have encountered them during their patrols. only to lose sight of him under all the hails of rocks. Such incidents have become all too frequent, and many in our ranks demand we act. For now, I am afraid that this is all that I can help. All the help I can offer. Please share what I have told you with your companions. Together we may yet unmask these Justica. Isn't this the Hydaelyn runes? Yeah, I think so. No, it's one over. Theirs is here. Or is this the Endwalker Rolequest? No, this is Endwalker Rolequest. So yeah, I think you're right. Is that or it's this one? No, it is that one. Because she's at the Crucible. Or, well, it's not quite the Crucible. It's less the sound of my voice and it's hearing the echo that screws up my brain. Like if I hear it first, then again due to my... Oh, yeah. I mean, that's most people. That's like the human brain. It's the same way, like, if you do that playback with, like, only a slight delay, people get, like, just can't process anything. Like, if you play your own voice back to you, but only at a half-second delay while trying to talk, it becomes impossible to talk. It's heartening to know the Radiant hosts are taking this seriously. Thanks for speaking with them, Elio. I have good tidings as well. I explained the situation to the alchemists, and they provided a powder that should help detect traces of magics in the surrounding environment. I'd say help, but because the powder reacts only faintly on its own. To function properly, it requires the skill of one practicing the arcane arts. Luckily, I have you. I've committed the location of all sightings to the Justicurs to memory, and the closest to us was the perfumed rise. Let's hope that powder works as intended. Can the Warrior of Light sing canonically? If we assume that the canonic Warrior of Light has access to all the jobs, and specifically was an archer in 1.0, which is not to say they were bard, I would argue that yes, it should be canonic that the Warrior of Light can sing. I bet you there's also another in-game... I think there's a couple other times where you have the Warrior of Light sing for a couple of other reasons. Anyone can sing. Well, sure. Proficiently, I think, would be the asterisk. There. Also, we know that Arbert definitely can. Oh! Close in the distance, yeah. I think if we assume that all jobs... it's just Joplin. If we assume that all jobs, the Warrior of Light canonically has all jobs, which I think is a fair assumption. The other fair assumption would just be only one scene in trailers, but if we say they canonically have all jobs, then yes. Otherwise, I would still say probably. The Justicar was sighted near here, and I didn't see any other conspicuous stones around, so I've sprinkled the powder over on this one. Now concentrate your focus, or inner eye, or whatever it is, the locus of your power, and see if you can't detect any unnatural forces. Okay, what are we thinking the next job that's going to be in the trailer is? I feel like we're going to get a tank next expansion, which means I feel like the next Warrior of Light job is probably the new tank. But I don't know, maybe a different Silent member might get it. I feel like the next job, like combat job, is good use of everywhere and nowhere. That's really cool. I do hope that like Aaronville gets like a kind of job, but he did just get a costume change. I guess it'd just be a new character. This is cool. I'm gonna remember this. This is a good shot to use for something. So, were you able to detect anything? I did. I can sense the magic was used here not too long ago. I knew you could do it. So because there's no crystals in the rock, there are no crystals in the rock, the energy detected must be the remnants of some kind of spell. Is that right? And taking the story of the Radiant we rescued previously into account, we can conclude that the Justicur uses the treasure to call these stones down from the sky. At least we know we have an inkling of its true nature. Even so, not every question has been answered. The Radiant told us that even as Justicar stood before the creature, he seemed to have trouble calling forth the Apex's power at first. Father once said that the perch of the Apex is much like the wand he used to weave his magic. Of course, the main difference between them is the unique nature of the essence stored within the treasure. I know a little of such arcane instruments, but you must be quite familiar with them. How do you use yours? I channel Aether into the inscriptions within the tome, and from there you also channel the power of primals to summon Eggies. I see. Even the right instruments, spellcasting requires the use of specific techniques. Justicar seems to lack any such expertise. So how did he tap into the treasure's power? I suppose the perch of the Apex possesses some unique method of activation. When I spoke to the representatives of the other tribes about their treasures, no one mentioned special techniques being required. Not that the relics should have much in common to begin with. I'm kind of glad I did this last in some way because it's so different. You two, did you see an Ari girl pass through here by herself? I'm afraid not. What happened? Wait, I recognize you both. The hero of the final days and our recent visitor from Tural. Apologies for the imposition, but may I beg your assistance? It is all the Justicar's fault. The girl said she was off on to join the Fool's Crusade and ran out of Yttermad before anyone could stop her. Her mother begged us to find her, but if she's following the Justicar, she could be anywhere. You see, he's been sighted at the location scattered all over Thavnir. We can't stand here looking at rocks while a girl is in danger, especially if the Justicar is involved. We have to help. That'd be much appreciated. We're searching places where the Justicar has been spotted before, so perhaps you could start where he hasn't been seen. Good idea. As far as I know, he hasn't been sighted at the northern shores. Come on, Elio. Airville becomes a Reaper. Angry botanist, yeah. Healer would be cool. We're not gonna probably get another healer. We would get tank and ranged, fizz ranged. Would be based off of the pattern. We're gonna see tank fizz range. I mean, now if they really want to do a healer, I can imagine they could. But one, we're gonna see another tank because it's been the longest thing. We fizz and range, and that have been the longest thing. But if there's only one thing we're gonna get, it's fizz range because I mean we only have 3, and we would need if a 4th would really help for balancing. Because then you could like the same way that there's a pure healer and a barrier healer, you could do that split with fizz range. Yeah, I do hope Mirror City expansion is based on Final Fantasy X. You and me both. There's also a lot of reasons it would make a lot of sense. Spira being a world that suffered a cataclysm long ago. Well, I mean, not a cataclysm, but the destruction wrought by sin over time. The ruins that would be around in Mericidia from Allag. You could see structures like that. Remnants from Allag's attacks and what creatures might have been summoned and still linger there. The Void Send, and that similar relationship with fiends and sendings, and there's just a lot of like you could do a lot of superficial and thematic things that would be similar that match them up. I thought you meant for the trailer main job. Oh yeah, I don't. So I've been on the I've been on record saying this, and I will continue to be record saying this. I do not think you will ever see a healer as the poster child for the Warrior of Light, as they're typically treated as the vanguard. I think you will only ever see tanks and probably mainly melee. I'm surprised we didn't see fizz ranged. The only time we've seen fizz ranged was Archer in 1.0, and I'm not saying that we would never see fizz ranged, but I think you're mainly going to see melee, and you're going to mainly see tanks first and foremost. I mean, you've seen every tank. You've seen the Warrior of Light as a warrior. You've seen the Warrior of Light as a Dark Knight. You've seen the Warrior of Light as a paladin, and Thancred as a gunbreaker. If they introduce a new tank, I bet you money it'll be the Warrior of Light's job. Just because like they show the Warrior of Light as like the vanguard of the team, you know. I heard fighting, so I came as fast as I could. It's a good thing you arrived in time to save the girl. Thank you, mister. Thank you. I'm glad you're safe, but your mother must be worried sick. You shouldn't wander off like that, especially not to look for a trickster like the Justicar. What do you mean? You mean he's the bad man? Yeah, exactly. He stole an important treasure from our village, and now he's using it to make himself look brave. But he needs to kill the monsters to protect us. That's no excuse for stealing. He might have fooled you younglings, but the Radiant Host knows what he's up to. But he said he'd save us from the monsters. He is our hero. The Radiant said we shouldn't be scared, but we all know the Justicar is the one who keeps us safe. We don't need the Radiant anymore. No hero can save the world alone. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say bad things about the Radiant. They protected everyone in the final days. I guess I forget how much they care about us. I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that after all you've been through. You said the Justicar is a thief and a trickster, but I hope it is not true. He is my hero. Well, I'd best escort her back to Yellowmod. Meet you there, Elio. I'd love to see Meteor Machinist in the trailer or Comet Machine. Honestly, if we were going to see a Meteor Machinist at this point, Tam, I feel like we would have seen it in for Dawntrail. Riding the rails, you know? They had a new tank. Meteor will likely be that for the poster child anyway. Yeah, exactly, Mono. Yeah. I would say there's an 80% chance that if there's a new tank, that it will be the Warrior of Light's poster job, and that either new NPC or person we're familiar with will job change. The only thing is, I doubt we will see a job change amongst the Scions, because we have seen all Scions that we see regularly in our party have a job change, except for Estinian, but Estinian's not going to have a job change. If you look at that's Duty Fighter. If you look at all the Scions, right? I mean, one, Graha's an all-rounder, so Kral has had a job change. Justinian's unique because Dragoon. You stole a switch from Conjurer to Sorceress. Urianger switched from whatever the frick he was to Astrologian. Thancred went from Rogue to Gunbreaker. Alice went from Arcanist to Red Mage. Alfino went from, Academician, but Arcanist to Sage, right? So I don't think they're going to change again. I think instead we would get a new person who might join the Scions who would be range. That or someone like Erenville. The girl and her mother are reunited, and I think we can both give ourselves a pat on the back. They're on their way now to inform the Radiant Host that all is well. I would like to apologize for before I let my emotions get the better of me and harangued that poor girl when she would hardly blame for anything. I really should have been holding myself. Maybe a mace or a warhammer. Yeah, maybe. Elio, there's something I'd like to tell you before. The man who now calls himself the Justicar came to us in the guise of a worldly merchant. He was eager to ask about the Purge of the Apex and its history. I was equally eager to tell him, not even considering what he might do with that information. I'm so proud of my father for being appointed as guardian. I suppose I was trying to impress this stranger out of sheer vanity. That vanity led to my father being attacked and the treasure being stolen from under our noses. I have no choice but to make amends for the mistake and bring it back. Yet some are convinced that the Justicar's acts only serve the greater good. I couldn't accept that he might not be as right as I thought, lashed out at the wrong person. From now on, I can't let my emotions cloud my judgment. I must remain calm and look at the facts from what they are. And that facts say that the Justicar has done no harm to the people of Thavnair. Even so, the organization he serves, the Passage of the Unbound, is evil to its very core. If his actions at my village are not villainy, I don't know what is. Also, undermining the heroes of another people's group and taking their glory for all is absolutely villainy. The situation's fraught with contradictions. I still don't know what to think. What about you, Elio? Even if he hasn't attacked anyone, his actions are stirring unrest. I agree. He speaks of justice and heroism with great bluster, yet there's something we're missing. Thank you, Elio, for your wise words. I sometimes find it difficult to keep my heart from skewing my perspective, but I'm glad that you're here to help me see clearly. so it seems our objective is unchanged. We track down the man who stole my people's sacred treasure, whatever his intentions may be. Unraveling them comes secondary to finding the man himself. I'll continue to pour my every effort into the search, so stop by from time to time, and I may have something new to share with you.
Yeah, it's fan base. Well, and that fan base is only coming at the cost of undermining the trust in an institution that has done nothing but serve its people. But cool Jaja sign. I think the cool Jaja is going to be sticking in Tyrol, but that'd be cool.
Elio, I hope you've been well since last we spoke. I know it was like 5 seconds ago, but the Justicars have been busy felling fiends all across the Avenir, leaving a trail of witness behind in his wake.
The term fiend has been widely more used by the Tyrali than anyone else, right? I'm not crazy. Because if so, that's another thing that's a 10 reference in Tyrol. Because we've got the Pelu Pelu, the Jatika Heartlands, yeah, you know, the Bryn's travel agency and all that.
More than a few have reported seeing stones falling from the sky, which all but confirms our theory that the treasure is causing the phenomenon. The stories share one particular commonality. It seems the past these hunts have been all of the seedkin variety. Why he avoids the beasts of the flesh and blood is yet a mystery. It bears mentioning that each of those eyewitness accounts came from people who were rescued by the Justicar, who invariably appears as just these creatures attacked. In fact, the Justicar has been there to save the day in every single instance of seedkin-related mischief. Awfully suspicious, if you ask me. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Some among the Radiant hosts suggest that the Justicar is planning these assaults somehow, so he alone can reap the glory from thwarting them. I agree, and I think this should be our next avenue of investigation. Many of these incidents occurred near the Giant Skull grounds, so we should start out the search there. If we can find one of these monstrous plants before it finds hapless prey, we might be able to shed light upon the Justicar's methods. Time is of the essence, so let's leave at once.
Shoot Puff and Guado and Mericidia, fingers crossed. Shoot Puff it, yeah. That would be rad. That'd be super rad. Oh, wait, say there's a statement. Oh, cool. Jaja has an installed fan base. Yeah. Aaronville recommend. The only thing about Aaronville is Aaronville just had a costume change, and so it's like, would they costume change him again, or could they basically take what already is his outfit and give him whatever the weapon is? He's going to explain the world. He's gonna probably come with us to Mericidia if we go to Mericidia. Aaronville's story is definitely not done because he needs to fulfill his mother's wishes and carry on her legacy and spirit. So even if he's not part of the MSQ, he has to like be a part of exploring the world. Otherwise, what's the point in that narrative? Still have a theory that the tree people who prayed to Sephiroth might be Guado. They fit the bill. Do they? I mean, I guess they live in a place that is very tree-oriented, but they're not really tree people. They're veiny with long limbs, but I guess you could interpret that as kind of tree-ish. That'd be an interesting idea, I see. With or without the backpack? That's the question, right? I feel like you have to keep the backpack, right? Because you have to keep his Kefkiwa charm, right? Any more bushes, slither, and vines? Not here. In any case, Elio, I'll search the western path. Why don't you search the east? If you see something, don't try to kill it. Weaken it, then capture it with this rope. Learn much more from a live specimen. I mean, alternatively, he could take that charm off the backpack and instead put it on if there was like a pouch or something. If it was like chemist. Cultivated Morbling suit. Yeah, that's... God, I freaking love post 6.0 summoner. I know people who are like deep in the I miss my dot class, like I'm sure are like, what is wrong with this man? But oh, it's so good. Ooh, hop along now with me, my friend.
Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darblin' morblin. I see plenty of fauna roaming around, but the flora all seem to be the root to the ground variety. Perhaps my hunch was incorrect. Not even the aurochs could break free from the knots binding this mortal seedling. Also, they have multiple references to aurochs in this, which is a specific, like the Sade Aurochs is like a specific blitzball team. Which, look, there are references to aurochs in other parts of Final Fantasy 14. Don't get me wrong, but it's weird to, of all the things to mention, the fact that aurochs keep coming up in the Rolequest is weird, and it's very specifically one of the creatures that's also in 10. We found one. In fact, this is exactly as an eyewitness describes. Why don't you keep it up for the time being? Bring it to the Great Works, and I'll ask my acquaintance there to examine it with all haste. I'd love an alchemy-based combat job. I mean, like, it can't be, like, straight alchemy, obviously, because that already exists. The alchemy job already exists, but that's what I would hope chemist would be. Like, you think about Riku's limit break from 10, or stuff like that. I definitely think you could do something where you, like, mix. Think almost like, kind of like, Fizz ranged, but like with ninjas mudras, but then also with like the color combining of Pictomancer, and like there's a bunch of things you could combine. I think chemist would be, or something chemist adjacent would be an awesome Fizz range, personally. It also worked really, mixologist, yeah. It also worked really well for, to be fair, it also worked really well for Erenville, you know.
Mr. Stepke told me what to expect. Well then, let us see the thing. Oh, I did not expect it to be so diminutive. If Mr. Stepke's intuition is correct, then I expect some interesting discoveries are in store.
Has there been any humor? Well, I guess the Justicar's existence is humorous.
You brought me quite a fascinating specimen indeed. I can say for certain that this creature growth is not natural in the slightest. Biologically, it is still but a sapling, as you can tell by its size. It is the result of a specific alchemical mixture which is used to spur the growth of seeds and mycelium to the unnatural degree. The agents have the side effect of making the creature more aggressive, which explains why such a small specimen would be so boldly attack beings so much larger than itself. Yet the solution requires ingredients most rare, and the most procuring enough to synthesize it would be beyond the means of most.
So whoever is behind this, they're likely well healed. As for the creatures themselves, if they were all grown artificially, perhaps that explains why most of the incidents involve small seedkin. Rather than wait for them to mature naturally, the Justicar must have accelerated their growth, so that it would deploy a huge number over a short span of time. In fact, the plan likely requires them maybe a small weak foe in order to guarantee its victory. After all, the great Justicar can hardly be expected to bear the blemish of defeat. With these new details brought to light, it's almost certain that he's staging these attacks on the common folk. Now we have a new perspective to guide our search.
Perhaps you should return to Yuthelmad. I hear the Justicar is the talk of the village. They doubtless have stories to share.
That's what would be my main heartbeat, yeah. A splendid idea. Thank you. Your findings have brought us a step closer to unmasking this villain. Could be a tank job like Alphonse Elric, Alphalm Alchemist. Let's hurry to Ythelmad. The more accounts we have of the Justicar, the better our chances of predicting his next move. I mean, I wouldn't... Alchemy like that, transmutation like that... I don't... It's not that if you don't ignore all, like, lore and aetherology, I don't see, like, how you can make a job out of it. But, like, I don't think it really makes sense in this setting. If it's anything like Fullmetal Alchemist alchemy. And then also, on top of that, that doesn't really work well for a tank. Like, it works well for a ranged or maybe a melee, but it doesn't really work well for a tank. Like, I get the understanding that, like, oh, yeah, because you could use it to, like, create, like, you know, things that block for you or, like, make your arm more, like, metal. Like, I get how you could, from an ingenuity standpoint, make it work. But from a flavor that can be big and broad and specific to that, yeah. We would have seen already, yeah.
because alchemy super doesn't work like that, and like transmutation in that way. Yeah, I don't see it. It doesn't vibe well. Aspects of that like melded into something. Aspects, sure. Rune Fencer tank, mixologist. That currently my like chemist phys range Rune Fencer tank is my based on nothing like guess. Only because Rune Fencer is one of the last like tank archetypes that they have not used in 14. If anyone can think of any other Final Fantasy, and again, Final Fantasy, not other things, but a Final Fantasy archetype for a tank that hasn't been used, please let me know.
Rest assured, the Radiant hosts here are well aware of the Justicar. Every day we receive more reports of him combating beasts that surround the wilderness. These encounters are never on the well-traveled roads, it seems. They occur in the remote regions that we scarcely patrol, along the routes that are only used by the small number of merchants and porters. We've concluded that the Justicar either has uncommon knowledge of the behavioral patterns of these creatures, or that he keeps close company with the merchants who travel these obscure paths.
Holly, good to see, glad to have you. How goes it? Some sort of dodge tank. Have those been in FF? Not really. But also, like, dodge tanks don't work in 14 because maintaining position as a main tank is too important. And there are too many fights where you can't have a tank that can only work as an off tank. All tanks have to be able to do either.
Oh, you're hungry to learn more of the Justicar. He's amazing. I was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of him on the road leading here, facing down at a fearsome creature. I don't know how he did it, but he called down rocks from the sky to knock that thing flat. The Radiant hosts were aware of on patrol, so he hadn't come to our rescue. That brute would have marched right into our homes. He shouted that he was the savior of Razat Han, and even waved at me. Oh, he looked so impressive with the sun shining behind him.
Snow from 13. But Snow's basically just a monk with extra steps. In FF13. Like, he's not an archetype beyond that.
Don't tell me you've come chasing the half-baked savior. The younglings might be taken blind by his honeyed words, but anyone with your experience can see that he is nothing but a charlatan, and I have a story to prove it. A merchant I know took it humble as he was transporting his goods, and long after he came the Justicar, looking chivalrous as you please in his shining armor, but he did offer a helping hand. No, he ran off and not a glance backwards. And may he go on about slaying beasts, but a real hero would never ignore someone in need, even if they were just suffering from scraped knees and a bruised ego.
I don't think dodge tanks really can work. No, it can't. Like, give every tank a dodge and make dodge. And when we go into 8.0, design fights around the fact that you can assume every tank has a dodge. Sure, there's something interesting there. You could try to find a way to make that work, but you can't have a tank that is specifically a dodge tank. It just doesn't work. Elio, do you have a moment? I'm having a little trouble here. I sought this merchant out because I was told he dealt with alchemists in the great work. I thought he might know something about this Justicar, but when I asked, he's been like this ever since.
I apologize. I was just surprised that you would ask me about that madman. What connection could he possibly have with me?
The fiends he fights are grown with rare alchemical materials, and when we think he might be staging these encounters. Since you deal in such wares, I wondered if you might know how he came into their possession.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I've never spoken to that man.
I very much doubt that. Perhaps I'll be more receptive to questions from you, Elio. Look, I'm just gonna save us time. Spit it out. We know you're working with him.
You dare accuse me? How am I to know that you aren't the one in league with Viran?
Viran, you say? Who is that, may I ask?
No. What did I... No, that's my name. Oh, I'd be a fool to continue this charade any longer. My son, Viran, is the one you know is the Justicar. To be suddenly confronted with his litany of misdeeds, I quite lost my composure.
I was wondering, because his hair's the same. You're his father? Then do you know how he came into possession of such rare materials and knowledge?
Aye, he stole them from me, my most valuable materials and my precious maps. Yet I was the one who chose to hide that fact, and I bear the blame for the consequences.
What can you tell us about him as a person?
He's really into something called anime. Eorzean was obsessed with the tales of legendary heroes, even from a young age. I paid a great deal of money to have him tutored in the art of the bow. He became quite skilled at it, in fact, but not quite as skilled as his arrogance led him to believe. Due to this, and perhaps a lack of ambition, he never aspired to true greatness. Instead, he came to rely upon fanciful equipment and exotic potions, rather than honing what skill he had. It pained me to see him fall into dissoluteness, but he would broken no counsel, so several years ago I gave him enough coin to support his lavish lifestyle, and told him never to speak with me again. Father of the Year, everyone. He didn't, until but recently, when he darkened my doorstep once more.
And that was when he stole your goods?
Aye, although I would have willingly given them, if he had but asked. He was rambling almost incoherently, saying that his heroic deeds as the Justicar had caught the eye of someone named Apayahi, a leader of the Passage of the Unbound. Over they are. He claimed the under the guidance of his newfound allies, he had obtained a great power enough to eclipse the heroes who had come before and shall come after, as he put it. It seems he gives what money he still has to these people. Think that for all his fanciful words, he was only disdained to grasp that hollow glory, all at the expense of Razat Han. There's no greater shame as a father. Viran. Given what we know with the shadowy group, they must likely aim to sow discontent through Virashan's deeds. He may be so blinded by his own desire for adoration that he can't see whose hands are pulling the string. You're saying that he's being used. If that's true, then I can no longer remain silent, despite what shame it may bring. I see now that my sharing my story might be the only way to save my son.
Indeed. I suggest you tell the Radiant host at once. Of course, we'll be pulling our every effort into stopping him.
Thank you for giving me direction. I didn't imagine our meeting would end this way.
Truth be told, I'm not entirely unsympathetic towards Virashan. I bask in my father's reflected glory while having none of my own to speak of. The glory Virashan seeks is similarly false. I too shall visit the Radiant host and have them spread the word of Justicar's true nature. If the people are wise to his trickery, they'll be far more likely to aid us. They'll soon learn then that a legend built on lies is not much for true heroism. No match for true heroism. Hey, can one of you guys, anybody who knows them off the hand, can you help me remember all the name of the main people who help us in our quests? Defecting is magic. They told Ja his reign. So like the Tepeke analog for each one. I don't think dodge tanks can really work. Yeah, maybe something akin to self-dot tank, like Wild Brewmaster. That's an idea. I really hope job identity comes back in any case. Mono, out of curiosity, how many jobs do you play? Greetings, Elio. Virashan's father has been as good as his word, and has confessed the truth of his son's actions to whomever will listen. Even among the younglings, far fewer sing the Justicar's praises. The tide has turned in favor of us at last, and the Radiant are making ready to tighten the net. Well, have you leveled? I mean, like, I'm talking about, like, play at, like, EX or higher level. Speaking of which, they had curious news to share. They've been examining the stones left behind up by the Justicar and noticed a pattern. They were all varieties of rocks commonly found near the side of each encounter. For instance, near the Giant Skull grounds, the Justicar seemed to have called down a hail of what else but Giant Skull. I have my own theories about what this means, but I'd like to hear your thoughts, Elio. It means that the rocks weren't summoned, but moved. Indeed, the Perch Apex lightly lifts whatever stones are nearby and brings them crashing down to Earth. If our suspicions are correct, we're one step closer to unraveling its mysteries. But despite these favorable developments, the Justicar's popularity remains a problem. Even with the recent blow to his credibility, his most ardent followers still idolize him. In fact, I hear he's handing letters to you, the youth of Razad, though their contents are a closely guarded secret. All the more reason to investigate, don't you think? Once we get Razad, if I question people around the marketplace, could you cover the city's western quarter? That's where his younger followers tend to gather. After we've collected enough information, let's meet to share our findings. See you again in Razad, Elio. Oh, Kotori. Okay, cool. We'll try to remember that. Thanks for letting me know. Ninja, Viper, and Black Mage. Okay. I ask in part because... how do I put this? Man, I always feel like it's hard to critique when without feeling like you're just dismissing the criticism. I am pro moving it so that jobs have stronger identity. I hold umbrage with the claim that there is no I hold extreme umbrage with the degree to which people claim the jobs are homogenized, particularly when I think that homogenization is more true at lower level content because the ease of lower level content and the degree to which people don't have to let themselves actually deeply engage with their job. And also the degree to which, for instance, something like Dawntrail did something where, yes, all tanks have a super heal, but each one has flavor and identity of its own. For instance, Guardian has your shield bonus, whereas Dark Knight gives you a heal that helps and deals with Dark Knight specific things. Like, all 4 tanks are very different, as an example. People who claim that they're similar, I think... I just think this is not true. I mean, that they're all the same, right? Yeah, I just want cool PvP abilities to appear in PvE. Sure. I think that's reasonable. And again, I think desiring more job difference is important. Oh, okay, you guys. Dodge tanks work in the game around the idea they hold it aggro, but I don't think it works in 14. No, it worked in Guild Wars 2. Agree with the way the combat design. I'm not sure how viable other tank strats are. Blink dodge would be OP probably, and defer damage like WoW Monk would also be breaking healer strats. Yeah, the problem is the fundamental, right, because the fundamental dance is like so part of it. LEO used Disappointed Face, it's super effective. Done Ban from XC is the only dodge tank I know of in RPG off the top of my head. There's a lot of, yeah, there's more than that. Right, no dodge tanks, but maybe Chevy or a Ford. I thought Father of the Year was already claimed by Zeralt. I had friendly say Gambler for ranged DPS, but maybe it'd be Warwick as a tank. I'm kind of a Lady Luck Luxord archetype, and combining that with something like Corsair from 11 could work. Pentoa, oh, thank you, Light, Althea, thank you.
The Justicar gave me the invitation himself, only for some thief to snatch it right out of my hand. Huh? You believe the Justicar too? Well, I didn't have a chance to read your letter before it was stolen, but his gathering is what devoted for a special audience. The bastard who stole my invitation is clearly up to no good. Even muttered something about getting revenge. But who could hate someone so noble?
More thematic, basically. Sure. I would point out that Dawntrail actually did a lot for that. And not to say that it's done enough, but more than to point out that I think they're already on that trail. And we also know that massive changes that changes in jobs are going to be more focused in 8.0 rather than 7.0. 7.0 is more for fight design.
Yes, I know about the letters. Me and my friends didn't get one though. The grown-ups get angry if we talk about the Justicar. But guess what? I heard Zelshal talking about him over by Mehered's Mehane. He had a big grin on his face too. Does that mean that the Justicar isn't a bad man, like the grown-ups say?
Gambler like Gambit. No, not like Gambit. Like Gambler like Lady Luck. Think Lady Luck. Machinist sniper rifle doing a Mustado. I think the thing is that I want job identity. I think there is a genuine good thing about like role skills, for instance, or crossover. It means that you can, because unlike WoW, for instance, or Guild Wars 2, you are not playing one job on a character. You are swapping between them. So having some baseline similarities allows for easier pickup. It allows for better, it allows for easier fight design because you can make basic assumptions about what characters have. You know, like I think there is good to that it gets glossed over. Particularly sometimes it can feel like people, you know, grass is always greener, where it's like, oh man, look at how different some of all the WoW jobs are. It's like, yeah, but the balance is absolute shit, and it's always shit. And you can only bring certain things into Mythic Plus because basically no one will. Yeah, anyways, it's not me, WoW rant. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, you're the one who's always following the Peke around. I heard she's spreading rumors about the city savior.
I won't let her harm his reputation anymore, and that she already has. So I have nothing to say to her lapdog.
I think the homogenous stuff makes it easier, and 14 balancing is really good. Yeah, definitely strength. I'm not saying that there isn't homogeneity in 14. Absolutely true. My umbrage is the claims that like, oh, all the jobs are the same. It's like, are they? Are they really? Like at low level play, maybe, but that's mostly also partly because things are so easy that you just don't have to actually play your job particularly well. And like some of the difference comes in the wonderful ways in which they're like the nuances rather than just in broad swath. And then the flavor generally comes in a difference from animation effects rather than necessarily the actual potency damage effects, right? But look, I have been a huge cheerleader for, and again, I go to this because to me it's a very simple but straightforward example. The way they differentiated all the tanks' super mitigators, they're like 30% that became 40% with a special effect, I think is like such a perfect example of a way to increase flavor difference and also differentiate while also making them somewhat universal. Yeah. Hey, it's a shell. Yeah, people who claim jobs have never played Dark and Paladin, yeah.
It's true what they say. A fool and his guild are soon parted. Huh? What? If it isn't one of the heroes of the final day, eh? This is about the map I sold that I sold you to your companions, is it? You'll find the points the way to the Vault of Al-Zadal III, exactly as described. I may have employed a few creative methods to entice my customers, but a merchant doesn't.
You hired orphans to lie to people, to try and get people to buy it. I see her as unscrupulous as ever.
Now, a man can fill his belly on a virtue and honesty, and he wrote. Something tells me that that is not why you are here.
You're correct. I'm looking for information about the Justicar.
You're after the Justicar. The choice of a quarry is unusual, to say the least. But perhaps I can help you along, eh? A young man came asking for a map to open the way to Uznir. I sold him every map I had, assuring that the...
Hey, cool, they're referencing the Uznir maps.
Assuming that the one he needed was among them. I suppose he found it, as I hear these letters that were handed out contain a copy of a map. I dare say that the young fellow was a Justicar himself, and planning a clandestine meeting.
Oh, they're gonna use Uznir canals for the final... Oh, that's rad.
Mind you, it appears he has no shortage of enemies. No doubt they'll try to interfere.
Raven, thank you for the $5.
Thankfully, Razatan isn't known for a large-scale criminal organization, but that hasn't kept the less scrupulous citizens from dirtying their hands when times are desperate. From what I hear, bandits seeking to rob trade caravans keep running into the Justicar during his fiend-felling exploits, using their raids to end in failure. Like as not, they'll try to infiltrate his group of followers and settle the score. And that's where my knowledge of the matter ends. If you're wondering where the meeting place is, all I remember is that the spot marked on the copied maps is somewhere in the Shroud of the Samga. So does that answer your queries?
It does for now. Rainfish using throws and cards, weapon and magic gathering commander. I do wish Bard's buff were impactful as they used to be, as impactful as a dancer, but I can't speak for level 100 Bard. I don't know, I can't speak for level 100 Bard very much either, but yeah, I definitely can understand that. That seems reasonable. People who claim, just landed. The line for the taxi is 2 hours long. Anyhow, how are things? We're going good. We had a bit of a dip in internet recently, but we've done Rolequests now. We're about halfway through the other. Those in support of the Justicar don't seem surprised when I told them of his misdeeds, but still, they were reluctant to betray him. In short, I've had no luck. What about you, Elio? I think he's trying to hold a meeting in Uznir. Your investigating abilities never cease to amaze me. As for gathering Viran's planning, I expected some scheme to prop up his flag in popularity. Even so, many of his devotees are younglings, ill-equipped to make the perilous journey to the meeting place. If they have any sense, rather than attempt to travel there directly, they'll stop at the settlements along the way to rest and confirm the route. You said that the map led to the Shroud of Samga, yes? That means that Palka's stand is the closest settlement. I hear many took refuge there during the final days. Now it's a bustling town, if that's right. The arrival of more people would hardly raise eyebrows, making it the perfect place to avoid unwanted attention. While they make ready, we should head there before they leave on the final leg of their journey. Good thing for your stream. Won't be bored as I wait for another ride. Yeah, there you go. There you go. This is the merchant who sounds like a Leminson. Oh, right. Yeah, in 6.1 he does. He doesn't have a... I remember I read him and then I was like, oh, in the voice cutscene he actually has a Leminson accent. You're right. I don't know why I'm trying to teleport to Palka's stand from goddamn Davner. Or Razadan. I really, really love that they reference the treasure maps in this quest. Yeah. Hey, players, do you know the treasure maps are a piece of content in this game? Well, and they're referencing the final days. Your investigation abilities are amazing. Wait, does nobody else see the shiny aura on the ground? The what? Yeah, you know why Dark Knight would be a good here? Because Batman is also a detective. Plot site. I'm curious how you're able to anticipate what to say to the NPC as Elio. Been trying to do that in my playthrough, and I'm trying to get better at it. Guess. It's literally just a guess. Every time it is just a guess. I'm guessing what I think in that moment, just off the top of my head, what I think the writers are going to respond to. I was right, Elio. Many of the youths are carrying a piece of parchment. These must be the letters. Yeah, it seems my reputation has preceded me. Our suspect follows clearly. Avoid me wherever I try to approach them. Still, we can use this to our advantage. None of them would dare leave Palka's stand while there's risk. I might follow after. I'll keep watch over the comings and goings, but I'll make sure to leave obvious blind spots. If one of the Jusker followers attempts to escape the village, I'll need to go after them. Now, find a vantage point that affords good view while keeping you hidden. Once you started pursuing our unwitting target, I won't be far behind. The other thing is that, like, one, I make a guess what I think is going to happen, and usually I'm pretty close. I also respond in a broad enough way that it's probably apt to the majority of things that could be the response. When I'm overtly specific and I'm on the money, it's just luck. I mean, I guess a kind of skill because of anticipating what I think it might be, but... The horoscope tactic. Honestly, the best name for it you can possibly come up with, Tam. Yeah. Straight up. Gotcha, bitch. God, I loved Endwalker. It's funny, I remember playing Endwalker and I was like, and I loved it dearly, and it's funny, I knew how I felt in the moment of playing it, the depth of the emotions I felt in playing it wouldn't last forever, because they can't. That's not, time goes by, things change, and you know, things can't be forever. I mean, it's literally part of the point of the story, right? But it's funny because I was right, but also I cherished that time. Elio using cold reading on NPCs in a computer game. I also remember doing things by flying around them. Yeah. A lot of VAs in 14 seem to have a lot of theater backgrounds. I loved it. So part of the reason for that, AC, is mainly to do with the fact that they're hiring English voice actors. And English voice actors just typically have theater backgrounds. It's like a much more standard part of education for becoming an actor. This is true of, like, you will notice that almost all English movie stars, for the most part, also still have a theater background. It's just it's a difference of standard expectations of ways into the industry, of the infrastructure there, because there's a lot for per capita, basically. There's a lot more theater done and a much more thriving theater industry at multiple levels in the UK than there is compared to the States. The
portal should be nearby, and then I'll finally meet him. Why is he southern? And then I'll finally meet him. I'll just go low. What? You're the hero who saved us from the final days. What are you doing here? I'm, well, following you, but mainly finding the way to the Justicar in Eorzean. So you're working alongside that woman I saw at the village. I've heard you about the rumors she's spreading, but I had no idea she enlisted your aid. The Justicar saved me, you see. I was transporting goods for a local merchant who is too miserly to even hire a proper escort. A ferocious creature ambushed me, but my savior appeared from nowhere and saw off the beast. I would win my life. That's why I came here, to see if there's any truth in the rumors. But now I understand I'm in over my head. I'm going back home. Here, you can have this map. Just you take the measure of the Justicar and share the truth with us all.
Water, water, froth and foam is the closest we'll get to Y'shtola singing. No, you know what the closest we'll get to Y'shtola singing is, Mono? Do you know what the actual answer to that? She's the one who voices Titania in Shadowbringers. That is the closest we're gonna get to her singing, because that is basically like sing-song. All those longs are sing-song, effectively. Apologies for watching from the shadows, but I was afraid my presence might have startled the lad. I was able to hear what he said, though, and his gratitude towards the Justicar seemed genuine. I dare say the other followers feel similarly. Well, now that we have a map of our own, let's open the portal and confront Veran. Lucky for you, you can hear Graha and Wicked. Yes, if you want to hear Graha singing, just go watch the Wicked film. He's one of the main characters. He's got an entire song that's his, and then other songs that he's in. Yeah, go for it, Althea. We're on a Husky track. They were? Oh, cool. I have been keeping up with Husky for a while. I need to do that. I missed out on the opportunity to be in one of his things, and since then I just always, whenever I see him, I'm like, oh, I get reminded of that and I feel down. What a sight. Did the treasure call us this? This is what it's like whenever we do a treasure map, too. Oh, boy. Oh my, if it isn't the hero who saved Razat Han, nay, the world itself. I never expected someone so vaunted to attend my audience, but I am honored nonetheless. Enough of your games, Viran. Stop this madness at once. After giving you such a warm welcome, these are the thanks I get? While 'tis true that I was once known by that name, 'twas merely a guise I wore until I discovered my true self. So long as I am the masked hero of Razat Han, I shall not suffer any to call me Viran. But that is your name, isn't it? Yeah, definitely this one. Why not drop the act and try being a real hero? A true hero, you say? Indeed, perhaps casting aside the mask is the price I must pay for the adoration I am due. Very well, my name shall ring throughout Razat Han. Let it be known that the Justicar, Viran, and Viran is the Justicar. What are you saying? You unleashed the Perch of Apex upon your own followers. You know its name? Wait, I remember you. The girl from Chalteaufite, yes? Your village artifact is not discriminating in its wrath. Some among my followers harbored wicked intentions, and it brought sorrow unto my enemies. The true heart caught in the aftermath were merely unfortunate. But they believed in you, even though you tricked them. What kind of hero are you? You too would oppose me. I had thought that the fellow savior we might find some common ground, yet it would seem we are destined to walk different paths. Now faced with unknown peril, a great fervor rages within me. I swear to God, if he calls out his attack names.
However, here is not where we shall match wits. No, a more fitting battleground is in order. We will meet again soon. You have my word.
Dude, you're even fleeing like an evil villain. Come on, you're the villain. You should know your tropes.
Ah, shut up! Ah!
What? This is why you wear a helmet, people. So, can't you tell us what happened here?
He gathered all of us around and made a grand speech, claimed he was the hero that would drive back the flood of fiends threatening Thavnir. Then he spoke of his anger at the recent rumors. He told us to go forth and repair his damaged reputation, so that the people would love him again. He became quite impassioned, in fact.
As for us, we too were here to teach him but a lesson biding our time until his back was turned, but we couldn't stomach his self-righteous drivel any longer. He acts like he's a god come to the grey Thavnir, but most people have grown wise to his tricks, including the Radiant Host. Oh, well, actually, he's speaking like including the Radiant Host. We stepped forward and told him as much, then demand that he admit he's been pulling the wool over our eyes. That's when we started waving the things about. We soon learned that the rumors of the power were true, and rocks started falling down around us. Even us true believers were not spared.
Even as the true believers were not spared, there was nowhere to run. The Justicar said that such power cannot be fettered, and that sacrifices are unavoidable. And all the while, he was laughing. We pleaded with him for mercy, but that just made him angrier. He flourished the object again, and yet more rocks assailed us. It was horrible, stones big and small rained down endlessly, until you two appeared, that is.
Thank you for telling us what happened. I only wish we could have arrived sooner. Now, just to set things straight, it was you two that brandished your weapons first, yeah?
Aye, well, I don't deny that, but we were only trying to bring the truth of this misdeeds to light, though we might have had some personal scores to settle on top of that.
Before I left Palkistan, I asked the Radiant Host here to look for anyone returning from the wilderness. I suggest you head there and seek their aid. While you're there, share with them what you just told us. As for the pair of you, I don't even think about running away. We'll have us to deal with. Isn't the shield she's using from like is it from the Kojin or is it from the Amalja? I'm trying to remember. I chose the first one. Glad to see you still comically misses the point. I really don't like that first one because I absolutely think it's absolutely in someone's right to change their name, to take up a new identity, to try to be better, or try to like if someone wanted to forsake their birth name in order to try and take up a new mantle or identity in order to like be better, I don't think someone must be proud of their birth name, especially if it's tied to something that they feel is shameful. You know, just my opinion. Everyone has returned to the care of the Radiant Host. As for the ruffians who meant to attack Viran, it seems that he had a history of violence for which they might soon answer. Several among Viran's followers were dealt serious wounds, but we can be grateful that none lost their lives. It's exactly as the old saying describes. The master of the Apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. The part about sorrow certainly seems true, at least. You know what? I'm thinking what we might do is we might just stream me playing this in book club. I might, well, no, because I would definitely want it, if people are watching this, I want them to see us do the last one. But just because, like, we only have 90 minutes until book club, and I'm only at 98. We'll try to get it. Maybe we'll have to just start book club a little bit late, and the people from book club can filter in on stream. And then we'll stop it and talk then. Stupid internet getting in the way. I don't think of it that way. Food for thought, Elio. Yeah, just a thought. The hashtag hit send soon. I'm seeing that good boy being abused like that. I really like the back and forth the video spawned with Lizard. Video works pretty well. Coming up with Emmett though, and song for Abraha. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what I haven't seen Lizard's video and all that. So, special offer today: exclusive YouTube-based book club. Yeah, yeah, right.
Well, that was certainly an ordeal. Although Eorzean got away, we can look back upon what transpired to plan our next course of action. It appears that the treasure takes rocks from the surrounding environment and makes them rain down upon the wielder's surroundings. However, the power seems to be somewhat haphazard. While Eorzean himself wasn't struck, the boulders assailed friends and foes alike. And something else has been nagging at me as well. The stone we saw in the canal seemed quite a bit larger than the others. I don't know what to make of it, but we'll give it some thought. Still don't know exactly how he could control the Apex's ability either. Must focus on these mysteries as we continue our investigation. As for Eorzean himself, he was just as his father said, wasn't he? His so-called heroism is an empty charade, like a child playing at being a hero from the storybooks. He seems motivated by a vain desire to give the love to people. He cares nothing for their well-being. He'll learn his lesson soon enough.
Yeah. Fear people who are like this, who desire to save the world or be the hero, but don't actually care about people. They are some of the most, in my opinion, some of the most terrifying people, because they're most ardently believe they're in the right, and they're most ardently insecure, which insecurity, man, will make people super dangerous.
He'll learn his lesson soon enough, though. None will sing the praise after the word of what happened to Uznir spreads. Even he must know this. I worry that his desperation will drive him to worse misdeeds. If the treasure is used with reckless abandon, it could cause untold harm. I must discuss this with the Radiant Hosts. Together we might be able to capture Eorzean before he attempts anything drastic. Stand by for now, Elio. I'll be in touch the moment I have something to share.
Des, was that the singing Graha video you were talking about when I was like, I should make a Graha video, like someone actually got to it already? Special offer today, yeah. I see the thunder from the sky, I see the fire, and even the island shows another serving as foe. Even now, I wish that Hydaelyn shows another serving as your foe on the path. What's that from, AC?
It seems Eorzean's been laying low since our last encounter. I'm sad to say, however, that my investigation has uncovered little. But there's still a cause to celebrate, for I received a letter from my mother with good tidings. My father's been finally awakened after the grievous wound dealt to him by Eorzean. He's well enough to travel to Tuliolal, in fact. May have arrived already.
Awesome, thanks, Altair.
Of course, I'd love nothing more than to go to him, but I pledged not to return until I had the purge of the Apex in hand. Besides, I'm soon to depart with the Radiant Host to try and sniff out Eorzean's whereabouts before he acts out of desperation. That's why I ask you go in my stead. As the Treasure's Guardian, no one living is more knowledgeable about its history than he. If you share with him that transpired since we began our search, he may be able to point to something out that we've missed. I know it's a lot to ask, Elio, but the safety of Thavnir depends on it. Please give my family my regards. My mother should be able to tell you where Tuliolal my father is staying once he finished. Let us meet in the Aetheryte Plaza and rouse at hand to share what we have learned.
Ships are Warrior of Light with Graha, and kind of Kenny looks like my Warrior of Light, but I'm not complaining. Same point. So is it just like a shipping video? Is it a Balmung video, basically? What you're saying? Wouldn't mind a special book club, even if it's a risk spoiler, since I've yet to do all the Rolequests, going to Distant Worlds later tonight. Ooh, Des, that sounds amazing. I'm so happy for you. I hope you have a blast, man. I went to Distant World once, like 10 years ago. Uematsu was there for that time. I keep seeing like something flashing in the sky. Like I feel like geometry or something. Definitely let me know how that goes. Also, yeah, tonight's book club is going to be about Rolequests. That's why one of the reasons I've been doing them all. But yeah, I suspect that if we can finish this on time, the last one might. Can someone confirm me how many quests are in each role? Each should be 5 in each role quest. How many quests are in the post role quest? Oh, if it isn't Elio, but I don't see Tepeke with you. Did he come along? I'm glad to hear my. Oh wait. I'm glad to hear my letter arrived safely, and that Tepeke seems to be as tenacious as ever in her search. Her father, Netse, has already arrived in Tuliolal, but he has barely stayed in one place since. He seems desperate to help Tepeke from a distance in whatever way he can. He told me he was traveling to Piarioanan plane in search of information. He assured me it was quite vital. If you wish to speak with him, he'll doubtless be in the area. This is, am I crazy? This is the first time we've ever returned to Rall. For like, other than the very beginning, the very end, right? It's so weird, like how much the other 4 were really similarly structured, and this one is really differently structured. 4 quests, yeah, okay, cool. Aliens are coming to Tuliolal. It's only like 3 or 4, but they're long quests. Okay. I have not done the Hildebrand quest yet, so we're gonna do that. I'll also say that my plan is probably we'll do What You Makey Makey next book club. So next week will be What You Makey Makey, seeing as I'm been doing role quests this week. Otosohiwete. Oh, you're adapting things from Prince of Egypt. That's why I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, AC? Thank you, traveler. I've overexerted myself. I've but recently recovered from a severe injury and was a fool to confront such a beast alone. Actually, I was sent here by your wife. So you're the Elio I've heard so much about. I owe you many thanks for all you've done to recover the perch of the Apex. News of your progress in Thavnir is most heartening. Despite my position as its guardian, never knew it could rain down stones from the heavens. Since arriving in Tuliolal, I've done what I can do to shed light upon the Tural Vidral sealed within the treasure. Lore. Also, what top is he wearing? After the nations of Tural were unified, some left our village to build new homes in the city. I've sought them out to see if they know anything of use. Fortunately, none could offer insight into the treasure's magics, but one of them told me the owls lurked around this place. And since the Tural Vidral sealed within the perch of the Apex was once an owl, it seemed logical to pursue such a quarry. I thought perhaps I could glean something about the ancient beasts from their behavior. Like as not, some fundamental aspects remain the same even after transformation. But having heard your account, there is one fundamental difference that stands out. As far as I'm aware, no owl native to these lands possesses the ability to hurl rocks, large or otherwise. No doubt the Tural Vidral gained its power following its metamorphosis. I do believe, however, that it would retain an owl's core instincts. The one that you fought didn't strike unprovoked. Instead, it watched me from afar with its fear in its eyes. Well, this is normal behavior for most animals. I'm surprised by how suddenly it descended upon me the moment I started approaching. Perhaps it sensed danger preemptively. I have the same thought. The owl sensed a threat and chose to confront it rather than run from it, and this same impulse may have driven the Tural Vidral. Indeed, the correlates with something I heard from one of my countrymen who had relocated to Tuliolal. It spoke of the continuation to the tales passed down from the elders. No hunter's arrow could fail the Apex. It was struck down in a storm of its own wrath, made a wild by heart affright. Thus was it sealed away at last. Now, judging from the owl's behavior, I can theorize. That's funny. Similar to how Valley Garmanda was defeated by, well, initially by its own ice. Now, judging from the owl's behavior, I can theorize that the treasure is activated when its bearer senses danger. According to the story, its power can easily get out of hand if its bearer is panicked. Of course, the theory must be tested first. Eorzean will certainly use the perch of the Apex again when he's done. I ask that you and Tepeke pay special attention to the circumstance leading to its activation. Lord. You have my thanks. Loath though I am to admit it, I've yet to recover from my long convalescence, and would only be a burden to you. I wish I could aid my daughter another way, but you more than make up for my absence. Please, lend her every bit of knowledge you have, Elio. I pray that my daughter will soon return home, treasure in hand. Is the little Aether, like, pocket thing, is that part of the... You say you guys did Troyan casting? Is that part of it? That's rad. I wish it was dyeable. The Troyan casting was dyeable. I wish I knew the Troyan was dyeable, because it's good armor. The fending armor's good. Also aiming. I have that top of my summoner glam. Nice. Imagine Hades on the other side of the live stream shouting into the nether Azem's name instead of both. AC, I think you have a deeper tie to the Prince of Egypt film than a lot of your peers here. That's it. I know a lot of people love it deeply. I have not seen it in 25 years.
Elio, you came just in time. Viran has shown his face in Razadahan. You can tell me about your journey to Tulial Law later. From now, come with me.
Mountain Lyn is Diable Transit. Is it? Good to know. Good to know, Infinite. Good to know. Man, I really hope in 7.2 they start releasing some of the non-level 1 armor as, combinable. Or even just, like, all the paladin weapons can be turned into one.
Ha 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 ha! Are you surprised? Thanks to the sage counsel of a fellow hero, I have decided to doff my mask. Although my face may be unfamiliar, I believe you know who I am. I was once the Justicar, but now you may call me Viran. I am Thavnir's protector, its savior, its hero. Believe it. You may have heard salacious rumors that I have orchestrated the very attacks which I so valiantly drive back. That I was behind the catastrophe at Uznair Canals. I am here to assure you that for those who are false aspirations, that those are false aspirations, all cast by aspersions, all cast by those who are envious of their betters. I give my life for this fair city and its people, and I would give more still if I could.
What should we do? It might be best to lock him up before he gets out of hand. Wait, we don't want him raining down rocks with all these bystanders around. For now, keep a careful eye on him.
All I ask is for your respect, your adoration, a dream held by all, but realized only by a few. And I would be one of those few. I have proven myself worthy of being your savior, and now, with an entire city watching with bated breath, I shall declare my intent to reach even higher. Yes, for I can protect you all, the better as your ruler. I shall retire the mantle of hero and take up the crown as king of Razadahan.
The bastard's gone mad.
I wield power unassailable. With me on your throne, you would never again have cause to fear. All would live in peace. All would shower me with love. They would shout it to the heavens, and from the love would spring a new Razadahan, a greater Razadahan. Enough of your lies, Viran. The power you wield protects none but yourself. To everyone else, it brings only ruin. Of course, the road to greatness is ever paved with necessary sacrifices, yet so long as your ruler lives, Razadahan shall know naught but prosperity.
You think better than the Master Vitra. He bore the city and its people on his back, while you look fit to collapse under the weight of your own armor. You're no leader. You're a damn joke.
Does this man speak for you all? Is there not one among you who would follow me into a brighter future? Ah, but I am nothing if not magnanimous. Until you find the wisdom to accept me as ruler, I shall continue to stand vigilant as your eternal shield.
Stop this, Viran. You're only making it worse for yourself. Bruh. Yeah. Can't you see that you've become a laughingstock? Given up the facade and answer your sins. Do so now, and the radiant host may yet grant you mercy.
My sins? Are you not the one poisoning the people against me? Do your worst. I dare you. It'll only make me more powerful.
I know not what is in your heart, but please, end this madness. End it, and return to me, my son.
Oh, okay. Hey, he's trying. Made mistakes, but he is trying. Uh-oh.
Don't get any closer.
You two, why are you... What?
Don't. If we fight here, there's no telling how many innocents would be wounded. Pathetic, as ever. I tire of this farce.
I have declared my intent to become king of Razadhan. As for you two, this is no place for a battle between heroes. We shall meet again, mark my words, and then we shall decide who is the mightier. Stab him in the gut now. Stab him in the gut now. Just knife. Oh, Elio's better than us. Elio's right. If you tried to do that, there's a good chance that he would use his power and quash all the people around us. Look, we can't risk confrontation in the city. Too many will get hurt. You're right, of course. As much as I hate to see Viran walk free, we've yet to ascertain the extent of his powers. For now, we must bide our time. I noticed that despite all his proclaimed love for its people, he didn't even look back at them as he retreated. Perhaps he couldn't bear to look at them in the eye, or one of them at least. I would say the Warrior of Light is a leader. They're just not a ruler, you know? Like, they're not someone to rule over a land or something, but they are someone who can lead people into battle, to be the vanguard, to guide people, you know? I do agree with what you're saying, Tam. I'm just, you know, twisting the nuance a little. I've met too many people who are like this. Yeah, I feel you, Mono. Certified bra moment. Still, Warrior of Light still worthy enough to be a leader? Why wouldn't the Warrior of Light be any less? Why? The Warrior of Light has done nothing at any points to decrease their worthiness. So the Warrior of Light is George Washington? No, I get what you're saying from a literal standpoint, but George Washington was like a president, right? The Warrior of Light isn't a president, but he can lead people on the battlefield. He can inspire, the Warrior of Light can inspire and lead people in moments, but would not ever lead a nation, right? In terms of like being the singular leader on which like that responsibility rests. That was a disaster. Viran is truly lost. At the very least, he's committed himself to fomenting unrest within Razadhan. And although he is my son, I cannot condone his action. His words are grand but empty. That ridiculous armor is nothing more than a gaudy decoration. He is truly the embodiment of false heroism. What's more, this latest debacle has surely made him a criminal in the eyes of the Radiant Host. All I can do now is beg them to grant my son some small degree of clemency. Before you go, may I ask something? After Viran called down the rocks, did you see his expression? I thought it peculiar, but I'm curious as to what his father saw in that face. Aye, it was a familiar look. When I used to scold him for losing himself in make-believe, he would give it that same cast in his eye. A look of petulant rage, as if he was resented me for pulling him out of his reverie and into the harsh reality. He hasn't changed. Apologies. Let's go. Just that thought. Even clad in shining armor, he can't bear to be told no. And now his childish games have taken a malevolent turn. But for now, we should return to Yedalmad. I've still yet to hear what you've learned in Tuliolal, after all. Those types of people are dangerous, man. Particularly when given power. Washington was elected president because of his leadership during the current conflict. Yeah, no. I understand the reasoning for it, Mono. My point is that, for instance, we refuse to join Wuklomat's cabinet, right? My point is that regardless of why Washington was elected, Washington, even if somewhat begrudgingly, accepted that power and that position and occupied a space of ruling over, leading, but also ruling, leading the entirety of a nation. In an administrative and specific way for the better part, for at least 4 years, right? So, that being my point. I think it's safe to say that the canonical Warrior of Light is a captain in their Grand Company. Yeah, I think it's pretty fair. But the ranks in Grand Companies are also a little weird, right? Because the Warrior of Light as a member of the Grand Company is like, we don't actually like, we're kind of like a free agent. Weirdly. Now that we have some room to breathe, I'd like to hear about your journey to Dural. My father have anything to share? He's worried about you, but he did have a bits of information that might be helpful, specifically about the owl. I'm heartened to know he's well enough to go chasing after owls and such, though I wish he'd take more care. Thank you for saving him, and for bringing me this theory concerning the treasure. If it's really triggered by a sense of impending danger, that might explain why Viran had trouble using it the first time. He wasn't truly afraid of that small fungi until it was almost upon him. It also explains how he can wield that apex power despite having no training in magics. It responds to no motion, not intent.
so much as fallen into place. He's goaded the Radiant into apprehending him because he knew that threat would be answered. You saw how nonchalantly he quit the plaza, almost as if to find someone to stop him. Viran truly believes himself to be untouchable. I think his words and his deeds align with the theory well enough. As for the curious fragment of a story, it seemed to imply that true Vidral lost control in a panic. Perhaps its strength grows in proportion to the danger it senses. And when the danger is too great, well, you saw what happened in Uznir canals with the rouse at hand. You were present both times, as you were the others who wished Viran ill. And both times we saw stones much larger than we'd seen before. Now I understand why you're so eager to face you. An opponent of your caliber will strike fear into Viran's very core, and that fear will summon power greater than any other he's ever known. Power enough to bring a hero to his knees. Or so he thinks, but we know better. We'll use that arrogance to our advantage to bring him crashing down to earth. Although we may have to contend with fallen rocks for a time, in straight fight, he'll be outmatched. So we'll strike fast and strike hard, until that fancy armor is nothing more than mangled steel. It's funny, this totem is in some ways probably kind of like the most boring or also the most weird and seemingly kind of little bit of a nothing burger, but I actually think it's actually run with what it is quite deep, it's running far with it. That's why I suggest a bit of good old-fashioned brute force. While you unleash your most fearsome destructive spells, I'll be your shield. Don't even think of holding back. Mono, I disagree because, yes, captain in terms of rank, but we don't lead forces in terms of, actually, leading them. So we hold that, it's got that position of office, technically. We are that rank, but we don't lead the Maelstrom, you know? We aren't, really a devout part of that organizational structure, at least as expressed mechanically. The closest being not duty support, but squadrons. But even that's a very small sum of people, and you're basically hiring free agents to your group. I look forward to fighting by your side. Now we simply have to find a suitable arena. I shall consult the Radiant Host as the location. Once that's decided, we'll confront Viran for the final time. Responsive emotion, not intent. Butterfly meme. Is this Dynamis? The totem feels like a JoJo stand, unlike the others that were just ballsy lost actions. Yeah, you know what? That's a great way of putting it, Infinite. Yeah. Again, I'm not saying the Warrior of Light does not lead. I think the Warrior of Light absolutely leads. What I'm talking about, I'm differentiating between the Warrior of Light leading a contingent like he does in Shadow. When the Warrior of Light in Shadowbringers leads a contingent against the Sin Eaters who are attacking the Crystarium, right? We are a leader sometimes. But I'm differentiating between leading people in moments like that versus being a systematic part of an organization at a high point of leadership where we are operating in a very systematized way as opposed to as the traveler across the star. That's my argument. You'll be pleased to know the Radiant Host was more than helpful to find a place fit for a duel. When I saw, even I began to believe our encounter would be one for the songs. Let me guess, Stone Sky Sea? Speaking of which, it seems your name is on the lips of all of the sundry. The people here already consider you a true savior of Raz at hand, and believe you will bring Viran to the deceitful to justice. We apologize for putting so much weight on your shoulders, but something tells me you're used to it. The final showdown shall take place in the mountain pass leading to Kaga, where great crystals will stand as witness to its conclusion, suitably romantic and suitably isolated. The Radiant Host have spread word throughout Tavnir that a hero has arisen to challenge Viran, as pride will force him to answer. The entrance to the pass is the Giant's Gall grounds. Let's head there at once to await his arrival. So far, I like the campiness. I like I like Viran as a villain, really deep. I like that archetype and what they're doing with that. I think it's either Eleret or Samidare. I mean, the thing about the Samidare thing is it's really mainly just the Namazu. The Namazu thing is what makes me laugh. But if you take that out, Eleret is by far the funniest to me. Oh yeah, definitely. Warrior of Light just rallying flag that inspires and boosts morale. Yeah. Leader of men, that seems consistent with the Warrior of Light. I mean, if people really wanted it, they would step into the lead of position of authority. Yeah. If people really wanted it, would we step up into the lead? No, because I think Wuklamat really wanted it, but we aren't joining her cabinet, right? We that's not our role. That's not who we are as the adventurer, as the wanderer.
Also, Infinite, if you want to start doing final things, I don't know if you've got extra time tonight, but I know your time's coming down. Apparently, Yoshi B just in an interview is threatening potential legal action against the stalker mod guy. So fucking ignorant of me, yeah. Final Fantasy IV continues to respond to Yoshi's statement in damning fashion. We just said, I don't exactly have the loudest megaphone out there, but I'm just gonna say this. Actually, I don't even know what to say. I guess two things. One, people who are going to speak anything about development around 14 actually learn what a fucking game engine is and what is involved with it and the differentiation, one, between graphics and an engine, and also what it actually would mean to port something from one engine to another. Step one. And step two, if you are making a pithy comment about someone breaking the law in a way that is dangerous, and you're making a pithy comment about, what is it? Fixing the game to break the mod isn't on the list of options they're considering, I see. Go fuck yourself. Okay, you know, I don't have anything useful to say. I'm just gonna be an ass for a second. Go fuck yourself. Oh, man. Yeah, this is so fucking... A lot of people have zero understand who are talking about how they should fix things in this game have zero understanding of code. Like, not even like the specific Crystal engines or like the specific code base of 14, but just code and working in QA or any of that. And y'all stop talking until you go inform yourself. And I don't mean go listen to someone else's opinions. I mean, go inform yourself. Go actually look into it. Go talk to people who work in dev and have an actual working understanding of this. You can critique this game without making statements on how they should fix it. Like, in terms of on a pragmatic level, you can say, hey, as a player, it sucks to not have enough of X. That is valid. But, oh my God. Okay, anyways. Something Dunning-Kruger. Yes. Thank you. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your... Yeah. Since the YouTuber, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Infinite. Join our YouTube channel for a low price. Not much you get with custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling is supporting your favorite archivists. If you like what we do, consider showing your support over on Patreon.com. Patreon.com/Shares Archives. And if you want to join our Discord, discord.gg/Shares Archives, where we have events all the time, most days of the week, as well as book club, obviously on Friday. So we got book club today. Also, we have some people who might want to set up a Fate Night, so we might get Fate Night started sometime soon. Stromul has opened the way towards Katega, and I'm certain Eorzean will arrive before long. Then we'll wipe that arrogant grin off his face. But first, we should check our gear grind and gird our loins for battle. Are you ready, Elio? Man, that makes me think of fucking Devil Wears Prada. Gird your loins! There he is. Oh, they're using the Rubicante. I was wondering if they were going to use the Rubicante field. So this is where in between, when you're not fighting him, before he summons like the glamour around you that you fight in. Though the craggy peaks of Kata, desolate winds blow over the field of battle. Oh, what a fitting location you have chosen for the conclusion to this legendary rivalry. I was right not to face you before, in environments unsuited to the struggle between titans. Now my patience has been rewarded, and my heart races in anticipation. I knew you would answer our challenge. You'd never be able to stomach the people calling you craven. Such boldness in the face of impending doom. Have you not realized by now that so long as I wield the perch of the apex, I'm invincible? I want everyone to know that doing his voice hurts my voice way more than Gabi voice. We'll soon put that to the test.
You rely too much on power, stolen power. It deludes you. You claim to be a savior to the people, but they have seen through your lies. Even your own father can scarcely bear to look at you. V, what does that even mean? Oh, because the Naruto, okay. You're nothing but a small, small man, hiding within the hollow facade of a hero. And today, we tear down that facade. Headed out? Okay, have a good one, Infinite. Have a great night. We miss you in Book Club. May you one day join us again. Will you now? You may have the... Will you now? You may have the medal, but have you the prescience to claim the mantle of hero? My mantle? How the fuck do you pronounce that? Prescience? I don't think that's right. Unbound, Eorzean, the deceiver. Okay, so V's making fun of me in Discord in a cute way, and she sends me she's like, me today, and it's just a gif of Kakashi going like this, and she has no idea who Kakashi is or what that means. She just knows that was the first thing that popped up under anime. It's time for the words past. Follow my lead. Beautiful. Fear rises, blade fall, his void calls, yeah. Fire ray from the thing. If you haven't, by the way, Infinite, are you heading out? Ray, V, if you're here, could you link my lyrical lore, Fortune Crimson? Today we learn who the true hero is. The perch of the apex awakens. Run, run, or be crushed under the hail of stones. Impressive footwork, but all legs must tire in time. Thank you, V. That was quick, good job. I would have taken longer. God, I enjoy Summoner. I know I'm not playing well, but I enjoy it. You are as fierce as they say, yet I wield potions concocted by Thavnir's finest alchemists. I was wondering, his health was going down very fast. You have done well, but your fight ends here. My alchemical minions shall be your downfall. Stop them now. You defeated them already? But of course, who would wish this duel to end so quick? Don't you ever shut up. Oh, his armor. What? My armor! My armor! The artifact. I've never seen it shine so. Oh boy. Such powers I've never witnessed before. The apex rolls with my fury untold. The apex is growing in power. This is fun. These are good fights. Thing is, if you wanted like MSQ, if you wanted MSQ, why won't you fall?
like hard mode. I mean, they're not super hard, but they're fun. I wish we had more stuff like this just as the normal level. I don't know. Is this too hard? This cannot be. I'm meant to be king. I will not fail, ere I ascend my throne. Like, do you think for like I don't even like using the term casual, but like, you know, people maybe who are not a higher skill level, is this too high difficulty? I can't lose. Yeah, I need to reset my things for 100. My keybinds are not good for this. We both suffer grievous wounds. Perhaps we should consider this a draw? You've lost, Veran. Now lay down your weapon. I'm utterly defenseless. This rotten piece of wood was supposed to make me invincible. I can't move. The artifact, it's... It's out of control. But what? Veran can't suppress the fear in his heart, and the Apex responds in kind, so we have to stop it. This is cool. This is an extra to the player. It can't end like this. I won't let it. I won't let it. But I'm a hero. Someone save me! He'll swallow us too if we don't stop it soon. I'm working on it. Got it. Anybody else hate using Ruby right because they fucking hate the cast times? The rest of Summoner feels so good. I hate the cast times. He's out cold. Now to take back the treasure. What? This can't happen. A hero never fails. I was about to say he didn't explode out. You gonna still do an explosion? I must retreat. Yes, a tactical retreat, a noble retreat, so that the Justicar may live to save another day. How is this gonna go wrong? Huh? Okay, who wants that as an emote? In most MMOs, Mono, tank for sure. I'm definitely a tank main.
I suppose the apex wasn't finished yet. And it seems like Eorzean in his cowardly haste neglected to look skyward. Was it an unfortunate accident? Oot. Okay. Or fate delivering his just asserts. Ruby White one has cast time, the second one is swift cast. Yeah. He claimed to be at Razad Han's savior, yet he had slowed only a disconcerting amount of only discontent among his people. Perhaps some days in his sunless jail will give him time to reflect upon the error of his ways. And now I'm finally recovered the perch of the apex. Thank you for coming this far with me, Elio. Oh, that's a bummer, Yukio. Yukio, who's one of our regulars, has classes at a time that makes it now really hard for her to join in on stuff. That's a bummer. The battle was hard fought, but we made it through. Eorzean is responsible for the Radiant Host now. And now that I've done what I pledged to do, I must return home and bring good tidings to my mother and father. Yet before doing so, there are many others I must thank. In the meantime, I can count on you to meet my family in Tuliolal for one final farewell. My parents will surely be glad to see you. Ruby Wright one has a cast time, the second one is right, but my point is Ruby Wright, that's my point though. Ruby Wright is Bane. Also, I don't use Swift Cast as part of my DPS rotation in normal content to keep, I know it's a DPS loss, but specifically because it's kept for rezzing for me. Yeah, and you can hit Swiftcast between the dash and the slam. Yeah, that doesn't stop the problem though. The problem is that there is a repeated hard cast that has to be done, and it breaks the flow. I understand what you're saying, Tam. You're absolutely like that should solve the problem, but it's an experiential problem rather than a strict way to mitigate problem. It's the fact that it's the same way that the wind one that you have to stop and you cast for it. But at least with that, there's only one thing you have to cast. So either A, you can swift cast there, which I still typically don't do, or two, it's like one thing so you can try to plan around it based off when an attack is going off. Ruby wrong. Yeah. Fair. I actually don't mind the haircut. Yeah. Oh, and I think a lot of people don't. I think, look, a lot of people who play Black Mage are doing that shit all the time, right? The reason I don't play casters usually is because I can't stand the break and flow for me of hard casting. But that's a me thing, right? Casters should have hard cast bars. That's casters, right? Should be part of their flavor. Now, I think someone could argue that there should be more of them for Summoner, frankly, and I think they would be justified in doing so. I love Summoner because a new Summoner post 6.0 Summoner because it has less of them, but tempo swap with the different summons, sure. Oh, I theoretically love that they all have different tempos, 100%. I just still hate. There's no way to not have them have different tempos and not have hard casts, right?
So, like, the thing I like about them is also the thing I don't like about them in this case. So it's like an impossible situation. Why, if it isn't Elio, I'm pleased to say I've quite recovered since last we met. Perhaps one day I'll have a chance to save you in return.
I didn't expect to see you until the Olal again. So soon. Is Tepeke well?
She's right as rain. We even got the owl. The owl? The perch of Apex.
She really did it, and the man who stole our sacred treasure will answer for his deeds. Father, Mother, it's good to see you.
I like that she literally does look like a cross between them, as the highlights of her dad.
I'm sure Elio already told you what happened. I could haven't retrieved our treasure without him.
So we've heard. Yet Elio has also told us that your wits and bravery were essential to your success. On behalf of our whole village, I thank you for guiding Tepeke in her quest, Elio. Now the Purge of the Apex must be returned and put under careful guard once again. The story of the Tural Vidral's demise proves that we are not meant to wield its power as our own.
I'm sorry, Father, but I disagree. Once I return to the village, I want to tell everyone what's happened in Thavnir. They need to know what the treasure is capable of, or else we risk forgetting once again. I won't deny that the Apex power is dangerous. I saw with my own eyes what happens when it's wielded with abandon. Yet during the course of our search, I also saw potential. If we fully understood how it worked, we could also use it without risk to ourselves or other people. I do like that there's also this element with across all the Rolequests of it's not enough to try and hide power away. Ultimately, if you do that, what happens is that the lessons of it would get forgot and it can be used as a tool for abuse by someone else. But instead, to figure out how to use power responsibly and correctly. We could turn something we once feared to our advantage, instead of letting it become an obscured in legend.
I can see reason in that. Alright, we must be ever ready for danger, even in times of peace. Should our safety be threatened, the treasure may grant us a means to protect ourselves. But can we be trusted to use it responsibly? Great power breeds great desire. Someone with the same ambitions as Viran may arise again even from one among our own.
I dare say that once I've regaled them with the rise and fall of the Justicar, they'll think twice before following in his misguided footsteps. As our forebears relied on the legend of the Tural Vidral, fates to forbid the treasure's use, we can rely on the story of the Eorzean fate to urge caution, and this time we have someone who lived through it to tell the tale. Of course, I'm going to be guiding people in the safe use of potentially dangerous treasure. I see no choice but to inherit my father's position as its guardian. Some may raise their eyebrows as the prospect of loose-lipped Tepeke serving as the perch of Apex protector, but I've grown from my mistakes. And who better to tell the Eorzean and Tepeke's failure?
Your only mistake was trusting in Eorzean, the same as I and many others. But unlike him, you have the willpower to overcome your failings. Over the course of your long and arduous journey, you gained the wealth of experience, and your efforts have finally been rewarded. You took responsibility for your actions. By doing so, proved your conviction to our people. They shall listen to this proposition with open minds, I'm certain.
Now we must say farewell, as much as it pains me to do so. I owe you a debt I could never hope to repay. Once I return to the village, I'll do my utmost to protect the treasure we worked so hard to retrieve. Until next we meet, may fortune smile upon you.
Yeah, I would describe, I think all of them are good. I don't know that I would call any of them great. I think all of them are good, and I think, but I think also they all serve really important functions in terms of expounding aspects of broader Tural, aspects of the Vidral, aspects of themes that Dawntrail's hitting on and enriching them in places outside of just the MSQ. I think they're doing good work. And I suppose that's also been very true of the other quests. But they're very rooted in the expansion, and I think that's definitely one of the most important things.
New Horizon.
Is this the... Yeah, okay, picking up the torch. Okay, guys, you ready to do the final one? I don't understand to say they hate the Rolequests to be on. Mono, I would suggest a couple possibilities. One of which is that they are not funny enough that they are Hildebrand, but they also use some amount of levity, and they're meant to be a little bit lighter while also telling a story. So they don't appeal to the super serious crowd, and they don't appeal to the very humorous crowd. Then on top of that, you have the fact that they're good stories that are important, that are enriching the world, but they're not like extreme tragedies and crazy things like what's going on in Shadowbringers and Endwalker that are like so emotional, right? You have the fact that they're in an expansion, which a lot of people are already kind of condemning, whether justified or not. On top of that, a lot of people don't even do the role quests anyways, and the role quest has unvoiced content that is a lot of reading that doesn't necessarily really unlock anything for them, other than glamour. And for some people, they're just frustrated too that they have to do them in order to get the glamour they want. It's like they have all these stacked things against them. I don't think it actually really has anything to do with the fundamental quality of them, frankly. Because I think in terms of execution, if on a purely merit of execution, all of them succeed at what they are setting out to do.
Elio, so good to see you. I was hoping you would pay us a visit. The Landsguard received word from the various nations you visit in your search for the treasure and requested that we informed you of the latest tidings. They also send their earnest gratitude for your efforts. It seems that each of the 5 criminals has been brought into custody. Although some had to be tracked down after you trounced them, they now await the judgment of the governments that they wronged.
Does that help, Mono?
I thought all was well, until I overheard some customers saying that the Passage of the Unbound had new leaders. The shop was so busy that I couldn't find a chance to speak with them before they left, but I felt compelled to report what I heard from the Landsguard. It was a sobering reminder that as long as the leader, Apyahi, is free, she can rebuild and scheme again.
You must have learned from the organization's workings during your search. Do you remember anything that might help us find out what she is up to?
Honestly, it was all haze. I'm not sure, but Apyahi was definitely aimed at some greater purpose.
I see. Apyahi didn't care if her leaders could keep secrets. Considering what we know of her, I doubt she was a good judge of character in that respect. But even a fool can do harm with enough coin. We'd do best not to underestimate her.
The Landsguard also managed to dig up information. One of those apprehended at the Passage of the Unbound received their funds from a shady mercantile outfit located in Ul'dah. I have an idea. If Apyahi really is recruiting new members, we could feign interest in her cause to get it close to her.
Might be onto something. We even know a man she has never had the pleasure of meeting. Elio.
Don't look shocked, Elio.
I know we are asking a lot from you, but any information you extract from Apyahi and her new cohorts could prevent further incidents. What do you say?
I can do that. It's pretty much in line with the sort of stuff I do.
We're grateful. A small warning, however. We know that 5 treasures were stolen, but there could be more. Whatever you do not treat Apyahi lightly. I suggest finding out what power she has at her disposal, and what her goals are before you're making your move.
I'm going to be doing it as Paladin. I'm just going to swap over after.
Which reminds me, those you aided are most eager to see Apyahi apprehended. Will you tell them you're hot on her trail?
For now, why don't you travel to Ul'dah and ask around? Perhaps our quarry has already tried to recruit the disillusioned into our ranks.
No more once upon a time. Scooby doo wop, scoo wop a doo, Scooby Wadoo. Yeah, so the only place we haven't been then is the Shroud. And honestly, that makes sense seeing as we spent quite a bit of time in the Shroud for Viper. Although the final for Viper, if I'm not mistaken, was in Ul'dah. Oh, the Sultana dreaming. I will never get tired of you.
Villains who wish to topple the nation of the world. I'm afraid I haven't heard of such a group, but there's no shortage of complaints about the Sultanate. Most common are grapes about market fees. To hear the merchants sell it, every one of them is a single bad bargain away from an empty coin purse. Can't say that they go so far as treason, though.
Would you say that they're gripping tales about bonds and sacrifice sprinkled with moments of levity to counter the balance? Pay them. I'd say that's mostly true of most of the stories in 14. It has it all.
I don't know the name of Abyahi, but I do know that a strange man. Each day he stands aloof, staring at passerby with these dead eyes. Last I saw him, he was near the market board. Oh, and it makes my stomach churn just to imagine he might still be there.
Platonic Dream is a nice chill theme. All they are Night City themes are great, yeah. I mean, all this is not, to be fair, all the Day City themes. My only complaint is that, boy, do I wish that they still had the Twin Faces of Fate in the game. I know it's technically a orchestrion role, but, like, the Twin Faces of Fate is such a rad musical theme.
Shifty-eyed bloke. More shifty than usual, you mean? Well, just so happens a strange man tried to strike up a conversation with me not too long ago. Said he liked how eagerly I gave those bastards in the brass blade a piece of my mind. He invited me at a gathering of people who sought true freedom, as he put it. I didn't like the smell of it. Hence you find me here.
Wait, why? Did I miss a step? Why am I showing why I'm so angry? Oh, am I expressing I'm expressing discontent so that he'll show up and talk to me. Got it. You there, mind letting me bend your ear? I sense you and you a kindred spirit, one who's tried of being trampled on by high and mighty. I think there's a place for you in our organization, the Passage of the Unbound. You might heard tell of a mysterious artifact being used to incite unrest across the world. That was our doing. The oppressed finally striking back at the oppressors to win back the freedom they took from us. But we mean to aim even higher, and for that we need more good men and women to lead us. Men like you. Down with the oppressors? Haha, I like your gusto. Mayhap you have what it takes. Mayhap you don't. Either way, you'll have the pass to the audition first. You want a seat at the table? Prove you're worth our while. One of our own standing by the gold court. Showed him this handbill, and he'll lead you to where you need to go. Scooby Dooby Doop Boo Doo Boo Doo. Boo Doo Woody Wappy Wappada. So claim if you're able a spot at the table. Just quoting all the music today, see. Come claim if you're able a spot at the table. Scream. What do you want? A handbill written in simple font which reads, "Are you frustrated with your lot in life? Tired of feeling the boot even on your neck? Then join us and win back your freedom. We invite both seasoned villains and fledgling reprobates to attend our audition." So you wish to lead the others upon the passage, eh? You're welcome to try. But fair warning, this may be the hardest trial you've ever had to endure. Are your loins properly girded? That enthusiasm will take you far. Now then, follow me. The audition will be held in this room. Even those with the blackest hearts have balked at what we put our potential leaders through. So I'll be listening to your progress with great interest. What, it's a Void Sent fight?
Enter. Can you hear it? The cry of a child too young to know fear.
Can you see it? A black bird in flight, its wings staining the azure skies. Can you feel it? The shape of the world as it should be, molded by hands free of fetters.
This is the passage to a new morrow that lies before you. The passage of the unbound.
They literally have a... Are these a bunch of simps?
And with that, let us begin the audition for our new round of leaders. May the selection committee please take their seats.
Are they a bunch of nerd simps? Is this a bunch of incels trying to fucking burn down the world because they're angry? So how many bits did you all donate to Apyahi already?
You look disappointed somehow. Haha, I understand. You expected to meet our founder. My apologies, but you'll need to prove yourself ere you are granted such an audience. Now, tell us your name.
Fuck it, let's see where this goes. Elio Forgeron.
Elio? The Elio? You would play it being one of the realm's most beloved heroes? Take this as an honest criticism. Your capacity for deception is hardly equal to Samidare's, so I suggest a more humble alter ego. On to the next question. Why do you wish to join us?
To be honest, I want to change the world.
If you truly desire that, you would have done something noteworthy by now. We would be ill-advised to recommend a novice for a position of leadership.
Enough about your ambitions. What can you do?
No one can craft and gather like me?
Even a novice can support us from the back lines. If you're going to lead, you have to be willing to leap into the thick of things like Elret did. There's enough questions for now, methinks. Let's see if this one has the guts to stand against an entire nation.
People online who refuse to touch grass, this is you. This is you. Stop being chronically online.
This traitorous cur sold us out to our enemies. Chop off his head for us, will you?
It's helpful.
Oh, what's wrong? Having second thoughts?
No.
So you saw through our little ruse. How insightful. You played the traitor most convincingly, my boy. Now you may leave.
Wait, that's the answer they were looking for? That's amazing, Dest. That's even more the point.
Oh, you can fight? And oh, you can craft? Real skills? No. No. You need to be a gamer. You need to be an hardcore gamer. Otherwise, we can't know that we can trust you. Only hardcore gamers have the strategy capable in order to take over the Earth. If you want to rule the Theris, you have to be a master of Mahjong. Let's see. Oh yes, your final task. Strike a pose that captures your essence. Go.
Oh, I'm torn. Fuck it. The Eorzean dance is so silly. Please do the Eorzean dance. Yes! Silly Eorzean dance! Yes!
Oh my, such confidence, such grace. They quite literally emanate from you.
Stop. You know, you aren't from far off from what they actually said. Nailed. See, the second I stepped into this room and I saw the Mikote with the glasses, I don't know why, but I'm like, I understand what this is. And I actually really love this. Is such a I actually am really appreciating that the villains, even though they seem wacky, are actually pretty wonderful critiques of a lot of like modern, not narrative things, but modern real world people. These are all the sort of people we come into contact in the real world. Like, I don't like people who are venal or petty, like, or you know, like this is. It's not, I don't want to say realism, but it's definitely not that. But I really appreciate all the Rolequest villains up to this point, because it's like, I have known all these people. I believe we're ready to make our decision. You truly are singular among the other applicants. We can confidently say you've passed the first audition. Even hard-boiled Chalteaufite. Oh my god. Chalteaufite nearly cracked under the pressure of our inquiries, but you remain composed throughout. Congratulations on your impressive feat. Our agents await to guide you on the next step.
I can see in your eyes that you've been through more than I can imagine. Hold on to your anger and use it to bring the tyrannical rulers down to earth.
These are also the sort of people I feel like are the theory peeps. If you feel you've pulled the wool over our eyes, good. That just shows your capacity for villainy. Be proud of it. Quite the selection of the candidates this time. If you flex, you do the Manorville Mambo stuff. I got you laughing, V. I mean, the Eorzean dance, I have accepted it as absolutely bar none the worst dance. It is bar none the worst slash dance of all the races. But also it's beautiful.
You thought we'd welcome you into the fold after a single audition. I'll have you know our standards are higher than that. By the way, if you had failed back there, I'd be guiding you to combat training right now. Can you never have too much fodder? For the cause, after all. Not many have been where you're going. But don't celebrate just yet. The hardest part's still to come. I also I appreciate that they confirmed that the other people we had thought went through this. Oh, there's already a reward. You must endure one final test, and seeing how important it is, our founder will be conducting it herself. She was here moments ago, but something compelled her to leave for the Scully Desert. Always has she followed the slightest whim. Show some initiative and find her among those massive dunes. Don't be intimidated. If you're truly meant to lead us. Fate arranged the meeting long ago.
I do love that, like, most of us saw, like, one shot of the, like, teaser for this, and it was like, yep, that's the Zagoli. I think we spend too much time in this game, guys. That actually explains where they got so many mooks from for the other Unbound leaders. Yeah. Well, no, because almost all the other Unbounds were found from the place. So let's see. Chalteaufite was found in the place. Eloret was using the mammoths. Viran was recruiting locals. Leofine was freeing people from Ishgard. Samidare was basically lone wolfing it. So yeah, I don't think any of them were actually recruiting from the mooks that Apyahi would have been using. They do explain in each role quest where each of the mooks that each person is using come from. Little mushroom boy. Are you ready? Ready for what? Interesting. It seems like a blank totem. Maybe it's so old that the power resting within is unknown.
Stop. Shake. Spin. Now come. Good boy. Good boy. It works as well as I remembered. No beast is too great for the artifact's influence. What are you doing here? Do you fancy strolls among nondescript sand dunes? Or is this not a chance encounter?
I'm Elio, and I was sent to meet with you for another task or something.
Is that so? My underlings see potential in you? Ah. Well then, let us proceed straight to introductions. Remember my name! The Architect of the Passion! Abyahi!
Okay. Are we just JoJoing this up?
If you wish to be one of my chosen leaders, there's but one requirement. Boundless charisma. Extraordinary strength and unparalleled intellect mean nothing if you lack charm, and no one will follow you if you're a bore. Yet when spoken with the right tenor, even wicked words can resonate with small folk and rouse them to action. They'll gladly throw themselves into the thick of battle for a cause they believe in. Our cause. I did well in forming my first cadre of leaders. Their absolute devotion to indulge in their own desires moved me to tears. For all their faults, I still wholeheartedly believe that they were worthy of wielding the artifacts. Make me believe the same about you, and I shall gladly take you under my wing.
I mean, the less charitable read is, it's definitely, my eyes are up here. The more charitable read is sizing you up. Either works. You know, I had the same thought. Yeah. That's where the emote came from? Yep. Hey, where's this going?
Well, now's your chance to impress me. Tell me, what do you wish to gain by overthrowing the nations of the world?
Justice.
Listen well. Many a dream has died in silence. If you wish to see your desires realized, you must be bold in expressing them. As for me, I only want one thing. Freedom.
No, you don't. If you wanted freedom, you would leave. Your desire to bring them all down doesn't bring you freedom. It's petty. You can flee. There's a wide world for you to adventure in, to experience and live a life. This isn't freedom. It's cruelty.
My village prospered amid nature unrestrained, while those in it were bound by the rules of society. Our roles were determined at birth. Some would hunt, some would weave, but none were allowed to follow their hearts. Obedience meant a life without hardship, yes, but I couldn't suffer the tasks I was burdened with. So in defiance of those stifling customs, I went into the forest to hunt, and returned to my village with a prey mightier than any that had been caught before. For this, I was rewarded with exile, and that is a travesty, and that's awful. That is. But what you do next is begetting cruelty from cruelty is just the wheel turning. Yet my banishment was a blessing in disguise, for it helped me realize I could survive. I could thrive unbound by rules. I also understand that many like-minded souls yet suffered under the subjugation of state. I resolved to become an example they could follow, to build a passage that would guide them to freedom. Passage of the Unbound. Okay, that makes sense. But you're not unbound. Instead, all you're doing is inflicting pain upon others. You aren't building a nation somewhere free. You aren't making a place to be like free but unbound, but also enjoy life. You are causing suffering onto others. I like this. This is bringing it all together in a meaningful way, because this story, the Rolequests are a lesson about a lot of the modern ills we struggle with, and specifically it is the people who want freedom but want no responsibility, and more particularly want freedom regardless of those it affects. That they want freedom, and that part of that freedom to them means the ability to kick whoever they want, to piss down on whoever they want. Like, that's not freedom. It's cruelty. You want the freedom to be cruel. That's what you want. So far, and I don't know where this goes, but like, this honestly has really brought the Rolequests all together, in my opinion. But the thing is, it's not libertarianism, because the thing also, Tam, is you can't paint a broad brush with libertarian, or you can't, like, there are a lot of types of libertarians, I'll tell you what. But first off, there's a distinct difference between, like, for instance, the, like, Sov Sits, right, versus the people who just want to be left alone and want to respect everybody else and are empathetic and do care, but they just want to be able to do their own thing, right? It's the extremism of that mindset, though, right? And particularly, like, libertarianism without humanitarianism, right? There are plenty of people who want to be off grid, who want to be disconnected, who want to disconnect and be able to be alone and be self-sufficient and not tied to everything else, but also care deeply for humanity, right? I know your joke is good. I just only mean to say this in that, like, the villain here is not the desire to be disconnected or free. The villain here is the desire to do that, and in doing so, the allowing part of that necessitating and the allowing the kicking down of others. Yeah. Twisted game, 100%. On female characters, I imagine, yeah. I'm curious to see where this goes. Yeah. It's a lack of humanitarian, of humanity. It's a lack of compassion, a lack of empathy, a lack of kindness. Freedom without those is a cruelty. Freedom with those is a beautiful thing, but freedom without empathy and compassion and a value of humanity that is inherent and yeah. Anyways, I gotta keep going. But enough about myself. There's something I wish to see. Follow me, but be wary of the beasts that infest these sands. I'm really glad I played these all in this week. I'm really glad I played these back to back, because I'm sure I would have noticed it anyways, but really playing them back to back really makes it stark. A lack of responsibility, yeah. Freedom is a right, but it comes with the need of responsibility, else we become inhuman. As I said, beast about these parts, I could kill them myself, but this presents an opportunity. Let us commence a practical exam. Defeat these creatures by whatever means are at your disposal. That was a fine show of strength, fine enough to impress the meek into following you, I dare say. Very good. Now follow me. We're not far now. Chair upon the sands, chair upon the sand. Yeah, this is a, to me, a criticism of the "fuck you got mine" mentality, right? Which I think is definitely one of the things that we most need to, like, frankly address as a unified civilization right now. Here we are. I've heard the stars are breathtaking from this vantage in Ul'dah. They would charge you to view the sky from a place like this if it weren't enough to hands grasping at our coin purse. Let us wait a while and see if the stories are true. Indeed. It is every bit as beautiful as they say. It was worthwhile trek, wouldn't you agree? The light from these stars traveled all the way from the edge of the firmament, obstructed by nothing on its journey. Free. I believe people have the same capacity, each of us a star unto ourselves, the light of our lives illuminating the farthest reaches of the heavens. Ah, yes. You passed, by the way. I knew I wanted you with me soon as our first meeting. Friends and allies gravitate toward you, don't they? I can tell. And so to honor your induction into my circle, I shall award you with an artifact of power unequaled. Elliot, why are you smiling at that? Is what I would like to say. Unfortunately, my stock of magical objects has been depleted of late. Elliot! Are you truly so crestfallen? I suppose I can't fault you for staying true to your ambition. This artifact, wielded by the previous cadre, were purloined from across the continent of Tyrol, where they were enshrined as objects of great power. Alas, we had greater need of them. Mine, however, came into my possession long before. Oh, thank you. After I was exiled, I traveled to the world to seek a place that was truly free. Disillusioned by every nation I set foot in, I eventually crossed the ocean to Tyrol. Oh, so she's actually a Viera. She's a Viera. That's weird. Apiahi. I might switch over to a Viran accent then. In the remote outskirts of Jacques Tyrol, I came across ancient and forgotten ruins, and within, I encountered the spirit of a Yokui called himself the Wise One. I asked the Wise One where I might find freedom, and he told me this story.
When I yet lived, my people ventured into Jacques Tyrol, but before we could settle here, a terrible sickness struck, and one by one many lost their lives. I sought a way to conquer this affliction, crafting an instrument that could harness the power of mighty beasts. Thus was the first treasure created. Alas, I was too late to serve my brethren, yet I knew I could save others from our fate, and so I traveled across the land, bestowing the treasures upon struggling tribes.
Makes sense.
I wish to create a place where people bereft of...
Oh wait, she's a ham-fistedly heroic.
I wish to create a place where people bereft of a home can live as they wish. Such a treasure could help me realize this dream.
Oh wait, no, she said that. I wish to create a place where people bereft of home can live as they wish. Such a treasure could help me realize this dream.
Your conviction is plain to see. That is true. 5 treasures have I bequeathed, but there is one which remains sealed away. Its power is far too dangerous.
My conviction means I can wield it responsibly. I beg you, bestow the treasure upon me. My words must have swayed him because the spirit's final act was to honor me with the relic before disappearing. I will use the power entrusted to me to shatter the rules that stifle us. That is why I created the Passage of the Unbound. And now you are one of its leaders. Stand by my side, and together we shall release the people of this world from their chains.
This is making me think of Pixie, yeah. Considering the source, I sort of question how that was bequeathed. Considering who's telling us, I honestly wonder a little bit how true that is. I'm going to take her at her word for now.
I did not initially intend to spend so much time in these wastes.
I don't think she lies. I just think she has a skewed perspective.
Do ensure the masters that pose I showed you. Although it's only recently invented, I expect every member to be capable of striking it at a moment's notice. That I cordially welcome you to the Passage of the Unbound.
Sorry, give me a second. I need to... Hey guys, hey Lafayette, Mimi. Just so you guys know, I'm still streaming because I'm in the middle of doing the final role quest. So you guys are more than welcome to watch me there while I'm doing it. There should be a link in the announcements. Sweet. Did I get a book for that? Or did I just learn it? It says I have a green. It says I have one I haven't seen yet. You auto learn it? Okay. Where is it? Ah, here it is. It's a good look, Elio. Good look. Now that the night skies energized us, it's time to take action. Our goal is no less than to see every nation of the world crumble, yet we must start somewhere. I was struck by how much I'd changed during my most recent visit to Dawntrail when I gathered the first group of my chosen leaders. At the time I encountered the Wise One, no ruler had united the continent under one banner. Okay, so she's over 80 years old. Uncertainty was in the air, but so was the scent of freedom. I'd never seen a place quite like it, so much did it intrigue me. In fact, I adopted Shatona name. There we go. I adopted Shatona name for myself and this accent. Yet now, the same freedom that I found so appealing is bound by the restrictions of state, and each day that passes, those bonds grow tighter. That is why our course of action shall be to return to Dawntrail, to what it once was, to liberate it from the tyranny at Tuliolal. Just because you had a bad upbringing does not mean everybody else's was. While my previous leaders were avatars of self-indulgence, they never quite grasped the concept of overthrowing a nation. It falls to us to set a precedent for future leaders to follow. Go to Dawntrail and get the lay of the land. Venture to Swatsui and Shaloni, and rendezvous with my enforcers at the local tavern. You may await further orders there. It's a torture thing. There isn't a torture dance emote? What are you talking about, AC? Thank you, V. V, if you're watching, could you pass me a doodly-doo? Oh, wait, no, I need to go to... Wait a second. Oh, I see, they want us to meet back up. Torture dances JoJo. Ah, okay. Is it actually called Torture Dance? Why don't I remember that? Man, it's been so long since I've read any JoJo, though. Thank you. How far into this am I, by the way? I might need a second. Thank you, Laffy. Yeah, Reservoir Dogs stamp, yeah. Okay, I'm recharged. I'm gonna be done before 7, come hell or high water. Elio, you had returned. Welcome back down. Were you able to track down Apyahi?
I was, and was able to join their ranks, weirdly enough.
Oh, I see. Our methods for testing the mettle of our worldly leaders are as unique as the candidates themselves. Yet learning that her next target is Turiolal only makes the sinking feeling in my stomach much worse. This revelation doesn't come as a complete surprise, you see. We've heard whispers of a plot against the city, and they've been aiding the Landsguard while investigating the leads.
Were you at abroad? Some familiar faces showed up to lend a hand. Oh, speak of the Vidral.
My friends!
No. Honestly, the more you try to understand the JoJo, JoJo is something you feel. JoJo's not something you understand.
When Brook Evu sent word you would meet one...
What did I give Tenatoa?
When Brook Evu sent word you meant to pursue Apyahi, we were eager to join the hunt. Yet right as we were arranging a ship to cross the ocean, we spotted a suspicious group disembarking at the port, and decided we might better aid you by tracking their movements.
They claimed to be looking for work and obtained permission to travel to Shaloni. Yet upon arriving, they went to work for a different sort, asking anyone they could find about Tulio Lal and the inner workings of its government and defenses. When not bothering the people of Shaloni, they loaf about in Husatsui. The master of the tavern there said the group spent long hours talking to other patrons, rarely ordering a thing and going about on some plan.
Clearly they are enforcers, Apyahi mentioned. We need to find out what they are planning and how Apyahi's Trevor fits into the picture. Then we can figure out how to stop them. Let us speed up. These enforcers are talkative as they seem. I'm sure it won't be hard to eavesdrop.
Let me help too. I've had an idea that might make things easier. But it requires Elia to aid us. I hope you can oblige.
Then it's settled. Loshkana, Tepke, and I will work to uncover the nature of Apyahi's treasure. These link pearls should make it easier to communicate. I brought them from a foreign sailor. I knew they'd come in handy sooner or later. Alright, once we discover something, we'll need you at the Aetheryte Plaza in Husatsui.
Now then, allow me. I'll tell you about this idea of mine.
There's the desk.
I have something that would make our job a lot easier. The Dreamweave Cocoon. The village elder understood how much it means to me to bring the unbound to justice for their crimes and entrusted me to do so once and for all. You've met this Apyahi in the flesh, yeah? That means you could use the cocoon to imitate her. I can do that? What? I can do that? Why, I was ready to use stealth and deception. This will make getting the information we need much easier. My thinking exactly, but it will be all for nothing if Apyahi reaches them before we do. So let's make our way to Husatsui at once.
I mean, I guess during his extra phase, during the 3-point X, he does kind of do what looks a little bit like the Unbound pose. There's your tam. Hi-ho chair, away!
You probably don't even need the treasure to fool Apyahi's underlings. I've seen firsthand how skilled you are at the art of disguise.
I took a peek inside and saw a few rough-looking types who don't sound Chirali gathered around one of them tables. Doubtless they're our targets. There's no one fitting Apyahi's description, so she probably hasn't arrived yet. This is our chance.
We can hear everything from out here, so we'll keep watching in case Apyahi makes an appearance. If she does, we'll call you on Link Pearl.
All right, Elio.
Take the Dreamweave cocoon in hand, and in your mind's eye envision the Wicked Woman.
I also appreciate that, like, the first one is now kind of like the crux of the first one I did. Now crux of the story.
Oh, boss. Wait, you told us not to trust anyone, even yourself. If you are who I think you are, then do the pose. We've all got sore arms from practicing it so much. No one but you could strike a pose half as inspiring, boss.
Glam thing you said the thing about? You're gonna have to remind me what I'm talking about. I've been talking for hours at this point, Tim.
Now that you're here, that means it's time to mobilize, right?
That depends. Have you done all that?
That depends. Have you done all I've... Wait.
What would Alio say? That depends. Have you done all I ask? What's a bad... That depends. Have you done all I ask?
That depends. Have you done all I've asked?
I think we've memorized it still. It couldn't hurt to review what you've told us. We launch our attack from the gates of Tuliolal.
Cerulean barrels will blow it to bits. Fantastic explosion. And Elred's concoction will give us the strength to crush the Lamb's Guard like ants. A simple plan for a simple villains, don't you think? Keep pressing them for information, Elio.
I do love the idea that if your character already looked like her, which one of my friend's characters actually does basically look almost identical to her, other than the hair color, it's just all you do is like dye your hair.
Okay, but what is my role in the attack? What'll you be having? Your finest drinks to lift our spirits.
What? You're actually ordering something? You told us that free don't have to spend coin just to sit at a table.
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Elio, we need to see the real Apyahi approaching. We have to buy time. Keep the henchmen talking.
That every cat I've seen on Twitter, Glam. Ah.
You there, excuse me, I, wouldn't go in there. The drinks are more water than spirit. Is that so? Well, good thing I'm not thirsty. No, the food, there's no food either. They sold every last dish. What? And they have the gall to remain open? Greed run amok, indeed. Luckily, I wasn't planning on ordering anything. I'd rather die than become a paying customer. Have you no shame?
What about that? What was my part in the plan?
Oh, there was something else. I didn't think there was.
We were supposed to shore up our numbers, right? You said that the artifact of yours would give us an army. Well, it did.
Because it can control animals.
Elio, get out of there. She's coming.
Oh boy. I noticed that guy in the background earlier. I was like, wait, wasn't that the door I came in from? I love how Elio was just like, nope, I'm not waking him up, and I'm just... Oh! Bitchin', Elio.
Oh, you're already here? You move quickly. Well, that means that we get our goal started all the sooner. Once Tulio also comes to our wrath, together we shall celebrate the return of the true liberty to Tural. Now, see your preparations, and then join us upstairs. We strike when I give the order.
I don't know that this is why anyone does actually dislikes the Rolequest, but I think part of it might be that it's actually trying to be somewhat deft about somewhat simple lessons. It's kind of in the ilk of like some of the other problems with Dawntrail, where it's like a little bit too subtle for its own good. I mean, not subtle. Subtle's a bad term, but like it's a little too even-keeled when it could go big if it wanted to, and if it went big, it would at least be more clear what it's saying to people who maybe aren't paying as close attention and be potentially more entertaining. But like, I actually think that what it's doing narratively, the Rolequests, and how it's culminating them actually works quite well.
She's even more devious than I imagined. I can scarcely wait to see her shackles, but I know a hasty misstep when I can quickly...
Story, yeah, good to see God have you.
That was close. I don't know what happened, but if we were found out, we couldn't hear what we were saying while we were trying to distract Abyahi. Did you get anything we could use?
Quite a bit, actually.
That's great. Teneto and the others have just arrived themselves. Let's go and meet them.
It's interesting that we don't have a Viera in this group. But I mean, this Viera. Sorry, well, I was gonna say we don't have. What group are we missing? We're missing a group that I'm not thinking of. We have a Shitona, we have a Tonawadan, we have a Hetsaro, we have a Mamalja. In terms of like races that are animated and set up, who am I missing? Yeah, I don't remember. No big cat. Oh, that's what it is. Thank you. We're missing a Jabral. That's why. I was like, I feel like we're missing some. I almost feel like Loshkana should be a Jabral. Well, no, I'm not counting Al-Ra. I'm talking about more like specifically from Tural. Al-Ra, Al-Ri, and Rogadin and stuff aren't as big here.
I heard you ran into Abyahi at the tavern. Tell us everything that happened.
I managed to get quite a bit of information, specifically about their plan. They plan to blow the main gate of Tural, as well as summon a herd of something in order to break their way in. I have suspicions of what? No Milala either. Yeah, no Lalafells either. But specifically, again, I'm talking about the groups that are common to Tural that are playable races or are race adjacent. In this case, that would be Hetsaro, Jabral, Shitona, Tonawada, and Mamalja, which are not playable, but at least are rigged for combat.
I see. Her plan is to strike at the Tulio Law from Shaloni's side. Then we can focus our defenses there. You said her minions spoke of an army being summoned by our treasures. That matches the story we heard. It was told to us by one of the Vipers. We hope they're experts in tracking deadly beasts such as the Tural Vidral. The very source of her treasure's power might provide insight on the capabilities of hers. Apparently, they received reports that creatures across Tural were falling under the thrall of a Shitona woman. Even those feral beasts obeyed her like docile lamb. I saw Abyahi control a massive worm. That must be the artifact's power. Well, we know what our enemy is capable of. I've heard it's some animal hunt by hypnotizing their prey with sound, smell, or even magical energy. Perhaps the Tural Vidral whose essence lies in the treasure was one of those, but it's difficult to say which. Even so, we know Abyahi's plan and the threat we face. We can prepare for whatever she might throw at us.
We'll cut off her advance at Zorgor. At Zorgor, the Boundless! It'll take everything we have to drive her back, but if we fight as one, neither her nor her beast will take a single step into Tuliolal.
If Abyahi makes a move, I'll contact you at once. Can you tell Raj Majun that what we've learned?
I'm on it.
Is Jabaltia considered our adventuring hub in Trupal? That's a good question. I mean, clearly it is a hub. I mean, it's of a similar ilk to that. I'm trying to think about the expansions. Because it's interesting, right? Because you have, it technically is separated from the forward cabins. So it's like, but it is basically like the, not the drunken, what am I, the Forgotten Knight. Kind of like the Forgotten Knight. It's actually kind of not a great analog to it in Stormblood. Arguably the Tea House. Crystarium. The, what is it? Musica, what is it? The Musica, what is it called? The Crystarium, broadly the analogy is, the Musica Universalis, because that's where like the Rolequests are, and they're right by here, so it's like broadly this area.
She's bringing an army of beasts to our doors. This is surely the time to prepare. And if there is a treasure that can bend ferocious beasts to its will, we must consider the possibility it can be used on people too. I'll bring the information to the Landsguard at once. They may begin readying the city's defenses. I know neither you nor they would let a single citizen get to harm. This is it, Elio. With any luck, Abyahi and her cronies will still be languishing in cells.
Why are the promises not being made aware of this?
You said Tanatoa was keeping watch in Husatsui, right? I suppose no news is good news.
Abyahi and her minions are preparing to depart. It's time, everyone. We make our stand before the gates of Tuliolal.
And I was here hoping that Abyahi would turn herself in. But I suppose she'll just have to be brought in by force. She might have the treasure, but she doesn't have our allies. And she certainly doesn't have you. Today we stop the Unbound, and tomorrow we'll welcome a dawn in Tuliolal. Dawn in Tuliolal free of their shadow.
Was this the final quest? Are we gonna make our stand at the Gate of Scat? Gate of Zorgor, the mountain. Sort of. There's a yellow quest about establishing a similar organization in the Adventurers Guild, and Jabalti is considered for the location. Yes, and they also are like, but maybe people are a little worried, and maybe we should secure the Wings of Protection first. The Wings of Protection should be maybe better at doing their job before we start just recruiting anyone and everyone. So it's like, yeah, you're right, including that in Laurel. You're right that the Jabalti of T is very much very similar to those three in that in its purpose and the fact that it's even considered to be the Adventurers Guild location.
I can't fight, but I have medicine at the ready. I'll help however I can.
I saw the Unbound leave Husatsui. They should be here any moment.
If our guess about the treasure's power is correct, this will not be an easy fight. My bow will aim true, I promise.
Although the circumstances that brought us together were less than fortunate, I am confident that in the end, we'll be stronger for them.
We won't allow the passage of the Unbound to wreak havoc on Tuliolal,
Today up Yahi and her ilk answer for their crimes. Let's fucking go! Hype! Actually, this seems like it's gonna be kind of rad. I'll admit. Well, that's interesting. I thought them all standing there like that was gonna be at the Dawn Throne. I didn't realize it was gonna be at the Outer Bounders Zorgor. They're here. It's fucking Folker. I'm gonna admit, this is actually pretty rad. We knew you were coming up, Yahi. You and your gang of thugs won't be going any further. Fucking dumb.
So you've chosen to join the other sheep, have you? How disappointing. I offered you so much more than the life of a lapdog.
Yeah, being your lapdog. Abyahi, I was never going to stand by your side.
Of course you'd say that. You're an Eorzean savior, after all. I knew it from the moment I saw you, and I suppose I know you're asking yourself why I'm so forthcoming with my plans. I wanted you to see what we fight for, to realize the beauty of the true freedom, and devote yourself to the pursuit of it as our ally. Alas.
Your allies only follow you because the treasure has them in thrall. No one would willingly follow such a reckless leader.
Interesting you think I have the power to command others against their will.
Well, don't you?
Oh, you are far more foolish than I believed. I would never rob anyone of their freedom. She's gone! Not gone. Here.
Oh boy. Oh Lord. Look! Base approaching the Tulalian side.
But how?
We committed too heavily to this side, and now she strikes at our blind spot. We must open the gate. Oh, are we fighting a Zorgor? Let's Zorg!
The path to the new tomorrow lies before us. We need only be brave enough to walk it.
Leave this lot to us. You tend to the others. Throw wide the gates. Yeah. It's a battle on the big. It is a battle on the biggest bridge.
We have to take care of these beasts before going after Abyahi. Over here, Elio.
Is the smoke the release of the enchantment, or did they ever not ever exist in the first place?
As I feared, my creatures cannot live up to the real thing.
Okay, that answers that question.
How about this? That's the creature Abyahi was riding.
Does it give you different people by your side? No, okay.
I'll end this in a single blow. No, I think not. Ah! Attacking from above. Devious. Leave the Scots to me. The rest of you, focus on the big one. And stay down.
She got the firm out before. Des! How dare you? Okay, well, now I know what I'm doing next week.
A tenacious lad, aren't you? Well, I suppose I wouldn't want you to fall too quickly.
Why you gotta play me like that, Des? Why you gotta... I took a break for a week or two to focus on making content and doing shit. You take that as to make fun of me.
There are so many, but we will persevere. I can smother them in flames. Lend me your protection. Scheming, are we? Don't think I'll allow you to do as you please. Crush them underfoot.
You can't damage me! I'm a paladin!
No, my poor, pitiful pets. So I cannot rely on numbers alone. Keep them distracted, my darlings. We'll be fine. Go after Upyahi. Denethor needs help.
I might be in trouble.
Something a little different this time. Behold the fruits of my travel across Saral.
Thanks for the help. Now to catch up Yahi.
Don't think you won yet.
It's over, up Yahi.
You're strong, to be sure, but so is this.
You think this is the first Minotaur I fought? Send your worse. I won't lose.
Don't hold back. My medicines will keep you upright. Limits are just more rules to be broken. That doesn't look good.
Worry not. Get behind me and you'll be safe. Double passage all the way across the bridge!
You survived that? Thank you for keeping us safe. We almost got her. Blah! Even bugs squirm before they die. This time, I'll finish things. You're stubborn as the mud stuck to my sandals. Yet that alone is not enough to... Hey, what? Something's gone into them. I admit I may have underestimated you a lot. And while defeating you would be quite the feather in my cap, the gates of Tulial are much easier target.
Curses. She's making a run for it. Follow her, Elio. Hail Ego's bird. Up Yahi!
Anything that would have obstructed the free world I aim to create will be destroyed.
It's over, Up Yahi.
Must you insist on being a thorn in my side? Very well. Then I shall plant the banner of evil upon the corpse of Eorzea's hero, and the meek shall flock to me. Make my fervent desires manifest. Grant me the power to seize undying freedom.
The architect, Up Yahi. The architect? Did it say the It's a mold tender! It's a moldy tender! Oh my god! My boy! If only I could get my boy out.
Go forth, my prickly punisher, and crush those who would bind us.
My contender. Oh, because it's, yeah.
But with this sudden dreadful feeling, perhaps I haven't been sleeping well of late.
It's because it's, like mushrooms, like mold, or like spores, mycelium. So that's how it works, is it replicates. Did I just step into that twice? Okay, yeah, the timing on that was weird. I love him. I hope this is a mount. I hope this is a mount variant I can get. I wish I could summon my boy to fight him, though. Yeah, I know that's... Love the name, yep. Okay, so those are I'm gonna get blown. Are they gonna? Oh, interesting. That's gonna trail. Yep. Oh, that was bullshit. Okay, no, that was actually probably pretty fair.
Impressive. I expect no less of you. But this far stands here.
Oh!
Now smash him to a pulp.
I don't think so.
So you find comfort in fellowship. At least this'll save me the trouble of killing you one by one. This is your moment, my pointy pugilist.
Ugh, it's getting even stronger.
Elio, quick! We've got your back. Together we'll repel this fool. Keep going, everyone.
No. Don't hurt the boy.
How can you stand before the treasure's mine? What are you? Such power. Power that will be welcome within the passage of the Unbound. Do not falter, my spiky soldier.
Gather around, Elio. Everyone.
Can you withstand this? Spread out or we'll be swept away. scurry about like rats. Pulverize them with this, my barbarian. I love all the names she's giving him. Is this the poison? Stay away from it. Hey, the fucking tanks are actually using their ranged attacks. Rad. No, even my spine savior has fallen. Everyone beat up on the Shatona! Gotcha. I'm not finished yet. I can replenish my ranks. Oh. I love that the first person I helped is the person who saves the day on that one. Oh, buddy. He seemed like a good boy. Seems I must admit defeat. Yeah, I know this. I do not believe the ideals for which I fought were misguided. Think back upon the leaders who came before you, those 5 self-serving souls who dared to live as they pleased. Each one the perfect image of liberty. Yet ultimate perfection cannot be achieved without ultimate power. That is why we fought, why we became villains, to tear down the world's nations and their stifling rules so the voiceless many speak again. What made you feel this way? Elio has told you already, surely. Yet the exile, they emboldened my hatred by meaningless restrictions all led to my awakening. I couldn't have known true freedom without it. So yet again, the lesson of Final Fantasy XIV. Hurt people, hurt people. Got it. And as I've traveled the world, I noticed the same thing everywhere I went. That the many were bound by the few. In Gridania, citizens are discouraged from joining hands with their neighbors. In Ul'dah, merchants craft laws to exert their control over others. In Limsa Lominsa, once lawless pirates are made to bow to the state. Need I say more? The countless Asgardians who were tricked into sacrificing themselves when the church fanned the flames of war, the people of the East whose entire lives are determined by outdated customs, and more. I had to go west to find what I sought here in Tyral, and I lived a life unbound. Or so I thought. After a terrible tragedy, I was forced to find a new home once again. Terrible? What happened? I can scarcely say it. I was asked to pay for my lodgings! I want to be very clear here.
I do not think this is a comedic beat that undercuts the point that this is making. I think this is a beat that is funny because of its absurdness, that is absolutely in line with the point being made at this entire... So, like, this is not an undercut.
Hey, you mean you hadn't been paying all along? Why should I have to trade coin for a roof over my head? In my village, charging for something so essential was unthinkable, so long as the one followed the rules, that is. For the first time since my exile, I questioned my path. I'm not convinced myself that taking care of my drunken sisters night after night wasn't so bad after all. Oh, where did you live again? No, that doesn't matter. Surely if you can't accept trading labor for housing, you can understand the reasons behind trading coin for it. No, money is just another rule that's used to control us, a rule that I won't accept. I was forced to live on the streets, in a tent I plotted. The rebellion would start within me and end with the authority of every nation in tatters. Yet one day, after long hours of sowing discontent, I returned to find my tent gone, and in its place stood a sign that said, "No vagrancy." The last thing you owed was gone. The last thing you owned was gone in an instant. That can't have been easy.
See, empathy, humanity. I can understand your perspective of Yahi, but the world where everyone does what they please would soon fall into chaos. Laws are the only things which keep us from that. I wouldn't say laws are the only thing, and I don't think this is expressed perfectly. I also think that it's not just about chaos. It's cruelty. The problem is the world can fall into cruelty, and I know firsthand what it's like to be bound by old rules. Rules whose purpose are sometimes baffling, but you don't have to follow them blindly. If you're so dissatisfied, you can work to change them. What you speak of, Abyahi, is not freedom. It's self-indulgence. This single-handedly made me go from liking the Rolequest to actually genuinely really enjoying this Rolequest.
So you're saying if I change the law, I can do whatever I please?
Not a word got through to her. Talking anymore would just be a waste of breath. It's time to put her in chains!
This is all you're doing, isn't it? It's time you joined the rest of your minions.
Yeah, about different kinds of villains in 14. Yeah, this is what people were asking for. And this is also a very current this is very topical.
I won't resist, but this isn't over. Those who share my vision will hear of this injustice, and they will carry on my legacy.
This is very, like, relevant to... very contemporary.
The passage of the unbound shall remain open forevermore!
Yeah, I'm very... That final thing really brought this all together. I understand that they're probably maybe not the most, like, super intriguing to play. They're not, like, the funniest piece of content. They're not the most... But, like, I really like the story being told with this. That hits hard to me. It doesn't hit hard in terms of like, oh, I feel so emotionally sad or catharsis. It just feels like this is something I'm frustrated about in the real world that I'm so glad is being touched on. Freedom that harms others is no freedom at all. Living in a society has its challenges, but it allows us to support each other as a group.
Judging by how her force was mostly comprised of wild beasts, I take it Abyahi couldn't send many of her henchmen to Jiral. Perhaps Viran's resources have finally run dry. Finally, the Unbound are in chains? Do you think Itoka would be proud of us? Proud of me?
Of course she would, Kyuki.
I knew anyone who admired Elred would have twisted morals, but even so, I'm shocked by the depth of Abyahi's depravity. Your bravery was inspiring everyone. Abyahi is in the custody of the Landsguard, and the treasure is destroyed. Without their leaders and secret weapon, the Unbound may well and truly be unfinished. We should return to Jabal Viatia and let Raj Majun know about our victory here.
To be fair, we're not what? The story was that too? And then, oh, absolutely, it's not undercutting at all. It's certainly a bit of recontextualization, though. I don't think it's, I think it's just, that's just contextualization. I don't think anything's recontextualized. You know? I don't think our understanding of her has changed. It's that we don't fully understand her, and then it's like, oh no, it is just the thing that it might seem like it is. What are we talking about in the other stream about different kinds of villains? Yeah, like this is the people getting different kinds of villains. The kinds of villains who are just selfish, who aren't like, the closest you get, like there is some empathy I can have for her in terms of like, she, you know, it seems like she did have a bad life growing up, but like that doesn't, yeah. Anyways, we'll talk about this in book club because we're gonna start book club right after I finish this. V, I don't know if Ray, V, or Infinite. I think Infinite to sleep. Ray's not here, and V I think is off at the moment. But if anyone is here, if you could start doing the close downs.
I heard all about the battle of the passage of the Unbound. Leave it to you all not only to capture the leader, but to do so without anyone until you're all coming to harm. By the way, mages from the Wings of Protection inspected the remains of the beasts you fought. Their discoveries were surprising, to say the least. They weren't actually individual organisms, you see, but a collection of minute fungi that had taken the form of the familiar creatures. The mages concluded that the Tural Vidral sealed within the treasure was likely once a fungi itself. This explains the sightings of Byahi traveling with beasts of all sorts at her beck and call. She built her army by finding the fiercest creatures she could and recreating them with the power of the treasure. But you stood against the army without a shade of fear in your eyes. A token of gratitude. You're all welcome to tacos on the house whenever you're in town. Tacos! Speaking of which, I hear Tenatoa and the others will be soon returning to their respective villages. Goodbyes are always bittersweet, but I am sure they'd love to speak with you one last time.
I've been playing so long, my headphones are dying. No, thank you for the show. Thank you for the show, Offbeat. Wait, is this the now where the one hasn't been translated? Okay, it doesn't seem like any of those were untranslated. So I'll go do the final talk first. Working in retail, I had to deal with a lot of people doing bad things because they had a hard upbringing is an excuse. The cruelty dealt to you does not excuse your cruelty. Nothing excuses cruelty. It's just not translated for you.
Our short time together remind me of Wisdom and Zir. I wonder how they fare. Perhaps I'll write them a letter and find out.
Interesting.
It seems my parents. Oh my god. It seems my parents.
Why can't I do Southern all of a sudden?
It seems my parents fell in love. What the fuck?
It seems my parents fell in love with tacos here while they waited my return from Thavner.
I'm sure they'd be happy if they brought some home with me. Every time I come to Zabaldet here, I'm amazed by all the different kinds of people gathered around the tables. I wish there was a place like this in my village. I want to spend some time in Tuliol's markets before I return home. I've been thinking of a spare pair of spectacles might be prudent to purchase.
I neglected to mention this earlier, but I was able to convince everyone back at home to stop relying on the cradle. My sleepless days are over, but I've been busier than ever. I'm looked to Ishgard's Nights for inspiration about how to build solidarity among the villagers. We train together and take turns on watch, among other things. Lozenikwe no longer needs to spend her days abed, and sometimes joins us in our drills. I admit this new life wouldn't be the same without her. A new life for which we both owe you thanks, Elio. We'll keep striving to follow the example you set for us.
My people have accepted the fate that we cannot rely upon the heart sting, and even now train to build our natural resistance to various toxins. It took some time to figure out the right amount to use, and I admit there were some close calls, but luckily the heart sting was at our disposal. Yeah, I believe that our strength lies in our ability to conquer hardship. I hope one day we can trust in our own ability. That being said, sometime since I had a meal that was laced with poison. I'd forgotten how delicious food could be. The others will be glad to hear how key the dream move cocoon was to our success, and I thought it seemed that Yahi recognized you from the moment you met. It didn't make the difference, did it? It just reaffirms to me that you're more than earned your renown as a hero. I still aspire to become a hunter worthy of Itoka's legacy, and I know it will take a time and a lot of hard work. For now, I'll focus on keeping my village safe, but I won't stop there. Keep your ears to the ground, Elio. For someday, you might hear tales of Kuyuki, a
hunter true.
Everyone was so brave. My heart always started pounding when the fighting begins. But I didn't need to worry. Since I am here in Turiolal, I'll visit the market before I return to my village. Oh, I almost forgot. Kakulja sent me a letter. He said that the authorities have taken his circumstances into account and decided to be merciful. He'll be released soon, and just as promised, my village will be the first place he visits. Everyone's looking forward to greeting him with open arms. If Kakulja agrees to be our protector, then we can come to Turiolal more often. I think the origin of the treasure lies with the Okui. Even with such dominating strength as they possess, they sought still more when their very survival was at stake. My people were afraid of the apex, and so sealed it away within our treasure. But over time, the treasure became as feared as the beast within it, and thus we never considered using it as a tool to aid us. I've been training hard and hope that someday I can help my people view the treasure from a new perspective. It might take a while, but we'll get there. I'm already stronger than the last time we met, right? You don't have to answer. But trust me when I tell you, it won't take easy road to Viran. Every bit of progress will earn through hard work. On that note, as much as I'd like to stay, I suppose we all got homes waiting for us. Let's say our farewells to Brook Evu and Raul Mashun.
Oh, I'm almost at 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let's go. I'm almost there.
I'm glad you could catch up with everyone.
Shall we bring this party to close then? Reminder, we're going to be starting book club in 5 minutes over in the Discord. Hop into the party chat that I'm currently in if you want to talk about it.
Be well, everyone.
I'll bring Lowe's Iniquity next time. I want her to meet the people who helped us.
Stop by my village if you're ever in the region. I'll treat you to freshly hunted boar. Everyone get home safely. We'll meet again soon. I hope I was able to pay back the debt I owe you, if only a little. If you ever need help again, you know how to reach me. It was a long and trying road, but the treasures are finally back in their rightful places.
And the passage of the Unbound, with no one to lead their meager numbers, will fade into obscurity. I am sure we'll hear no more of them again. Here's to peace in Turiolal. Rules. Basic social considerations. Who needs them? Those pathetic bastards don't even see the yokes around their necks.
Yeah, did you see how noble Apia fought? As long as I can remember that sight, I'll never turn away from the path she showed us.
Oh no.
It's up to us to continue what she started. We don't need those artifacts to bring down nations. We'll find a whole new kind of weapon.
The passage of the Unbound shall remain ever open, and will be there to guide others upon it.
There's more of you? Criminals, over here! By the gods, run! We can't be caught here!
I really like that the element they're leaving on is that just because we defeated Apyahi does not mean that that kind of perspective goes away. I'm gonna say that this is good. Dawntrail as a whole, but also specifically this quest, really shows me that this is the first expansion made for the 2020s. The struggles, I think, particularly the conflicts going on now. And I think that's a good thing. I think that's actually cool.
And we're done. Let me read her thing. Let me see if it does it now. Oh, yep, there it is. So if you tried talking to her right now. Des, you reported that, right? Very good, Des. Okay, guys, thanks for joining in. We made it. I've been going for a full, 6 hours? I'm going to head it there. I'm going to head over to the Discord where we're going to, discord.gg/Eorzean where we're going to talk about the lore book. We're going to talk about this for the next hour or two. Friendly reminder, you can check out our videos over in the Eorzean archive. There'll be more videos that coming out soon. I've got like a whole host of stuff. I've been trying to build a treasure chest so that I can start releasing them at a regular cadence. Beyond that, you can support us over on patreon.com, /Eorzean archives. You can also support us by super chats here. The super chat funds mainly go towards things like site tech. Beyond that, yeah, if you want to join our FC, we have an FC on Crystal Curl. Message any of the mods for that. Beyond that, you can also join our Crossworld Link Shell. You can talk to any of the mods for that as well. But yeah, I'm going to call that there. Good job, everybody. We did it. Definitely that last one. It's not just that the last one was good. The last one made it feel like they all came together, and I'm definitely, I think, more pro for that. Like watching everyone go away at the end actually made me feel quite a bit. But yeah, per patch notes, see you in book club. Yes, we're gonna talk. See you in book club, 7 o'clock. I've been Elio Forceron. Good job, everybody. Have a good evening.